A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, one and all, to Germany. It's round 3 of the Champions of the Future. And just a stone's throw from the city of Leipzig, we find the Mülsen circuit, which certainly is going to be playing host to a fabulous round here, from the largest train station in terms of sheer size to some fabulous forests all around the circuit. The 1.3 kilometre long circuit will play host to that third and middle point of the 2026 season. The track itself, the Arena E in Mülsen, year of opening 2019. After a decade of planning and organisation, they managed to squeeze it into this quarry. An event record was set earlier on this weekend by Illy Christian of Canada, the Tony Kart Racing driver, putting in a 47.793. The track itself, though, quite the adventure. Very fast, very demanding. Of course, 200 metres down the start-finish straight, extends to 275 to the rest of it into turn 2. 176 in towards turn 13. Total length, of course, 1,315 metres. It's around 7 to 11 metres wide, and an elevation change of only 1 or so metres here in the middle of the track, and it extends across the entire length of it. Turns 14 in total, 6 to the right. 8 to the right, 6 to the left, and 4 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those turns very challenging, quite demanding on the drivers, but we do see ample overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turns 2, turn 3, 6, as well as turn 13. 1 or 2 overtakes we have seen in towards turn 11 and 12. But you've got to be careful there, because you can lose a lot of speed through those corners, and that brings me very appropriately onto those top speeds. The seniors, believe it or not, topping out at around 130 kilometers an hour down that start-finish straight. Incredibly quick circuit for our drivers to go racing on the average around 100 kph around the entirety of the circuit. This is Arena E, this is Mülsen, and this is the first time we see the champions of the future and the direct drive karts making their way here to the circuit. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the Conji box, ready to go racing. And I'm sure the whole crowd here at the circuit is excited to do so as well. Yeah, absolutely. So very different circuit then for our drivers for this third event in the calendar. Valencia and La Conca surface, of course, would have thrown the works of tyres into play. Drivers really having to focus on that longer, more sweeping corners for our drivers. But here at Mülsen, for the first appearance for the OK and OK Junior classes on this track so far, it's very different. It's tighter in the form, longer straights, and of course the surface is very smooth. There is Dan Ashton then, of course, one part of our race director team this weekend. Martin Bean will be out there as well, as I think is Martin part of Dan's clipboard, was that? No, it's Martin Bean's biggest fan on that gantry of Dan Ashton. He's even got a fan board made up for him. I saw it being laminated earlier on. I thought it was absolutely fabulous. Martin wasn't too best happy about it. Anyway, the pre-grid is set, ready to go for the first race of the day. OK Junior qualifying heat B versus F. All these drivers have already done 2 rotations so far. They had 12 races yesterday, and there Julian Rivera on pole position for this one, the second fastest driver over the course of time qualifying yesterday. Really strong performance, and has been quite consistent. 2 third places, hasn't had that win yet from the front row, but still has shown some great speed. No, but what's really impressive for Julian Rivera, of course, we didn't have him at La Conca or at Valencia. Earlier in the year, Julian actually broke his foot, so that took him out of play going into the rounds. This is the first time we're seeing him, but of course that pole position sets him up on that front row alongside Lucas Palacio. Palacio then, good results for him yesterday, rounded out his day of 2 qualifying heats with a P5 and a P6, so watch what the Williams driver can do. Of course, all of these drivers this weekend will be looked after when they're out there on the track by our team of hard-working volunteer marshals. We couldn't go through this weekend of racing here in Germany without that team, so big thank you to them so far. Of course, big day of racing yesterday already complete. Big day of racing for those 2 drivers on the Tony Kart truck. That was Stepan Mazepin and Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who both took qualifying heats yesterday and will now be looking on at their junior competitors who now exit the grid. Indeed, engines fire up then for the first of 18 races today. Julian Rivera starts it on pole position alongside Lucas Palacio. Julian Frasnelli and Oscar Nibali on row 2 with Will Green and Alex Alexander Lazarus on row number 3. Both those drivers staying inside the top 10. At row 4, Leo Gorski will join Achille Ray. On that row, they'll see Mason Robinson, who suffered a DSQ in his first race yesterday, alongside Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, who also suffered a DSQ in his second race yesterday. Denny Babacek, the only race winner in this grid, will be joined Max Feld on row number 6 with Michelle Orlando, and Tiberius Müller on row number 7 with Milan Rossi and Maxim Nopal on row number 8.
Row number 9 sees Matt Viturganov, who's walked into this weekend with a team change over to Ricky Flynn Motorsport. He's starting alongside Mattis Brajot. From row number 10, we've got Rocco Simone with Oiva Venturata, who suffered a DNF yesterday. Row number 11, behind those drivers, Leon Shilidze and Juan Garciase. Your 12th row sees Aurelien Lemaire alongside Alessandro Truchot, and from row number 13, we've got Dior Islami alongside Mark Lumitz. Row number 14, Juan Garjelik, who is one of those drivers that's already actually deployed some new tyres. He's starting alongside Nick Reed. 15th row sees new drivers into the field in the form of Neo Knapp. He's alongside Julia Angelard, who's actually sat P90 after time qualifying, so is looking to promote herself up the order. And then 16 rows in total, but only one driver on that final spot. It's supposed to be Roland Nagy, but of course we have not seen him since time qualifying.
There's race control, head of race control, David Manchester, joined by Sam Fisher and Joanna Falcao in there. I'm sure Joanna is not too happy that the fact it says David Manchester, head of race control, but we'll deal with it as it goes on. It may have been what they were giggling about in there, that or someone let loose in there. Right, anyway.
You're the only person that does that in confined spaces, mate.
No. Right, anyway, the field said to go. I plead the fifth on that, Nicole. It's all calm. Do pray tell what happened in Greece, though. There we go.
Pardon?
Exactly.
Rodby?
What do you mean,
Thank
Rodby? Greece for you.
Oh, whoa.
Synchronised marshals again. The last time we saw synchronised marshals, it was Wackersdorf. And now we sit here in Mülsen. Wait for it. 3, 2, 1. 0.5. There it is. Oh, love it.
Score it out of 10, Anthony. Come on.
I'll give that one a solid 7 out of 10 on that. Right. First race of the day then. But this is race 13 of the weekend so far. Back to groups B and F for the juniors then. Julian Rivera and Lucas Palacio, Ecuador versus the USA. On the front row of the grid, it is lights out and fights on towards turn 1. It's a good start for the inside line, but keep an eye on Palacio on the outside. He's going to get swamped by the field there. They're not going to allow him to get that nose down the inside, but he might get something on the exit. It's still the Cali car that leads the way of Rivera down towards turn number 3 for the first time. Frasnelli's there in third. It's been a good getaway as well for Will Green. He's there into second place. There's a few carts off the road. At the back of the field, they rejoin, but a lot further down.
Change for P3, then into turn 6 and 7. Lucas Palacio getting back into the top 3. A statement of intent, however, by your new race leader, Will Green. Straight away, we've seen Green then jump from that third row, started this race, P5, and leads things for the first time this weekend. Green, final corner is complete for him, leads things ahead of Julian Rivera, hunting down his first qualifying heat win of the weekend. Lucas Palacio back inside of this top 3 with Julian Frasnelli. Rounding out your top 4, of course, Frasnelli yesterday had good moments. Had a P2, but then also had a P18 after a moment with teammate Makanji Uren in his last qualifying heat. So watch him try and make a statement of intent throughout this qualifying heat to try and pick up some more points.
Indeed, and here now at the front, Green will try and break away. However, the tow here is strong. Long straights they've got here, 176 metres in towards this next turn of 13. And the braking zone, very tricky there because the exit, there's no runoff. You're straight onto dirt and gravel. That final corner there has changed over the last few months as wheel to wheel here. Robinson to the inside of Feld. Tries to get the move done, does do so. Babacek follows, Feld down to 7th place.
I think you're going to see a different type of style of racing for Mason Robertson today. Yesterday was given a disqualification for a bad manoeuvre, so like some of the others inside the sharp end, like Frasnelli, is going to need some points to pick away, as is the driver who's just appeared on your screen for being put under investigation. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio now being looked at, and again, like Mason Robertson, was actually given a disqualification. A number of penalties going out for drivers yesterday, most of those actually for bad manoeuvres.
Yeah, indeed. Fighting up at the sharper end of the field once again. We're seeing this battle scraping away. Feld losing out massively here. Lazarus, Di Peter Antonio, Orlando getting through. As quickly as you can gain those places, you might find yourself dropping back, and this is what that slipstream does to the drivers here. We see the fights going through. There's Babacek on Fresnelli. That's a 4th place. The Teps Racing driver passes the factory Tony Kart machine.
War, big moments almost for some of the drivers further back. This is all between Michele Orlando, Max Feld, Oskari Volley, and it was just Oskari Volley's front nose that you saw almost get out of sorts, as the driver behind is Matvey Durganov now on a 4-place gained. This is starting to close in then. Your trio at the front. Green not breaking away. Business end of your field includes Green pulling out of that final corner, giving himself a little bit more of a gap, as now Julian Rivera is put under some more pressure. This time, Palacio manages to slide his way past. No muscles out for Palacio, nice and calm to get into P2, and now we'll try and hunt down for Will Green. Drivers actually this weekend not managing to massively pull away out in the front. Within your juniors, the only driver that's really done so far is Daniel Moron, who's gone 2 out of 2 for qualifying heat wins. But Green now looking to be shadowed ever so slightly, as this is a nice little battle going on further behind. This is still the Lazarus, Volley and Durganov fight, as Durganov now gives bit of clean air to the others, as that was just a slight change, I think, between Mathis Brajot and Maxime Noapel.
Indeed, and this is a very similar story of what we saw yesterday in those first few qualifying heats of the weekend. Was you were seeing the field really spread out, it really elongated along the lap, and that is all because, well, the main overtaking opportunities are into those very tight sections. This is one of them as well. But the problem is that directly after that turn, you've got a really long infield straight, and you lose so much speed. Action at the front end, though, is heating up. Babacek's on the charge again. Look at this, loving the fighting we are seeing here from Denny Babacek. That's up into 2nd place now. The young man who took a win yesterday in his 2nd qualifying heat, showcasing that that was not a fluke. From the 6th row of the grid.
Well, it's all about execution from here for Babacek. Yesterday, had a really good day of racing. It was a P4 and a qualifying heat when he was one of the strongest juniors we saw. Now looks to try and add to that. Now looks like he's woken up and picked up that strength once more. The gap between him and Will Green is just under a 10th and a half. He's definitely within distance. Watch him down towards turn number 5. That has been a hot spot for Babacek time and time again this weekend, but for now sits behind the Brits. Is the driver of Czechia now still trying to shadow round for that family team of Teps, and there he goes down the inside again. Turn 6 and 7 being one of those favourable moments for the drivers, and this time again Denny Babacek leads the way, commands a qualifying heat.
It does indeed, and this is a very strong performance for him. A 10-place gain here, trying to break away. However, in these overtakes, he has brought in Palacio, he's brought in Rivera back into play. Over the start-finish line they go. Defensive posture here from Babacek. Green to the outside, Palacio to the inside. Palacio will get past Green. Can Rivera do the same? The answer is yes. Green down to 4th place.
We've seen that 2nd turn for Green actually a couple of times this weekend, lose him a couple of positions. He's tried to keep things wider. We've just seen that. We've seen him now drop down to P4, and visibly we can see him a bit frustrated as well. That almost looked like Palacio was going to have a think about it. We do know something, though, for Denny Babacek, who's on a 10-place gain again this weekend. That was the same story for him in his 2nd qualifying heat of yesterday. He can make that Teps branded Tony Kart as wide as he possibly can. He's one of the juniors within this field who absolutely knows how to defend. We'll watch him potentially look to do that in the last couple of laps of this race. Turn number 1, that sort of kink that these drivers just ever so slightly kiss, he completes. He does back up the drivers behind. He allows Will Green to now get past Julian Rivera once more, and says hello also to Leo Gorski, as there's a retirement out there for one of the victory lanes. That's Maxime Noapel, who will look to go no further. This was a 3-kart battle, now turns to 4, now turns to 5. It's Palacio off the road. down towards turn number 4 and 5, backs up Gorski just into him. Mason Robertson now in there. Julian Rivera has tumbled down slightly, as it did look like Gorski was going to try and give it a go. Now Frasnelli has started to say hello. They have to settle down through turns 8 and 9 as Palacio does now settle down and bolt off slightly, but all of that busyness has done one thing. It's given this one almost to Denny Babicek.
Yeah, indeed. Rivera down the inside of Robertson into the final turn. Through goes Frasnelli as well. He couldn't have done that a few months ago with that barrier being right up against the side line there. But this time able to squeeze through with that extra bit of runoff. There is our one and only retirement from this race. Maxim Noapel in a safe spot as we are on the final lap of this race, and Denny Babicek's lead here looking strong. The great up and under there for Frasnelli. Rivera taking that defensive line really cost him on the exit, and Frasnelli able to push it through, and now again he's done the defensive line. That's brought everyone back into play. Dimitri Antonio there, Durganov, Robertson fell back into the fight here, but this is all for 6th place downwards here at the front end, clear and dry. Nearly a second clear from Will Green is Denny Babicek looking for his 2nd win of the weekend so far. Over the line, it's Babicek from Green. Palacio will take 3rd from Gorski. Frasnelli holds on to 5th ahead of Rivera. Durganov gets up to 7th. Di Antonio lost out massively there. Lazarus was able to squeeze through. Robertson 9th. Oscar Nibali rounds out the top 10. But great race there for Denny Babicek, showcasing great speed and knowledge of the circuit. As the early qualifying heats phase, he's looking to really benefit from a tough qualifying.
Of course, this circuit is new territory for our drivers. We've not seen the champions of the future appear here in Mülsen before, but for Denny Babicek, he's instantly taken this challenge head on, and twice in a row has made up 10 positions to make himself a race winner. The 2nd junior so far this weekend to have gone 2 out of 2. Babicek takes it with 9/10 to his name, ahead of Will Green and Lucas Palacio. Palacio then better race result than what we saw from him earlier on this weekend. It was a P5 and a P6 yesterday. Now betters that, goes P3.
Indeed. Well, there you see as well, Denny Babicek, biggest mover. He was one of 2 drivers that gained 10 places in there. Matvey Durganov gaining 10 also to finish in 7th place. Here's your full results. Top 10 we've gone over. Max Feld rounds out P11 from Mathis Brajot. Then it is Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio from the rest of the field. Rocco Simone from Michel Orlando, Aurelien Lambert, Leon Chilidze, Alessandro Truchot, Oyvind Vetrata and Mark Lumitz. Achille Ray, tough race there, dropped 13 places to P21 from Milan Rossi. Juan Garciase and Jan Gazielek. Tiberius Müller from Dina Islami. Leo Knapp and Julia Angelard. Nick Reed rounding out the 29 finishers. The 1 retirement, Maxim Noapel, and of course the non-starter of Roland Nagy, who I don't think we'll see out at all today. But smile on his face, Denny Babicek takes the win, and I'm sure we'll go to his older sister in the tent and just say, there you go, Teresa, that's how it's done. And I'm sure she won't take too kindly to that one. Here's some of the highlights from that, and well, great start from the field here. Palacio just caught out a little on the outside line. Rivera with a good start, but it was a good start for the other drivers as well on that inside line. Frasnelli and Green got a great getaway, but it was Green that was able to sneak up into 2nd place at the early part and then into the race lead. Yeah,
Green did lead things, and it was at turn number 6 that he got himself into the race leaders. Whilst doing that, almost in sync, we saw the change between Julian Frasnelli and Lucas Palacio. Frasnelli then did stay inside of the top 4 for time being, but this was the stage where everybody else seemingly just started to get invited into the fight. Again, we saw Julian Rivera and Green switch positions a couple of times, but Green then led things as Mason Robertson decided he was going to start to ignite the fight, and that is when Denny Babicek absolutely started to knock on the door of the drivers ahead. Babicek, it was 10 places gains overall for him throughout the race, came from that 6th row, and one after one just plucked off positions, as did Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, but of course he is under investigation again so far this weekend. Green led things through that 5th lap. This is again where Denny Babicek started to get closer and closer. Turn number 2 is one of those hot spots for the drivers, one of the major overtaking opportunities for these drivers, and that's where you saw Palacio get into P2, as at the same time you saw Lolo there just get slightly pushed down into the hands of the drivers behind. 3-car battle then for P3. Babacek passed Julian Rivera through turn number 9 to get himself inside of the top 3. As this was further behind, this was Matvey Durganov then going to work with Oskari Volley. Volley had a good race but didn't manage to make up good positions. It was a 6th place loss all for him. 6-car battle further behind, but it was a 3-cart train at the front that saw Babacek take Palacio through turn number 6. Palacio allowed the position to obviously go. That is one of the positions where if the drivers fight too much, they can find themselves in a bit of hot water. Again, for Babacek, that's one of the favourite moves. That is how he got into the race lead, and this is when he started to make that Tony car as wide as he possibly could to lead the rest of the race. Green lost not 1 but 2 positions. It was to Palacio and Julian Rivera that he missed out. Did manage to get back past through turn number 5. Forced Palacio wide. Palacio took a bit of the grass but did manage to get back up onto things and then backed up the likes of Leo Gorski. Robertson momentarily was involved but was then overtaken by the double Julian battle of Rivera and Frasnelli, as Frasnelli in the end did manage to take the other Julian and finish off in P5 just ahead of him. But there was the star of the show. Again, Babacek matches his race result from yesterday, picks off 10 positions and makes himself a double race winner.
Indeed, strong start to the day then for the fields, and as you can see, the wind still picking up a little bit over the course of the racing. Seniors will be the next grid to head out onto the track. Looking forward to seeing this one, groups B and F again in the seniors. A very busy day, big names in it also, where we saw previous race winners, of course, from Group A when they raced with B. But again, hard to say what could happen in this one, because all these drivers are looking to try and achieve one thing and one thing only, and that is a strong result at the end of this one, where in previous races, Kalesia take the win in Groups E and F yesterday, and Baglin taking the wins in Groups A and B yesterday for Evan Purcell and Henry Domain on this front row of this one. They've got a bit of this. There's the rain dar. To the right of us, don't talk to us. To the left of us, we accept it. There's a massive rain cloud off to the right-hand side of the circuit. It's completely avoiding us. It's not going to hit us. It's miles away, actually. And it's going in the right direction away from us at this moment. However, I don't know, if you zoomed out a bit on that rain dar and then maybe looked a little bit more to the left, it may be a different story. There is Evan Purcell. Great qualifying for Evan Purcell, 2nd fastest overall. Here's what he had to say about it.
Evan, new track, new team, great results, pole position in group. Not quite fast enough compared to the first one, but must have been a good feeling out there, right?
Yeah, kart felt on rails. It was a very good quali. Let's just see what we can do in the races.
And of course, Evan, track itself, maybe a little bit different from those like Le Conca and Valencia, especially the surface. Tyre-wise, feeling in that, can you tell us a bit more?
Yeah, the track doesn't really wear the tyre that much, so you can push to the limits every race. So we just need to be calm and finish good results and see what we can do.
And of course, on an unknown circuit like this, maybe we don't know what to expect just yet when it comes to the racing. For you, overtakes and the racing aspect of things, what do you predict it's going to be like?
Yeah, it's going to be very hard. There's only 2 or 3 passing corners, so it's just going to be very hard.
Well, Evan, like we said, great job out there, pole in group.
Thank you.
Like we were saying, pole in group there for Evan Purcell, but a tough day yesterday. It was a very much, quite literally, up and down day. One race, 25th, the next race, 2nd place. So very interesting tactic. And Domain, though, a completely different story. Very consistent day. 2 P2s yesterday. So curious to see what he can do. Only one race winner in this grid, and that is in the form of James Adagnostianos, who starts it on the 2nd row of the grid.
Yeah, James, of course, good results for him yesterday. It was a P2 and a P1, and he'll be starting alongside Jindrich Peschel, who also had a good day of racing. Peschel was, of course, part of that Group F, so he's been in the races with Domain, with Zarif Raquel as well, who's been a driver of consistency so far. Raquel, we've seen some of the best results that he's had so far this year for himself there in that Paralympic. It was 2 P4s that he rounded out the day with. Now more opportunities for these drivers, more opportunities for the likes of James Anagnostiadis to make himself a double race winner.
I'll eat my words. Peschel did take a race win yesterday. Sorry, I saw you look at me with a funny look on your face. That's usually because I've said something controversial or wrong. And it was wrong on that instance. Right, engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the track. Let's quickly take you through that full starting lineup. Evan Purcell and Henry Domain then on that front row of the grid. Row 2 sees 2 race winners, James Anagnostiadis and Yindra Peschel. I'll eat my words now on that one. Davide Batara and Zarif Raquel, they go from row number 3. Some work for them to do, but they can do it from that 3rd row. Vladimir Vanikov and Archie Owen go from row number 4. They will see Marco Garza and Ludovica Mazzola on row number 5. Zach Drummond and Max Weiland go from row number 6 with Vitesse van der Kerkhoff and Nathan Capin on row 7.
Row number 8 sees Klara Kowalczyk, who could best a P17 yesterday. She'll be starting alongside Manuel Miguez. From row number 9, we have Poland and Great Britain in the form of Zavre Didkovsky and Sebastian Mins. And from row number 10, Angelina Simmons did have a good promotion yesterday. A P12 was one of her good results, with a P11 as well. She'll be starting alongside Devin Waltz. 11th row sees Matteo Gallo with Zemo Yang, who had a disqualification yesterday and will be hunting for some points. Your 12th row, Isaac Sayer, who has actually already deployed some new tyres going into this race. Tyres are on board for Sayer and Sayer only. He's starting alongside Eduardo Salamond. Your 13th and penultimate row of your field sees Gustavo de Silva alongside Sebastian Verger. And rounding out your 14 row field, 27 seniors, Nefeli Cosmopoulos hunting down for a good race result. A DNF for Nefeli yesterday means she needs some points going into today. Of course, today does include 18 qualifying heats. We've already had 1 junior heat, groups B versus F, the same again for our seniors. And of course, we've got Evan Purcell, one of your top 3 drivers from yesterday, being the commander of things for these formation laps.
Yes, indeed. But who will take the points lead at the end of this one? At the moment, Anagnostiadis and Baglin are joint on points, both of them with 94. So this should be fairly interesting for the drivers. Of course, Anagnostiadis out-qualifying Baglin means he takes the lead of those points. So still very interesting in that. The pole sitter from it, though, Christian, down in 6th in the points as well. So a bit of work to be done from there as had those up and down results. Synchronization again, 3, 2, 1. I thank you. That is, I'd give that an 8.
If you were a Strictly judge, which judge would you be?
Simon Cowell.
That's X Factor.
Close enough. I don't watch reality TV, Nicole. Right, anyway, here we go into the final turn and into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer, yes. It's lights out, fights on. Look at that direction change there in the midfield. I think that was Nathan Capin just saying yes to the inside line and squeezes through. Rest of the field all gets around it, but it's been a pretty lofty start here for Evan Purcell. Anagnostiadis on the defensive immediately from Davide Bataro, who has squeezed up to 3rd place.
Bataro then just got it sideways on the brakes as we, of course, had James Anagnostiadis really slam that door closed. Big battles in the background. Drivers like Zadre Dudkovsky, Sebastian Mins, Angelina Simmons and Devin Waltz all looking to get through on the drivers in front. Drivers in the front then. Big change for the race. Lead James Anagnostiadis down the inside. Maybe Davide Bataro is going to have a go of things through turns 13 and 14 as well, and he does. And that also allows Henry Domain to get past. So in the case of just 2 corners, we've seen the Forza of Purcell lose out on 3 positions. Maybe now looks to lose out on a 4th, because here comes the fusion. Here comes Zach Drummond.
Indeed. This is all going to kick off here now. As a race winner from yesterday, Anagnostiadis trying to hold firm at the front of this one. I did say to him at the start of this weekend, I just remember, you don't change gears on this one, as he had his first outing in Henk a few weeks ago in the KZs, and brilliant stuff from him there. This stuff here looks great. Loving this fight that we are seeing in and up and down the field. Kowalczyk's on that 9th-place gain here. Defensive from Purcell. Drummond squeezes through, and through goes Kowalczyk as well. Very nicely done.
Yeah, Drummond giving Purcell a bit of a boot there, and Purcell now having to really try and hold on to things from the names behind. Kowalczyk, this is the first time we've seen her inside of the top 5 this weekend, has had to push her way through 10 places so far. She has managed to pull out of the hat. Can she maybe look to make it 11? Drummond right in front of Kowalczyk now. James Anagnosiadis, race leader, fastest driver out there, but for how much longer? Because, of course, race leaders have been struggling slightly to really bolt off from the rest of the field. Long straights for our drivers, 4 long straights in total around this 1.3-kilometre circuit. Out in the front, though, we've still got this closing, and this time Drummond's actually given a boot by Purcell. So those two playing a bit of an aggressive game with each other now, down towards that first major braking zone, turns 1 and 2. Evan Purcell is now going to have a go. It's going to force Drummond wide. He's going to let Peschel through, and he's also going to allow Klara Kowalczyk to make that gain increase once more. She did lose a couple of positions now, as Peschel now looks to go slightly wider through turns 4 and 5. Now will he try and set something up through 6 and 7? Purcell trying to defend here for his life.
Indeed, this is great to see. Love these fights, and look at the direction changes that you see through that bus stop chicane there. It's so technical for the drivers, and if you go in side by side, you lose so much speed and momentum there, and before you realise it, the drivers that you're fighting with in that lead group have disappeared, and that unfortunately has somewhat happened here for the field. You can see how those gaps have accumulated as right here at the front end of it, and they are broken away by 2 whole seconds now, have Anagnosiadis, Spataro and Domain. Purcell, though, fighting for his life in 4th place. Peschel trying to squeeze it down the inside. It's not going to happen, and now he's side to his light with Kowalczyk all over the bumper, and the same for Drummond in the background. They are all fighting for the same piece of tarmac, but Drummond finds the first move.
Well, we've got Evan Purcell then giving his best efforts to back up the drivers behind, to back up Peschel, and then to leave him in the dust. And that did just work, because now Peschel is, like you said there, Anthony, dealing with Drummond. This could become quite an entertaining little fight. And the front, we've got Henry Domain and Davide Pitaro. Just slightly varied lines, but Domain's going to have it. Domain changes into P2 one more time this weekend for Domain. I think he's got a bit of a thing for that second spot in the field so far. So we've now got Anagnosiadis from Domain, from Pitaro. Those 3 drivers are actually quite unbothered by the next driver, which is Evan Purcell, who's still got that gap between him and Peschel, as now Waltz is out there. Waltz goes fastest, but he's nowhere near this fight. He's all the way down in P18.
Investigation flags coming out in this race, but it's not for anyone up at the sharp end of the field. Sebastian Mins is the recipient of it.
Crash at 6 and 7. Can't quite work out just yet who that is. Is that maybe Isaac Sayer? Looks to possibly be the green liveried Jamie Green Racing.
And Eduardo Salamondes joined him as well. Debris over the circuit, also double waved yellows. The field's got to be ready to slow it down. Yeah, so a bit of drama out there this morning then. We didn't have too much commotion go on in our junior race, as now Seb Mins is under investigation. Mins, not the qualifying result he would have wanted, and now these drivers will fly past the parked Kart Republic, Jamie Green liveried kart of Isaac Sayer, as that is Eduardo Salomon, who makes it to 2 consecutive DNFs in these qualifying heats. Drivers, though, still on the course to make a good go of things. Halfway race distance is complete for these drivers. Turn 6 and 7 now green again, so those karts now not in the way of our field. It is now reduced to only 25 runners. Major braking zone, first major braking zone in this circuit is that second corner. Quite different angled parts of the track where, of course, it cuts back on you quite tightly, but drivers turning in to really get that kart rotated. Technical circuit for our drivers. Lots of concentration needed for your field, lots of concentration going into the play of Pitaro, who's actually not been shaken off the tail of Henry Domain. No, he certainly hasn't been, and again he was looking for a little something down the inside. Devon Waltz with the fastest lap of the race is currently circulating in 16th place and wanting to close in on this fight up ahead. But again, easier said than done with the speeds being so atrociously fast. Out of that final turn then, the long run down that start-finish straight. There is turn 1 into the braking zone of turn 2. And all of these drivers here just trying to push to the very end of this race. So difficult to decide when to want to get the overtakes done on this track, Nicole. It is so fast for them to deal with that the risk of losing too much time is so high.
Yeah, of course, this circuit is really narrow for these drivers. So you're seeing a bit of a theme, definitely at turns. We'll just cut that short and just watch this race replay. There we are actually talking about how narrow the circuit is, and then it does force drivers to just sort of cut over corners. That's what you saw at turns 4 and 5 for drivers like Seb Mims. But a narrow circuit for these drivers means that they really do catch each other out on these overtakes. You go slightly too wide, you cut over the grass, especially at turns 5, 6 and 7. We're seeing drivers forced off the road as well, especially at turn number 13. That is one of those places where many drivers this weekend have actually been given penalties for bad manoeuvres. But I think it's probably just a bit of a case of that's the nature of this track. Would you agree?
Yes, no, I would agree actually, because you have to look at the corners where usually on, well, some kart tracks we go to, there's a bit of a argy-bargy going on here into the bus stop chicane. That's nicely done. This is down the order a little bit. This is Waltz, Mazzella and Dukowski fighting away. They've all squeezed their way through. Back up to the front battle here. Domain Mataro and Evan Purcell starting to close in. Yes, indeed, I would agree that this track really does change dynamically because it's 11 metres wide here. It's so open, so fast. Gets in some of those parts, it can go down to 8-7 metres in some places, and then it opens back up again. And yeah, it makes it very challenging for the drivers, especially this section here. Very tight on that exit. Like you say, when you go too wide in there, someone is bound to go over the grass.
Well, I think maybe some nerves is now going to go. Oh, big drama out there. That, of course, was the battle between Waltz Dukowski just a moment ago. Now we have got Zavray Dukowski just running away from the circuit. Just there, karts absolutely parked on that racing line on the exit of the corner. Rumble strip, of course, taken by these drivers to really be on the limits, as Dukowski cannot go any further despite that good battle between himself and Waltz a moment ago. But the last lap board is out. But the race is absolutely not over. Evan Purcell has had some patience over the course of the past couple of laps, and maybe a bit of a smile on his face and a bit of a thank you to Evan Purcell, who has backed up now Davide Pitaro into him. It's the MP from the Calicart from, of course, the Forza driver, as now Domain is forced to go on the right line to try and fend off Pitaro. Pitaro is still going to have a go. He's still going to try and have a look, as is Evan Purcell. But one more sector left to run for these drivers. Are we going to see a change? I don't think we're going to see a change for that P2, and we're definitely not going to have a change for that race win. As James Anagnostiadis, off the road, Evan Purcell absolutely forced wide. Peschel was the one to get his muscles out there. But James Anagnostiadis commands that race from the moment he took the lead of things, sets the standard for the rest of the seniors for the rest of the day, and makes it now 2 consecutive heat wins.
Yeah, indeed. And James Anagnostiadis, I'm sure, will be delighted with that. A great turn of events for him, and exactly what he needs to try and close the championship battle between himself and Dean Hugendorn in the senior class. Gustavo da Silva, though, biggest mover in the race, a gain of 13 places. It's been the ultimate number for the drivers here this weekend. We've had drivers who have always gained 13 places to the back of the field. We've seen drivers lose 13 places. It seems to be the common number for them here at this track.
Yeah, absolutely. We see drivers actually make up quite a lot. I think Martina Rumlanova made up about 20 at one point of yesterday's racing, but then quite quickly found herself losing out. So your top 3, Anagnostiadis from Domain, from Davide Pitaro. Good races for those 3 drivers, and consistency on the cards for them so far this weekend. Peschel finishes things where he started, from P4, with Kowalczyk making up 10 places to be the last driver inside of the top 5 for victory lane. We then had Archie Owen on his best results so far this weekend with a P6, ahead of Drummond. 4 places gained to finish in P7, with Vladimir Ivanikov, Evan Purcell and Mateusz van der Kerkhoff rounding out your top 10. We then have Gast with Gustavo da Silva, Zarif Raquel and Ludovico Mazzola, with Devon Waltz being the last drivers inside of your top 15. Seb Mins, Angelina Simmons, Nathan Kappen, Sebastian Verger and Matteo Galli took you to your top 20, with Nefeli Cosmopoulos, Max Wayland, Zemo Yang and Manuel Miguez being the last drivers to finish the race, because we saw DNFs from Zadre Dudkovsky and Isaac Sayer, and no start, not a good race, of course, for Eduardo Salamond, who makes it another DNF.
Indeed. Here are your highlights, and, well, great start for the inside row there, Purcell and Ignatianos Bataro are able to get that run in towards turn 1. You could see how Domain slotted down to 4th place. The squirrely moment there for Bataro right at the very beginning. It would stay up in that fighting area, but certainly would be a troublesome start for him and others as well at the very beginning. A lot of drivers going backwards at the start of that one. A lot of drivers going forward, including this man here, James Anagnosiadis. That change for the lead on lap number 1. Was able to hold on to that and break away from the rest of the field. Drummond getting the moves done. Purcell dropping backwards. Kowalczyk fighting through as well. That was a great race there for Klara Kowalczyk. 10 places gained from 15th to finish in P5. Purcell would fight it back though, going wheel to wheel with fellow countryman Drummond. He would squeeze it down the inside. Peschel would fight his way through, and the same for Kowalczyk as well. So as soon as you gain 1, you can lose many. This was Domain again, the change for 2nd place. Common trendsetter for the pilot of the 228 machine. 2s in his number and 2s in those results as well. 2nd overall in all of the races that he has seen so far. Retirements that had happened, Isaac Sayer and Sandra Dudkovsky unfortunately colliding together out there at turns 6, 7 and 8, and certainly causing dramatic moments. There was the unfortunate moment as well for Dudkovsky. Just coming together. He's very lucky here to get out of the way. There was this moment here where he tried to go back to his kart, and then another kart coming through. Peschel off the road. Oh, not Peschel, sorry. Peschel squeezing Purcell off the road, and I'm sure Evan Purcell would not be too happy with that one right at the very end of the race, with Anagnosiadis claiming another win over the line. He would take the lead of the intermediate classifications with 144 points. Well, back to the juniors for the next run of racing. Groups C and E will be the next to head out onto the track, which is the 3rd fastest driver from the junior category, going from the pole position spot on this one. The entrant from Luxembourg, Alexandre Point, has done a superb job in time qualifying, and I'm sure is ready to see what he can achieve in this racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Alexandre Point, of course, this is the biggest result we've seen from him so far within a qualifying session at this level, and we'll hear what he had to say about that yesterday after he did it.
Alex, firstly, great job out there. Pole position in group. It's not quite enough to be faster than your first group, but it was a great session. The feeling after the practices this morning and yesterday, did you think a pole would be achievable this weekend?
To be honest, I think the practices were really good, always in the top 10, top 5. However, that pole position was really not as expected as it is, but I think it's not enough to be a general pole, but I'm really happy what I've did, even without a slipstream.
And tell us then, you just hinted to it, no slipstream out there for you. Can you tell us a bit more about track position, when you timed to go off of the grid? Can you tell us how that session actually played out for you?
I just did fully confident on the team, when to go out. The track position was a bit tricky in the beginning because I was in the group. Then I just lifted, took a look at the clock, so there was a lot of time left, and just lifted as much as I could to get a good lap, and it did work out.
Well, it paid off for you brilliantly. Like we said, Alex, pole and group.
Thank you very much.
And again for Alex Point there for his results, 12th and 4th yesterday in those racing. So hoping to push forward in this one. as well. He's got to deal with the likes of Miguel Manzano as well on that front row of the grid. P2 yesterday in his first heat, so very strong result, but again, challenging one in that second. The second row of the grid, though, is interesting to me. 2 race winners, Stepan Mazepin and Zach Zhu, on that second row of the grid. They've been able to push forward in this one. Could they do a similar thing today?
Yeah, of course, that second row, I would say, is where the strength lies within this field. Both of those drivers looking for 2 qualifying heat wins, Zhu and Mazepin. Mazepin, really good day yesterday, and I actually spoke to him after the qualifying. He said this circuit is like many of those that he grew up racing on, like some of those at home in the style. So that's maybe why you're seeing him be as quick as he is. You know, he feels really comfortable on this type of circuit that is very technical for these drivers. Groups C versus E then. Of course, Groups E had the longest wait yesterday. They were your first and last qualifying heats, but now they're your second of your juniors to go out today for this rotation of heats. Point and Miguel Manzano then leading things, everybody fired into life and exiting that grid.
Indeed. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then. As mentioned, Evan Purcell, well, not Evan Purcell, sorry, the graphic wrong there. Alexandre Point and Miguel Manzano on the front row of the grid. Stepan Mazepin and Zach Zhu will go from row number 2. Gianni Di Brunello pushing firm yesterday. We'll start alongside Nicolo Perico, who again had some relatively decent results. Row 4, we'll see Priyan Bruno and Antoine Venant. There we'll see Benjamin Westwood and Tia Palfrain on row number 5, Olivier Licini and Augustine Felignoli on row 6. Harry Williams and Elton Hedfords round out the first half of the field with Martin Bertolucci and Vsevolod Sachi-Savlovsky on row number 8.
Row number 9 sees Marat Zvaric, who got up to P7 yesterday with a 10-place gain. He's starting alongside Oliver Spencer, who's had a DNF and a P11 so far. Your row number 10 sees France and Mexico in the form of Stan Ryczajski and Santiago Diaz de la Vega. And then from 11, Alex Malotta will look at Matteo Mason. 12th row sees Christian Ross with Yubo Wen, and from 13, Kim In Jae will look at Jonas Pundis. Your 14th row is Austin Newstead, who had a disqualification yesterday for a bad manoeuvre. He'll be alongside Daniel Ferraria. Your 15th row, Edin Kasarovic with Felipe Sanchez, who didn't set a lap in time qualifying. We should have 16 rows, but we are missing Tommaso D'Ambrosio, as we did yesterday, of course. So, interesting setup for our drivers. Mazepin and Zhu could make themselves double qualifying heat winners to match what Daniel Moron and Denny Babacek have achieved so far this weekend. And of course, Mazepin, the only Tony Kart hopeful within this qualifying heat. He's got no teammates with him, like Ivor Venturata or Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who can be seen there on your screens on top of the truck.
Indeed, the lone Tony Kart driver on that front of the grid. I'll have to wait and see what he can do. Everyone vying for a best viewing opportunity, including the many entrants from the Victory Lane karting team. Zach Zhu, I can imagine the team will be watching with hopeful eyes after that race win yesterday. I'm sure very much looking forward to it. The front of the grid then heading towards the red line. From that point, no overtaking permitted. Rest of the field going through. Are we going to see synchronization again? No, they're going to not show it to me this time. There we go. Oh, no, there they are. There we go. It was out of sync as well. I'll only give it 4. Right, anyway, here we go. Oh, no, it's going to be a long day if they do that on every race. Right then, into the tram lines. We're not racing. It's a false start. They're going to go round again. Back of the field was not set up there at all.
You said you were Simon Cowell earlier, but Simon Cowell doesn't score things. He just says yes or no.
No.
It's just a no.
There you go. No,
oh,
no
fine.
to that one then.
Fine.
That's what I'll say. There we go. Oh, look at those two. They're besties there on the gantry. Dan and Martin, they get on so very well.
Bromance.
Bromance. It's great to see them getting along finally together. Right then, again, look at some of the hard-working marshals. Great team here, I think, at Arena E. I know these guys actually joined us in Valencia in last year's when they were wanted to know, how do they run the event? How do they get it squared away? Because it was a relatively new circuit, of course, only built back in 2019. So, and they've not hosted many of these international races. For them, it's the first time that the Champions of the Future have come to this circuit with the direct drive classes. So, again, they wanted to really get stuck in and get involved. So, great work from the teams here. Right, what is it, a yes or a no that I've got to say on this one?
Go on, watch.
Well, I've got to wait until they come through because it's going to be quite a wait until we get the answer on that one. I've got a feeling it's going to, feeling it's going to be a yes on this one. I hope that it is going to be yes or no. Yes, on that one. There we go. It's through. I'm delighted. Right, here we go. If the people at the circuit probably have no idea what I'm talking about. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes is the answer. Great start there for the front row. Manzano sweeping across the nose of Alexandre Point. Does he hold on to that lead? The answer is no. Now through goes Point, takes it one back. Everyone fighting their way through. They are 3 wide in the background. It's never going to work out, and it doesn't work out for one of them, or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. And you can see how quickly the speed slow down. Not what you want to see at all. All drivers all over the place.
It already looks like it's falling apart slightly within this race for Zach Zhu. I can see that he's fallen down straight away, was forced wide at that race start, over into the dust, and now has fallen away from these names
Perico,
who pick off some positions. Perico now makes himself the commander of this race. Perico then was very quick yesterday. Results so far for him have been strong. It's been a P7 and a P4. Now looks to try and take a qualifying heat win. 5 positions gained for him. 7 positions gained for Benjamin Westwood. This is the highest that we've seen Westwood so far this weekend as well. And those 2 drivers at the front were definitely helped by the commotion that we saw from Zach Zhu and Stepan Mazepin that caused Zhu to drop all the way down to P19. As there's Stepan Mazepin, but he looks to be taken away some positions once more. 2 drivers getting past. That looks to me to be Joely Girardello and Miguel Manzano.
And Priam Bruno and Theo Palfrain, they all slid through there. That was quite the up and down moment there for them. And yeah, Mazepin goes down to 9th place. After that comings together. Perico's broken away here by 0.4 of a second. 3 wide, surely not into that final turn. Mazepin round the outside just holds off any more attempts there from the field behind, and Antoine Venon and Harry Williams hold on to their positions as well. At the front though, it is Point and Westwood now who are going to try and work together to close in on Perico. They do not want the young man for KR Motorsport to break away. They want to close in on him and try and take that one back as Santiago Diaz de la Vega sets the fastest lap of the race, but he's currently on an 8th place gain and in 12th place right now. Rest of the field trying to push forward. Loving the stuff though from the likes of Alex Malota. 13 places gained and is pushing through the field. 6
different teams inside of your top 6 then. It's KR from Fusion, from Forza, from Ricky Flynn, Parolin, and then Victory Lane. We've got Nicolo Perico, Alexandra Point, Benjamin Westwood, Manzano Girardello and Priam Bruno all inside of this fight for your top spot. Perico into that first corner, decides against hugging that white line. It's too early for him to try and do it, but he looks over his shoulder and he can see the big train forming just behind him. Alexandra Point, we have not seen him take a qualifying heat win. Best result for him so far has been a P4. Maybe some nerves in the stomach of Alex. Of course, this is the best we've seen from him so far. This is the best we've seen from him so far within career. He's not been this high up yet. Oh, a big send down the inside. That's a nice little move for the Ricky Flynn, but it's unravelled. Maybe it was a little bit too ambitious because Girardello, Priam Bruno and Alex Malota managed to edge closer and get past us. Maybe there's some frustration there for Manzano, who gets his way through Westwood again as Malota picks off a position.
Yeah, indeed. So they're looking strong for the Hartman Racing team, pushing through. Loving that so fast. These are the juniors. They're going over 70 miles an hour over that start-finish line in something where they're an inch off the floor, if that. Compare that to driving 70 miles an hour in your Mercedes on the motorway. Other cars are available. This one down the infield straight, though. Perico pushing forward. 1/10 of a second is the gap, though. Alexandre Point is on his rear bumper and will not allow him to break away.
Can you tell there's some anger for a certain Zach Zhu? Down in P16 is the fastest driver out there, but is also a driver being looked at. He's under investigation, has now taken position away from Headfirst out there. But Zach Zhu has definitely got some work to put in. Duos starting to form here now, Anthony. Your top duo is Perico and Points. We've then got Priam Bruno and Joely Girardello there on your screen, looking directly at the fusion ahead of them. Priam Bruno, results so far for him have been strong, but he's had to fight for things. It's been a P8 and a P2 for a driver who's, let's not forget, is in contention for a championship.
Yeah, it certainly is. All of these drivers here wanting to fight forward. There is the battles a little further back in the field right now. This is a lot further back in the field, actually. This is down in 24th place. That was Stan Rajaski, Austin Newstead, and Mateo Mason. And here's Bruno down the inside of Point. Gets through. Here's now Girardello, Manzano, Malota, and Point is just squeezed to the back of that. Look at this, absolutely nail-bitingly fast speeds into turns 1 and 2. But Perico's lead now up to 0.8 of a second.
Just shows that final sector does invite things to change in the blink of an eye. You can just see how many positions Points lost. Now, however, does pick up another as for the grass. The Ricky Flynn goes. That's Manzano who it there unravels for. Benjamin Westwood there gets past, but it was Alex Malota. It's now Point's turn to go over the grass. Point, it's just unfolded for him. It was so strong, but now is in that mid-pack, is nowhere near the front of the field. Girardello and Alex Malota, who was probably a bit of a catalyst in some of that chaos that unfolded, and I'm sure he'll be happy with that because he's just added to his 17th place charge.
Indeed, it just shows how quickly it can all unravel in this racing here, but shows how it'll go forward. You can see the frustration there on his face. Speaking of frustration, here is Stefan Maspin, who's down there in 14th place. Look at the train that he's in right now. The driver who had won a race yesterday, who started on the second row of that grid, trying to break his way forward, but he's got drivers behind also doing the same. Elton Hedford's on the charge, also in a similar story. Felignoli and Zaxu still there. Also, Manzano under investigation for cutting the track.
Yeah, a lot of drivers having to be forced off of the road, having to try and take that short way to avoid the other drivers. It's turn number 5 and 6 and 7 that you see a lot of that unfold. This is the fight between Alex Malota, Joely Girardello and Priam Bruno. This is all for P2, as under investigation we've got more drivers out there. This time it's the number 25 of Miguel Manzano that's being given that notification. So we have seen it, but he wouldn't have just yet. The fight for P2 is on. Priam Bruno, Joely Girardello and Alex Malota. Alex Malota now goes purple. 17 places gained, but he's using that tyre, he's using the circuit, he's using the boost from having to drive through the field, drive from the back of the grid to really hunt something down here. Two drivers ahead then, not friends out there on the track. Priam Bruno sat there in that victory lane. We've then got Joely Girardello out there in that factory parallel. These three drivers, this trio, thinking about each other is off the road. Priam Bruno gets a little bit of a nudge, now loses 2 positions, drops down to P4, as we've now got Joely Girardello back inside of the top 3 for one of the consecutive times this weekend. Last lap board is out. Last lap board out is to Nicolo Perico, who has not been challenged, but the fight is on, the challenge continues, and maybe the challenge could be going well for Priam Bruno, who goes back down the inside, side by side between him and Alex Malota, as Alex Malota's turn to now drop off of the circuit. Priam Bruno has to settle back down, give him the room. That was a close one.
It certainly was a close one, and Malota holds on to the position with that one. So very interesting fight that we are seeing. It's a very interesting circuit that these drivers have got to deal with as well. Into that final turn, Perico is going to be clear. 1.4 seconds up the road. The Mercedes Junior driver takes victory here in Mülsen. Girardello takes second. Malota will take third from Bruno. Manzano there as well. There, out of the race, I think, is Benjamin Westwood, who runs from the machine in what looks to be a bit of discomfort into that final turn. Not sure what's happened there, but Westwood, the only driver that lost out there. Not sure if he was helped by another. But there, Perico takes the win. It's a win from P6 across the line. But the biggest mover, Alex Malota, 18 places gained. There was another kart there, I think. Is that the 89 machine that is walking away?
Is that Anton Venant, potentially?
I think possibly, yeah. He's, well, if it is the 89, it would be Augustine Felignoli. Crossed the line of 15th place, and I think that was roughly where Benjamin Westwood was as well. But he's crossed the line, which is why he's taken the checkered. So I'll try and figure that one out in a moment. There is your results then. Giardello taking second from Malota, Bruno from Manzano, Williams from Diaz de la Vega, Rus from Palfrane, Bertoluccini, the top 10. Zaxu finishes in 11th place on Antoine Venant, Malizares from Wenyabu, Augustine Felignoli from Alexandre Point, Spencer from Mazepin. Drivers dropping down here, not what they want to see at all. From Sini, Ratajski from Soslovsky, Hedfors from Mason, Sanchez Newstead from Min-Jae Kim, Kaserovic, Pundis, Ferreira rounding out the 29 finishers, and Westwood retiring at the very end of that race. Do hope he's okay, but completely unsure of what had happened there at that final turn. There, though, is Nicolo Perico. Job done at the end of that junior race, and I can imagine he'll be happy with that one, but quite the tough old fight for him, I would say.
Yeah, not handed to Perico there. That's your first KR win so far this weekend within your juniors. Perico, the one to pull that out of the hat. This is how it unfolded. I think it was the start that really allowed Perico to get involved. We saw Zaxu instantly get tumbled down, so watch how it goes wrong at this first corner. So drivers just going side by side. You can't really catch what really unfolds, but you do see Zhu go off the road. You do see one of the other KRs tumble down as well. That was the number 56 of Oliveri Sini, who then in the end dropped down to P19. Turn number 5, you're going to see time and time again for these drivers. It go wrong. They just force each other wide, and then they are forced to cut the track. It was at turn number 13 that Perico did manage to get past Alexandra Point. Point dropped down to P3. Stepan Mazepin was in the fight in that initial stage of the race, as this is when Alexandra Point actually got a bit feisty with the Forza there of Benjamin Westwood, got his elbows out, got back into P2, and this is where we actually saw things go quite wrong for Stepan Mazepin. Mazepin took a qualifying heat win earlier on, but now has to settle for a P18. Again, you're seeing side-by-side paint trading moments for these drivers. Everybody really just trying to jostle and fight for position, as was one of the Ricky Flynns out there. Miguel Manzano being one of those names, of course, is one of them to be put under investigation for maybe being a bit too aggressive. Malota, though, was absolutely the star of the show. 18 places gained for him to finish inside of the top 3, as Prien Bruno did manage to pick off positions and get himself into the top 3. It was between him and Alexandra Point that then forced Point's race to unravel, especially turns 6 and 7, where he got that rear of the kart all sideways on the exit.
Indeed, the run over the line here, and you can see the frustration in the field here, and everyone just saying, come on, we need to push forward and not fight like this. And unfortunately for Alexandre Point, this was just the case that he's been dealt with over the course of that one. Alex Malota, great run near the end of that race, able to squeeze way forward. This side-by-side moment just sees him off the road. He kept his foot pinned in it, brings a lot of dust and debris onto the circuit, into the face of the rest of them, as at the front, Perico would be clear by some way. There was Westwood at the end of that one. Wow, looking like he was all by himself there. One car going very slowly in the background. It looked like a VDK, so possibly there was the likes of Antoine Venant that may have been involved in that incident, but completely unsure as to how that transpired. Well, juniors done and dusted in C and E. We'll be over to the seniors now for the same groups. Michael McGoy and Gabriel Canal on that front row of the grid, ready for their 12-lap race. And again, this one should be quite an interesting one. Third fastest in timed qualifying for the Koski Motorsport driver from the USA, Michael McGoy, delivering a superb run at the beginning of the weekend, and has tried to keep that consistency going. Here's what he had to say, though, after time qualifying.
Michael McGoy, pole in group, great lap out there, and of course your first pole position at this level. How does it feel to be able to say that?
I mean, it feels good. We've been fast all week, like top 5 for the last 2 sessions yesterday and this morning. It feels great. I finally get pole, and I'm very excited. On the last lap, I thought it was a bad lap. I messed up, I thought, into the chicane. But I guess it ended up being fine.
And of course, for Koski, this is their first pole position of the year. The feeling in the team to get you to the points that you're at this morning, what's that been like?
The kart feels amazing this entire week, like just perfect all the way through. Our whole team's been doing good. Top 5, me and Marco Garst. Unfortunately, got not too good qualifying. Yeah.
Well, Michael, like we said, pole and group, great job out there.
Thank you.
Well, good to hear from Michael McGowan on that one. And like you say, consistent day yesterday, not dropped outside of that top 5, a second and a 5th yesterday. Compare that to Gabriel Canal, who starts alongside him, also a 3rd and a 5th yesterday in those results. Is a race winner in this one in the form of Kalijah of Australia, 5th row of the grid. Can he do a similar story in this one? We have to wait and see. As engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit. It's a tight old little pre-grid there for the field, but they are set, ready to go. This is your, well, what race are we on today? Now, 4th race of the day. This is race 16 in total for the drivers. And here's that starting lineup. Michael Maguire, Gabriel Canal on that front row of the grid. Dan Alleman and Luke Tal will go from row number 2 with Valeria Villapiana. And Teresa Babichkova has just seen younger brother take a race win earlier on. Can she do a similar thing here? Row 4, Bosco Arias and Rafael Bassato go from row number 4. They will see Jakob Kamenek and William Kalijah. Kalijah, of course, with that race win. See what we can do from the 5th row of the grid. Kinmark and Garcia on row 6. They'll see Aston Sharp and Filippo Sala in the middle half of the grid.
Looking to charge their way through row number 8, Jill Herman made up 11 positions to get into P4 yesterday. Can he do the same again, this time alongside Endo Arata? From your 9th row, we have Peter Gorecki alongside Louis Nunez. Louis Nunez then nothing too major to report for yesterday's racing. Row number 10, we then have Mariano Lopez alongside Tobias Jenny. And from 11, Amin Kara Osman will see Nikita Botts. 12th row of your field, we've got Drew Waltz with Victor Gustafsson. No gears anymore for Gustafsson. Heads from Genk over here to Molson to start on P24. Your 13th row, Michael Gorecki with Francois Cadal. 14 rows in total. And it's Martina Rumlanova and Julius Berthold that round out your field. So Groups E, of course, your first and your last drivers to race yesterday. They had a long wait, and then they've had a long wait this morning. I'm sure it would have felt like going into this one. And, of course, Groups E was one of your more fiery groups yesterday in qualifying heats. And their qualifying heats, their last one, 11 penalties went out to them. Definitely some drivers being quite aggressive out there on the track.
Indeed. One of the many grandstands that have been put up here at the circuit, ready for these next weekends, starting to fill up nicely for spectators as they get ready to watch the racing here. And so far they have been lucky with the conditions that we have seen here. Still very nice out there for the drivers. I've got to say, I was looking at the weather forecast coming into this weekend and it looked bleak, but thankfully the weatherman can be wrong every now and then. Oh, definite no on that one. Complete out of sync. There we go. That feels so harsh saying
Are you going to do that every single race, Anthony?
Every single race.
Don't.
Get ready for it. Right into that final turn. Speed is low, but the tension is high. C&E is lights out and fights on towards turn 1. Good start for McGoy in the inside line. Keep an eye on the Ward Racing Machine is going to get swallowed by the pack there. Very wide on the exit and 1 or 2 carts going off the road. 262, I think that may have been. Couldn't quite see the number. Tumbling to the back, locking up there in the corner for the field as they all try to negotiate their way through turns 3, 4 and 5 for the first time. Big change there into second place. That's nice for Villapiana.
Yeah, good stuff for Villapiana. And of course, Dan Alleman will be trying to make that cart as wide as he can. He cannot afford to lose many positions within this race. Fell to P20 yesterday in his second qualifying heat and now falls to P4 because Bosco Arias has arrived into this fight. Arias now inside of the top 3 breakaway at this race start for Michael McGoy, but maybe not for too much longer because Valerio Villapiana there looking very strong indeed as side by side. Big sends for drivers in the background, Luke Tao being one of those. Tao, strong and consistent so far. 2 P3s to his name, now gets into P4. Great little move there down towards turns 4 and 5 as these drivers again trying to get involved. That's Terry Babakova now getting her elbows out. Good stuff by Babakova. First appearance in the Champions of the Future since 2023 and is now inside of the top spots inside the business end. But it looks to unfold and it looks to get a bit busy for the drivers in the background for pretty much all of your grid. Kamenek, Garcia, Sharp, Sala, Canal, Endo Arata, Mariana Lopez all involved in that one in only your second lap.
Indeed, and it's not what you want to see at all. These drivers just tripping over each other, left, right and centre, and going off the road here, there and everywhere. It's not what you want to see in this level of racing. And Sharp there to the inside to get that position done at turn 2. Does do so indeed. There is Alaman on the defensive, Kamenek there, Sala, Garcia, all trying to fight their way through, and there is Aaron Garcia. Nicely done. Sala gets through as well as they push their way forward. Kamenek down to 10th place now, but McGoy at the front has broken away as more dramas have happened. This is on the entrance. Oh, there's multiple carts here. Multiple carts. There's at least 6 or 7 carts involved in an incident at that very turn. Or a lot of drivers. Gustafsson's one of them. Kalisha, Gilles Herman, Armin Kari Osman, Tobias Jenny, Peter Gorecki, Victor Gustafsson and Martina Rumlanova are all caught out in that incident at turn 6 and 7. Marshals have done a fabulous job, though, to clear the circuit.
Well, that scratches away the hopes of William Kalisha making it to qualifying heat wins, but it's still looking hopeful for Valerio Villapiana. Villapiana down the inside, great move into the second sector. Valerio Villapiana, where did that one come from? Absolutely bolted his way past Michael McGoy. McGoy there signals and says push because they don't want to be caught up by Bosco Arias, who they know is quick. Final corners slightly wide there for Valerio Villapiana, and that allows Michael McGoy to absolutely stay glued and welded to that back bumper. Francois Canal being given a 5-second penalty out there. Canal, of course, involved in some of those moments we saw a couple of laps ago, but is not involved in that drama that has caused Kalisha, Herman, Kara Osman, Sabet Jenyi, Korecki, Gustafsson and Martina Rumlanova to be parked in that car park there in that second and third sector. Fastest lap goes to Endo Arata. Endo Arata there, P12, looking at Sharp, Sala, Kamenek and Dan Alaman.
Indeed, and action all the way throughout it. That's an extensive list of retirements in this race. Endo Arata, fastest driver there, 11th place on a 5-place gain. This here, Bosco Arias under pressure from Luke Tal. Another Ricky Flynn MP Motorsport battle here for the ages. Over the line they go. Tal not close enough or anything into turns 2 and just stays behind. You can see that slight direction change. I mean, this says it all, I think, going into the turn. Look at those karts all over the place going into it. No single racing line there. There were 3, 4 wide all the way throughout, and there was one half of the incident. The second half of the incident was on the apex, and that one involved the likes of Gustafsson there, Kalisha, in that result, and of course Gorecki, Sechenny, Kama Osman, Herman, Kalisha and Rumlanova all caught out in that incident. Quite an unusual one at this stage of the racing, and it is such a tricky turn for them to negotiate.
Yeah, absolutely, and you did just see the MP of Peter Gorecki actually being more of a victim in that. He didn't tag anybody, he wasn't involved in any direct contact. He was just forced off the road with nowhere else to go then because of the stones, because of the way the grass falls, stalled it and will not manage to see that checkered later on. Top 2 then, Valerio Villapiana from Michael McGoy, 3/10 exactly split up those two drivers, with the pace between those two and the drivers behind Bosco Arias and Luke Tal being slower. So now the Ricky Flynn and the other MP hopeful within this race looking strong as Terry Babakova is given a warning flag out there for causing a collision. 5-second penalty for her will drop her down to around about P14 currently. Current results for Terry have been a P9 and a P7, so it's not actually the end end of the world. And it's not the end of the race for this four out there. We've still got plenty of race distance left to go, 1.3 kilometres over the course of the track, as now Rafael Bussato looks to be put under pressure by the Czechia driver for the Teps family team. Turn number 1 is complete by these two. The fight is, I'm sure, going to soon be on. Babičková looking racy here, down towards 4 and 5, edges closer and closer. The DPK being put under increasing pressure. And talking of DPKs, Aaron Garcia, now the fastest driver out there. Garcia will now be heading through turns 7 and 8, looking at his teammates of Bussato under some pressure there. Top 4 has split up slightly here, Anthony. Still Viapiana from Magoy, from Arias, from Lutau.
Yes, they are doing their best. Love this shot here, the speeds that they are achieving there over the start-finish line. Of course, the seniors going significantly faster than the juniors, but only by 10 kilometres an hour or so over the line. It extends a little further as they go through. Like we're saying here, of course, in the OK categories here, you don't see much of the toe, the slipstream here on this one. They do top out quite early on down that start-finish rate. Yes, they could do something with the gearing there. They've got to think about the rest of the lap as well. Speaking of the rest of the lap, big move down the inside there. That is nicely done. That's Gorecki right down in 20th place on Berthold. That is now him up to 19th place.
Yeah, Michael Gorecki, that is. 2 Goreckis within this race. Peter being the second, but he is one of those names to be a DNF. Late stages of this one, but still more drivers under pressure by the team up on the gantry. It's now the 259 that is under investigation. That, of course, goes to Dan Alleman. Alleman had a P7, had a P20. This race has unfolded for him, and it's so far unravelled because he's on a 6th place loss. 3 at your front, Viapiana, Magoy and Arias. No thing in it between these drivers, all lapping 48.7s out there, pretty much matched, pretty much identical. So far though, these 3 drivers still looking strong in your points, with Viapiana being inside of that top 3 in these rotations that we've so far seen. A couple more moments left for go, a couple more moments for the likes of Victor Gustafsson to do nothing but watch on.
It's been a familiar situation for him so far this season, not the season he will have wanted for Gustafsson, and can only imagine what he's thinking at that point there on that barrier. This fight here, though, continues to close in. Viapiana under pressure from Magoy, who's looking to see if he can come away with his well, not his best result. He's already had a 2nd place. If he can get in front, that would be his best result. A P win on the board would be good for him. Viapiana as well, I'm sure, will be delighted with the situation he's got. Kinmark, though, is under investigation for potentially cutting the circuit. I've got a feeling we're going to see that graphic, not just for Kinmark, but for many drivers over the course of this weekend, because so many parts of the track bring that along for the drivers. Over the line they go. On to the last lap of this race now, Nicole. I think Bosco Arias could be lining something up here on Michael Magoy.
Yeah, this would be a best race result so far for Arias. Highest up number we've seen from him is a P6. Could here be looking at a P2. Final lap, final 2 sectors left to go. Arias still looking racy, but not looking like he's close enough to really dive down the inside. Magoy has held on to this one well, but not as well as the commander of Valerio Viapiana. Viapiana has not been challenged since taking that race lead on those early laps. Has been the commander, has of course been the strongest one out there in Tony Kart. Looks to add to their total, add to their tallies of qualifying heat wins. Peschel's had one on the board. Now Valerio Viapiana adds to that for the factory team. Takes a qualifying heat win, his first qualifying heat win of the weekend, but his 3rd race result inside of the top 10. Good stuff by Valerio Viapiana to end things with a 4-place gain ahead of Michael Magoy, who drops 1 position to finish off in P2, and Bosco Arias, who makes up 4 places to round out that qualifying heat inside of your top 3. It was, of course, groups C versus E for that race, with your biggest mover within the race actually going to Francois Cadal. Cadal there, 11 places gained to finish in P15, probably helped by the smackering of DNFs that we had, including William Kalesia, Aminkara Osman, Jill Herman, Tobias Shdenyi, Peter Gorecki, Victor Gustafsson and Martina Romanova. We took you to your top 3 with Luke Tao, Rafael Basato and Teresa Babikova being the last drivers inside of the top 6. Top 10 then has Aaron Garcia, Jacob Kamenak, Dan Alleman and Filippo Sala as the last drivers involved, with Endo Arata, Aston Sharp, Gabriel Canal, Mariano Lopez, Francois Cadal being the last drivers in your top 15. Nikita Bott, Oliver Kinmark, Louis Nunez, Michael Gorecki, Julius Berthold and Drew Waltz finish off the race as your last 21 runners. We've already, of course, taken you through your number of drivers to DNF, most of those being parked at turns 6 and 7. There you can see just a couple of them who will now have to wait for the recovery vehicle.
Indeed, and quite the recovery that will be as well. With all those drivers off the road, so may give us a little bit of a wait before that next race, and again be really curious to see how that one actually unfolded. Viapiano there, Valerio Viapiano of the Tony Kart Racing Team, strong result there. The Italian, I'm sure, will be very delighted, and I wasn't going to lie, during that race I was trying to squeeze his name into a certain song that I know is very popular in Italian, and it actually works out really well, and I'm going to have to wait to see if I can deploy it anywhere. Right, this is your highlights for it. Strong start for the inside line. McGoy very quick on that inside line. It was Canal who had to slot back into the field. His chance of trying to push forward was limited there, but he did recover back. But like I say, 13th place, not the result the driver would have wanted from the front row of the grid. Rest of the field going through in these early stages. A lot of drivers pushing forward. Pushing being thy name, and off the circuit as well for a lot of those drivers, and that just kick-started a chain reaction for the rest of that lap, with karts going off not at turns 6 and 7 but then at turns 8 and 9 as well. Then we saw the dramas kicking in up at the further end of the field. There you can see how Aaron Garcia was able to squeeze through, other drivers trying to push their way forward. Then this happened, contact there between the Tony Kart, so that was the 215, and I'm just trying to think, was that
Jill Herman and Kalesia?
Yeah, it was Jill Herman and Kalesia that really kick-started that chain reaction that not only caused that, but this as well, that very same part of the lap and the track. Double wave yellows out there. Great work from the marshals, but a lot of disappointed drivers out there.
Yeah, I think probably the most disappointed will be William Kalesia, because he did, of course, take a qualifying heat win. Talking of qualifying heat winners, Valerio Viapiano, that was the nice little switch between him and Likoski, your pole sitter, that allowed Viapiano to get into the front. Good. This was a nice little move there. That was between the NP.
This was a little further down in the field. It was Michael Gorecki who was able to get that move done. So nicely done. Across the line though, Viapiano would take the win at that race. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere.
Let's start with the Play Seat challenge. With a quick 10-second storage and setup, This seems like the perfect gateway into sim racing for gamers of all ages. There's only one way to know for sure though. I like the fact that we can adjust the steering wheel angle and move the pedals around. So actually I could get it the way I would like in terms of the steering position. The steering is really stable. I'm putting quite a bit of force through these fast corners. And likewise for the pedals as well. You keep thinking it's going to slide away from you, but actually I'm pressing the brake pedal pretty hard and it's not moving. So I'm quite impressed. I really do like driving Zandvoort. It's such a cool circuit. Given how roomy this chair feels, I am a bit surprised at how compact it can be. When the Playseat Challenge arrived, I was a bit confused because the box was actually really small and compact, but it does genuinely fold that small. I think if you're new to sim racing and you wanted a first touch point with the game, this is probably a good option for you. And actually, because it's comfy, you could spend hours at it before you decide to commit more money to it. The Playseat Challenge is super convenient and user-friendly and seems like the perfect way to start your sim racing journey.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here in the sunshine, believe it or not. It's peeked through the clouds. It's turning into a beautiful day here today in Mülsen, Germany. Here, though, the next race, qualifying heats A versus D, is heading out onto the track for the OK Junior class. And back with Groups A from yesterday. Very busy day. Daniel Miron and Emerson Makandu, your end pushing through. I mean, the caravan couldn't have filmed the darkest of clouds out there. There's the radar as well. That's, again, got all that terribleness over to the right-hand side of the circuit from as we're looking at it right now. But it's miles away from us, and we're absolutely fine. So all good on this one. It's so good, you know it's good, that Ross Upton, Chief Pre-Grid Officer, has got his jacket off. So there we go. There is man starting on the front spot.
Even Martin Bean's taken his coat off.
Martin Bean's taken his coat off. That says a million and one things. Now, they're pointing up at the sky. Don't worry about it. Anyway, Daniel Miron, he's on pole position for this one. Fastest driver in the juniors. Here's what he had to say.
Daniel Miron, what's a qualifying session? Almost 4.5 tenths faster than anybody in the group, and of course pole position overall. Tell us about the session, because everybody else looked like they were rolling over, but you looked like you had a really good position, right?
Yeah, I just kept calm, had the space behind me, and yeah, and it all planned out how we had a plan for it. So yeah, very happy.
And of course you have the pace, but everybody here is yet to race round to this track. It's a new track to all of us, so maybe not just yet the race knowledge. How do you expect the racing to be, though? What do you think is going to go on with overtakes? Do you think it's going to have a lot of opportunities for that?
I think it's going to be difficult to overtake. It's a very, very thin track. Like, there's not many overtaking opportunities, but yeah, it was very important to get pole overall to don't have that risk.
And Daniel, of course, this circuit may be different from Valencia and Le Conca when it comes to the tyre. For you, are you expecting that the tyre is going to be quite stable this weekend?
Yeah, it's a very smooth track. You don't have a lot of places to brake hard. It's just cruising into the corner. So I think this track is very good for the tyre managing.
Well, Daniel, like we said, pole overall, great job. Great lap out there.
Thank you.
Great to chat there to Daniel Miron and seeing what he can do at the sharp end of this field as the engines fire up. The drivers make their way out onto the track. Let's fire you through this full starting lineup. Daniel Miron, pole position. Once again in this one, will be joined by Emerson Makandu, Ureno, Tony Kart, and once again the lone Tony Kart at the front of that field. Samuel Okage and Guillermo Sato, they go from row number 2. There we'll see Antonio Petonia and Remy Samchek on row 3. Bruno Grieling in the IPKs running with the Arena E team this weekend. The factory team here based at the circuit. What can he do from the fourth row of the grid alongside Giacomo Justo of Italy? Row 5, Alexander Legenki and Alessandro Caraballo. There we'll see Maxim Bobrojov and Albert Tam on row number 6 with Henry Konstantin and Jason Cosmopoulos on row number 7.
Row number 8, we have Lorenzo Succhetto with Novala Morales, and from 9, Manny Nuvolini needs a good one after a disqualification yesterday for a bad manoeuvre. He's starting alongside Ji Haofei. From your 10th row, top 20, Jono Pajol with Jeff Verbeek, and from 11, we have France and Kenya in the form of Samuel Hugon and Bwana Gisese, and all CRG, row number 11. From your 12th row, Federico Mirabilla will be with Lanny Makinen, and from 13, Jarlath Seyer starts with Xavier Lazaro of Portugal. Your 14th row, Christian Kobe, DNFs yesterday for him, will be starting with Ava Lawrence, and then from row number 15, Vlibor Vlasak will look at Henry Moering. 16 rows in total, 31 drivers to take you through it, and Liam Natuate will be your last.
Indeed. So plenty to see what happens in this one as the field gets themselves ready to go. The track's been cleared beautifully by the marshalling team. They had the brooms out sweeping the dust and debris off the circuit as well from that previous senior race. If only the commentary box camera was on right now, they would see that wonderful impression of Nicole sweeping away the debris.
She could sweep you away sometimes.
Wow, that's just so mean. I'll just pick you up and throw you outside. Right, so anyway, through the field they go. Synchronization, yeah, that was perfect. The cameras weren't on it. I could see it from the commentary box window. It's a definite yes this time. Right, yeah, they're apologizing to me. Sorry for not showing it. It's all right. Right, here we go. Into those final sectors again. Nice and steady is the pace. In fact, I do remember these drivers doing that yesterday as well. Very cautious on the start of this one. Daniel Miron and Makandru Uren at the start of the field here. Will we go racing? The answer as they enter the tram lines is no. They're going round again.
Well, false start for juniors. We've seen a lot of false starts so far this weekend for drivers.
It's a long run. It's a long straight.
Long run and a fast run as well. Over those final 2 corners really do set these drivers up to catch some dizzyingly quick speeds down that start-finish straight.
Indeed. So they will go around again. This is a chance for the production team to redeem themselves for not showing me those flags earlier on. Right, there's the mechanics stand. Quite the place to be. We'll never, ever put a microphone in that stand. I can tell you that for free.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
No, it's a terrible idea to put a microphone in that stand. To stand there, though, is a great experience, but not for...
If you want to be entertained.
Yeah, so it's very entertaining to stand there and listen to it, but definitely not recommended. Right, here we go again then for an attempt. There is the mechanics stand as everyone goes. Well, mechanics and drivers as well for the next race.
Yeah, Benjamin Maniac, Benjamin Westwood there, and is that Jake Walker, mechanic of Daniel Warron as well?
Yeah, he'll be there as well. He'll be watching along and keeping a close eye on the proceedings. And not only there, but there's a lone Dan Alaman there as well, is watching the racing from a ladder. Everyone joining for a spot of that. Yes, that's a beautiful synchronization there. 10 out of 10 for that one. Right then, second time's a charm then. Well, they were slow first time around. They're being slow again on this one across this lap. They've taken their time to get to the front of the grid on this one. But curious to see how this one will go again. It always does seem to be that inside line that gets the benefit, but we have seen the outside line work. Can Emerson Makandru Uren get that one squared away? We'll have to wait and see as the field is nice and steady into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer is yes. It's lights out, fights on towards turn 1. Good start then for Miron. Emerson tries to sweep around the outside though, right at the beginning. A little bit of contact in the middle there. Sawale Kage getting contact there in the middle of the pack, but just manages to keep in control of the machine. It is the Ward Racing though that has stepped up. It's Antonio Pizzonia up into second place. Some carts going slowly. Ava Lawrence there going slow at the back of the field as she tries to get back up to speed. everyone pushing through. But there at the start is another driver who's
Whoa.
gained places, Alexander Legenki. But carnage has ensued at 6 and 7 and out of the race and trying to get it going once more. At the back of the field, it's not gone well at all for the young man who is well, getting it going now. This is Maxim Bobrozov, of course. One attempt, and he's got speed. Has he got the momentum to get it going? I think, by Jove, he's not done it. Oh, I thought it was going to go, but it just didn't, and now the Masters have only got a short amount of time to get that cut cleared.
Well, top 4 now looking to try and push away. Miron from Pitsonia, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Alexander Legenki then trying to look at this as yellow flags are out. None of those drivers actually close enough to make an overtake, but everybody, like in this field that sees Ava Lawrence there just clip the curb, will have to sit in the position they're in. No overtaking when passing Maxim Bobrozov's kart, as drivers out there instantly put under some pressure and instantly put under some penalties as well. Top of the board though, Daniel Miron at the business end of your field leads things again at lap after lap. So far this weekend, he's been the driver to beat. So far has swept up since qualifying. Qualifying pace was dizzyingly quick. Now throughout these qualifying heats hasn't lost out yet, but Pitsonia has been strong. Emerson McAndrew-Uren has taken a qualifying heat win, but has also taken a P21. He needs some points. He will be looking to take away every single top spot opportunity that presents itself to him, as will Alexander Legenki. Legenki we've not had this far up so far this weekend. Points have been good for him. It's been a P5 and a P7, but nothing inside of the top 3 is Miron just on the limit there, out of that second sector, wide as you like to run the rumble strip. Now it does close in ever more. Miron could be the first time this weekend we see him under some pressure.
That could be. Over the line we go. Very quick speeds here, topping out 122. Over the line as Hugon goes under investigation for potentially cutting the track. Pitsonia on that rear bumper, trying to close in under braking here. Look to the inside though. Alexander Legenki for 3rd place, gets through past McAndrew-Uren.
Well, pace now between Antonio Pitsonia and Daniel Miron is that Pitsonia's got around about half a tenth to his name. Pitsonia looking to make himself a commander, as you've got the moving target of Daniel Miron just ahead. Jarlath Sayer now under investigation for cutting the track. Of course, that is no surprise. We've seen that time and time again this weekend for drivers. Was a 4-kart battle. Now it becomes 5 because Remy Samchek has started to get closer to this one. Samchek, so far, results have been good. Results have been consistently inside of the top 10, but has not made his way inside of the top 5. McAndrew-Uren, theme for him so far this weekend. As soon as he loses a position, he will try and fight it back. Does just that. Gets past Alexander Legenki, however, says, oh, no you don't, I'm going to have that one, and tries to get Samchek involved as well.
Indeed. Well, Samchek's just said thank you very much to those overtakes that he has seen, and now really in with a chance here of closing in. Tam, the fastest driver, but down in 16th place right now, so that will help him out, but he only jumps up to now to 15th place. At this front here, though, Miron has not been able to break away, but has been consistent and has held that gap at 0.2 of a second. I'm waiting, though, for Legenki here to get a move done, maybe on Pitsonia. He's already made one move there through the top 4. He's on a 6th place charge here, looking like he is the quickest driver out there. We have to wait and see as Bobrozov will pick up a warning flag and a 5-second time penalty.
Well, for Pitsonia, of course, he has had 2 P2s so far this weekend. Hasn't had a qualifying heat win. Those have gone so far to this weekend within the juniors to Zhu, Emerson McAndrew-Uren. We then had Daniel Miron. Mazepin has been one. Babachek's had 2. Miron, of course, has had 2, and then this morning we had Perico as well. Oh, big impact for drivers. Big spill there, one for a Paralin who quickly exits the circuit.
Giacomo,
drivers.
don't do anything. Giacomo, stay calm, and he does, but he's not happy with Bruno. Frustration kicking in there for the drivers, and Bruno just trying to keep his head cool on that one, but not what you want to see at all from the pilots. And, well, that's not good at all. Right, rest of the
Oh,
racing
somebody's
going
had
on.
a huge one through the barrier, through the start-finish straight
I
there.
think, yeah, two drivers have come together on the start-finish line. That's a big, heavy hit there for the drivers at turn 1. And Marshall's on the scene straight away, but that's a heavy hit for 2 pilots. I'm just trying to see who that is. Albert Tam and Lorenzo Zucchetto coming together at turn 1, and that is a significant hit to the wall. There is Bruno Greenling again, somewhat away from Giacomo Justo. This has been quite the explosive last couple of laps here for the OK Juniors.
Marshalling team then instantly on that to repair for that barrier. So barrier back where it should be will allow these drivers to continue the race, will allow Daniel Moron to continue his charge, but really hoping those 2 drivers of Lorenzo Zucchetto and Bruno Grayling are okay out there. Look, Zucchetto, of course, that's his 2nd DNF so far this weekend. Whilst that's been unfolding, we've missed the overtake between Remy Samchek and Emerson McAndrew-Uren, so Uren now down into P4 once again. Henry Constant Kumpen for the first time this weekend inside of the top 5, 8 places gained for him. Actually, Kumpen, we've not mentioned his name too much, as again, these 2, the Tony Karts and the Forza, are still going to go for it. Constant Kumpen is going to add to his tally, is gifted the position, is helped by the Tony Kart of McAndrew-Uren, who's now going to have to deploy some white line favourites to try and fend off these drivers behind. 4 karts now join this pack behind McAndrew-Uren. You've got Kumpen, Alexander Legenki, Remy Samchek and Guillaume Passato also looking at things, as of course we're on the later stages of things. Penultimate lap, which still sees that gap between Daniel Moron and Antonio Pizzonia exists. There is no change, as Alexander Legenki just loses out to 2 positions. This time we've got the DPK and Samchek weaving their way past again.
Indeed. Oh, that is Ava Lawrence off the road. The Aston Martin Junior driver has had drama as well. The number 46 machine is dragged off the circuit there. That is at turns 3 and 4. And that will see the end of her race. Last lap board is out. Daniel Miron here in the sunshine once again that pokes through the clouds. Holds on to the lead by 0.3 of a second and will continue to break away. Now, what is this? What happened on the start-finish straight? It is... no, it's not. This is the... Oh, well, I can understand maybe the reaction there, but it's still not what you want to see at all. A defensive posture. And Jackie there clearly very frustrated. And someone else is very frustrated there. It's going very slowly. It's Manny Nuvolini tumbling down the order there. He's had a drama down the inside.
Wow.
Pizzonia for the lead. That's outrageous. Into turn 13 on the final lap. It's side by side across the line. But, oh my goodness, where did that come from for Antonio Pizzonia?
Well, Pizzonia was hiding a secret or 2 there through turn number 13, said, do you know what? We're going to have a look. Did absolutely just that and takes a qualifying heat win, breaks the prediction of a hat-trick for Daniel Moron, who I don't think absolutely expected that one to come at him. Came from him from around about last week, because Antonio Pizzonia deployed some bravery there through turn number 13, takes his first qualifying heats win of the weekend, and of course takes his first there today. Pizzonia from Daniel Moron, they are your top 2, with your 3rd driver within that race being Emerson McAndrew-Uren. So Uren, another good race result. Rest of your field then did well to survive that race, I would say. Quite a fiery one that saw a number of drivers not finish. It, of course, wasn't Jean Pujol to take that qualifying heat win. Ignore that one. It's Pizzonia from Iran from Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Henry Constant Kumpen finishes in P4 with Guillaume Passato rounding out your top 5. We've then got Remy Samchek, Alexander Legenki, Novella Morales, Savali Kage, G Halfway as your last drivers inside of your top 10, with Jarlath Sayer, Lissandro Carabollo, Liam Nachuate, Christian Kobe and Jason Cosmopoulos being the last drivers inside of your top 15, with your biggest mover going to Liam Nachuete's 17 places gained. Last drivers then include the likes of Manny Nuvolini, Lenny Mackinnon, Federico Marabullo, Libor Vlasak and Henry Mooring as your top 20. Samuel Hugon, Xavier Lazaro, Juana Gisese and Jeff Verbeek being the last finishers. Number of DNFs, Ava Lawrence, Albert Tam, Lorenzo Zucchetto, Bruno Grayling, Giacomo Justo and Maxim Bobrashov being those, as that is Maxim Bobrashov on your screen, just dragging that RFM branded cart off the circuit.
Well, here are your highlights. Quite a few of them in this race, all from that opening lap as well, where Bobrashov was the first driver to be lost from the race. That was later on in the lap at turns 7 and 8. Early indications of how this race was going to go, while some drivers going off the circuit. Again, a lot of dust kicked up and the use of the curbs there, but everyone relatively through. It was then at this moment here, unfortunately, just the rear picked up and squeezed out of the race. It was very lucky there not to be collected by others. Only the one attempt to get it started, but it wasn't meant to be. That is another angle of it there into it, and a lot of drivers having to take to the grassy area, bringing a lot of debris onto the circuit. Race simmered down for a moment at that point as all drivers try to push their way through. There was Ava Lawrence gaining the positions in the early phase to later, unfortunately, retire from an incident. Alexander Legenki pushing forward in the early stages as well. He had a good little scrap with Emerson McAndrew, and then those two continued that fight for the majority of that race. That was Liam Nashawati gaining the moves, a 17th-place gain in that race, made him one of the biggest movers in that fight. This was the Legenki and McAndrew fight again, and both of them just keeping each other company throughout it. Bruno Grayling here, very defensive and contact made, and Giacomo Justo there, very agitated from that incident, and you could see there straight away wanting to make his feelings very well known, but not what you want to see at all from the two drivers. Later as well, we saw the unfortunate moment for Lorenzo Zucchetto and Albert Tam on the start-finish straight. Not sure how that unfolded between the two of them as that argument continued in the background. There was the hit into the wall. Good reactions there, actually, despite the accident for Zucchetto to hit the brakes. Clearly in a bit of discomfort, but he prevented that kart from rolling onto the circuit and into the oncoming traffic. So very well aware of his surroundings still. McAndrew continuing that fight on in that early phase. He was able to get back up into 4th place. He was dealing with Henry Constant-Kopin and Bassato. There was Ava Lawrence out of the race. Manu Nuvolini having dramas out there as well in that later stage of the race. And then this overtake from Leipzig here for the move of Petonia. He was able to push his way forward. But what a fight that was in the juniors. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Plenty more racing coming up for you.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they Cater for me is really well balanced and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the champions of the future. Live here from Mülsen. Sun is shining. Next race upon us. It is the senior qualifying heat A versus D after a very, very busy junior A versus D group. What are the seniors going to be like on this one, Nicole?
I think entertaining, because we've got a similar story to what we saw from yesterday from your pulsar to Ili. Christian again has decided to switch sides of that grid. Yesterday, we threw a question mark in the air about why Ili has decided to do that. We didn't quite manage to confirm. Maybe it's to get away from Nicholas Schaufler, who he had some drama with this race. We will try and find it out again. But for now, we'll hear what Ili had to say yesterday.
Ili, first pole position we've seen from you this year, first pole we've seen from you in a senior as well. I bet it feels like it's a long time coming, no?
Yeah, this year hasn't been the best, but to make pole position now is really good. Hopefully I'll be pole overall, but we see how the other groups go.
And of course, tell us about the circuit, because it's not a track that you drivers have seen before. What's it been like adjusting to it, and can you tell us how does it drive?
Well, this track is quite technical. It's pretty tight. I think it's going to be pretty hard to overtake, but it's quite grippy, and we'll see how the race goes.
Like you said then, Ili, we've got to wait to see how the other groups get on, but so far, pole position, polling group definitely though. Well done.
Thank you.
Good to hear there from Ili Christian starting it on that pole position spot, but of course not alone there. Benjamin Magnac, who has been well, squeezed to the inside line then going in towards turn one. But of course, he'll have to stay behind Magnac. It will force Schaufler, Baglin, Koscianella backwards in this fight. It will bring forward Krutulov, Kornda, and Tharumalai-Swami, who will want to gain positions in the early phase of this race. There is the pit lane exit, and saw that terrible incident in that previous race where Albert Tam and Lorenzo Cecchetto, but thankfully I do think they are okay to report. There is Nicholas Schaufler seated, ready to go, and looking forward to seeing what he can achieve. It's been a bit of a tough weekend so far for him, but spirits are still high, and he's looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one.
You know, depends on your definition of tough, because race results have been relatively okay. Had a P3 yesterday, had a P14 with a penalty.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's not a million miles away, is Schaufler.
Yeah, but I went to go and see him earlier on. I'd be like, you know, how did you think yesterday went? And he said a word that I can't repeat. So there we go. And, you know, it is that.
Yeah,
you know,
racing drivers have some favourites.
Yeah, they're quite the list of them. But, you know, it's always a driver's mentality going into it. Actually, if you're not first, you're last,
yeah.
I think is the main thing. There
if it's
go.
not a win, it's
what's
good enough.
That from, that film?
If you're not first, you're last.
Yeah. What film's that from?
Talladega Nights. Oh,
Nicole
I don't know what to do with
Sutherland.
my hands.
Oh, there we go. You got to get on with that one. But no, it is. But it's always a joke when that quote, but it does make sense in a lot of the drivers' mind. You know, if they feel like, you know, they're not winning, that they're not getting the results that they want at all, even if they're starting 25th place or so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, some drivers have the mentality as well. You know, P2 is the first to lose, essentially.
I have the mentality of a goldfish, which is why I'm a commentator now, not a driver.
You couldn't win a raffle.
Right. Let's see. Oh, it's going to be a long day. Right, Senior A and D makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Ili Christian and Benjamin Magnac on that front row of the grid. They have switched sides, putting Christian on the outside line for this one. Schaufler and Krutulov on that second row. They'll have Noah Baglin and Luke Kornda on row 3, with Antonio Koscianella and Jude Tharumalai-Swami on row 4. Rafael Ballard and William Marshall go from row 5, with Dean Hugendorn and Victor Stalmach on row 6, with Egon Pedrotti and Francisco Roja on row number 7.
Row number 8 sees Sweden and Switzerland in the form of Malcolm Hillel and Nicola Frigg, and from 9, Gavin Adam will see Asher Osteen. Your 10th row, then your top 20, Bruno Blanco will start alongside Tomasz Chikarashki to make it a KR and Paralin, row number 10. Row number 11, then we have Svet Simonov alongside Juan Mateo Russo, but Russo is missing from this qualifying heat. We did not see him for moments yesterday. We won't see him again today. 12th row, we then have Mark Pilipenko of the USA alongside Czechia's Daniel Baconi, and from row number 13, Yuri Levar sees Ilya Perezgin. 14 rows in total to take you to 27 karts, because of course we're not including Juan Mateo Russo, and it's Casper Reipold and Mateus Gonzalez as your final 2 spots. So, story of this one is that drivers on the front 2, on your front row, have swapped sides. So Christian and Benjamin Magnac have essentially switched there. Going into turn number 1, we will have Christian on that typical anti-pole side, with the drivers behind him to now be Krutulov, Cordner and Jude Thirumalai Swami. Thirumalai Swami, actually, best qualifying result we've seen from him so far this year. Really good stuff, but maybe not, shown too much in those race results. It was only a P8 and a P12 that he could manage yesterday.
Speed's very quick here at the front. I've got a feeling we're going around again. The call's already been made, and yes, the field not set up at all there.
No, and today I would say many of the drivers have sort of woken up and chose aggression for the early stages of today.
Violence.
Yeah, because we just saw that really busy, quite hectic junior qualifying heat. Yesterday we had 11 penalties in Group D racing in one of those qualifying heats, so they were already quite aggressive. Now I would say you can expect some of the same entertainment.
You like to wake up every now and then and choose violence. One of those days was in the airport in Greece when you forgot your suitcase.
Whoa, let's not talk about forgetting suitcases, Anthony, because you've done it as well.
I left mine in the back of Gonzalo Planta's car. Needless to say, he took it to his house. His mum did my laundry, so thank you very much, Gonzalo's mum.
Not what I did, but...
No, I brought it. I drove it from Greece to here.
Well...
You're welcome.
No, I didn't wake up and choose aggression, Anthony. You were winding me up all weekend when I had norovirus.
Synchronization of the flags. Thank you very much there from the marshals. Yes, indeed. Right, let's get ready to go racing. I've just heard in my ears we've derailed the commentary. We have. Let's bring it back on the rails and see what we can do. Right, here is the seniors into that final turn. This is much better now. Not sure what happened in that first attempt there where we were going full race pace at the very start. Are we going this time around? It's a late call. No, it's another false start. It's another interesting get to go on that one. And again, not sure how that was caused. Christian was good, but I don't think Krutulov kept up. And I'm hearing, the numbers just going through, and I'm hearing reports 218, I think, being the cause of that one.
Yeah, well, so your pole sitter, of course, is the one responsible for the entire field for this race start. Christian still, again, quite a way ahead of the rest of the field, going down towards turns 6 and 7. Will really have to slow things up. He's got 26 karts behind him to watch out for. Now does look to bunch up the field through that second sector. What will be your third attempt at a race start could potentially be your third and final if you can't get it right, because I'm so sure Martin Bean and Dan Ashton would have something to say.
No, indeed. I'm just giggling about something. We're talking about suitcases and all of that. Yeah, it's just like, I leave my suitcases in a friend's car. You put your suitcase in a stranger's car.
No, that's not what
It was literally just a random car.
No, it wasn't a random car. It was an identical car to the car we had, and I put it in the wrong car.
Completely stranger's car. Right then, here we go into the tram lines. I don't think we're racing again on this one. No, we are. We're going, and it's a good start then for Christian. But he was on his own. Krutulov was nowhere to be seen there. Didn't keep up with the fight. Rest of the field going through. They've made it through turns 1 and 2 cleanly. Long run down into turn 3 on that infield straight. Everyone looking to go for the inside line, but you don't want to be caught out on the outside. It's not a lot of run-off at all. And you're straight over that chicane as well. And the latest victim of that one, that is the 2-2-1 machine there, just squeezing through. Svet Simonov rejoining a little further back. But out the front here, look at the breakaway that we're seeing so far. Kristen breaking away. Maniac still there second.
Lev Krytilov then is one of the drivers to have drawn a short straw at this race. Start has absolutely fallen off the road at turn number 13. Krytilov all in the dust there on the exit, turn number 13. As these drivers now are settled at the front. 6/10 for Christian ahead of Benjamin Maniac and Noah Baglin now. Baglin, of course, like Christian, is hunting down for another qualifying heat win. Out in the front, we've got Dean Hugentorn trying to pick off some positions. He's just found his way past Nicholas Schaufler then. Schaufler, like Krytilov, early stages of this one, has fallen down slightly, now finds himself as a mid-pack runner.
Indeed. There is your points at the moment. Still Anagnostidis leading the way. Baglin, you have to remember, is in that lead fight. Now, he's there third at the moment. It's in his best interest to come away with a race win on this one to keep his points fight alive with Anagnostidis, but we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be doable here. This fight's very interesting. Ballard and Marshall absolutely wheel to wheel. There's Dean Hugendorn, current championship leader going into this weekend. He's getting part of this fight. He's trying to look to the inside. Here he's in the middle of a three-cart battle here. But no, he switches back. Marshall's off the road through. Down the inside goes Schaufler. Beautifully timed there, and Hugendorn's in a world of bother now.
Yeah, Hugendorn's now got to deal with the rest of the drivers. He was the leader of that one, now has just been dealt a difficult hand. Krytilov also part of this fight. Cordner trying to get involved, as for the first time as well this weekend, Stalmack, we mentioned his name, Stalmack, trying to push his way through as William Marshall now drops to be 13.
Indeed, throwing your pens around there, Nicole. The top three, very close, but Maniac is very close to Christian at the front of the field that I see, and there's actually been a change to the lead as well. Christian's still in the lead, sorry. Maniac trying to squeeze his way through, not being able to do so just yet, but look how close it is. Baglin, though, is close right in as well. Fastest lap of the race, 49.1. And he wants to get involved. This is far from over, this fight.
Yeah, it's absolutely not over until the very last moment. And I think Antonio Pizzonia, junior teammate of Benjamin Maniac, just showed us that in that previous junior qualifying heat, where at turn number 13, he came at Daniel Miron for an absolute world away. Christian from Maniac from Baglin. Baglin will be reading this one here, Anthony. Smart driver will know that he can absolutely get involved. He doesn't need to throw everything at this race just yet, because we're not even halfway. Maniac hunting down for another good result. His best of yesterday was a great one. Now sends that nose down the inside, switches positions with Christian, allows Noah Baglin to get involved as well as the trio heats up, as does this race further back. Again, Hugendorn just finding it difficult there in the pack. Loses out on position to Antonio Coccinella, but not to Rafael Ballard, who's still there. Baglin now pushing Christian round. Christian wants a good one and is being watched there by the Tony Kart's team. Turn number 13, again, these drivers tick off, nothing in between it. Benjamin Maniac settled there in pace between these three. They are lapping almost identical times out there. Long straights for these drivers. A long straight for, we have got Noah Bagnell now sending it down the inside on Illy Christian.
Indeed, and that is up into second place, and with the points, that will move it around. Just that little bit more as well, but they've got to now think what these two want to do in terms of closing up to Maniac, who's opened up now a half a second advantage on these two. But I can imagine Baglin's pace here will close that gap up. This is the fight further down in the field. This is down in towards turn 6, 7, 8, and 9 here into the bus stop, and we've still got an almighty train that is forming from 7th place, Nicole, all the way down to 23rd place. That's how close it is out there.
Yeah, of course, we were questioning when we came to this weekend, weren't we, Anthony? War side by side, again, for drivers through turns number 13. Of course, these are your drivers at the back. Pedrotti, Pilipenko, Francisco Roca, as well as a trio wide there down the start-finish straight. We've also got one of the IPKs, the only IPK of Ilya Berezkin, also fighting inside. This one is elbows out and a bit of argy-bargy there on the exit of turn number 1. we were questioning, you know, what kind of racing was this track going to invite for us? It's racing like that, forcing each other off the road. That was Egon Pedrotti. They're just saying to Nicola Frigg, you know, move over, have some of that.
Indeed, we've seen that in every single race so far at that turn. And I can imagine we're going to see it as the racing goes on throughout the weekend. This is going to heat up here at the front. Magnac under pressure from Baglin as the two head round turns 1 and 2. Is that a little puff or something there from Baglin as he tries to break back? But we'll try and see what was up. Maybe just the radiator there just squirted something out. But all these drivers here trying to get to the very end. The gap, 0.2 of a second here. It's Krutzelov goes fastest in the background, but the eyes will stay focused on this fight. But Magnac, for the moment, in control.
Well, Baglin just playing with the carb there down the start-finish straight. He's one of those drivers that's really zoned in and will be trusted by the team to tune that car as he's driving around. That's what you've just seen from him. So you can tell that he's really got some legs within this race, but he's also a smart driver. He's not going to do it at a moment where it's too high risk. Doesn't need a high risk, high reward moment within this race. He's got plenty of time, and of course we have seen drivers pull it out of the bag at the very last moment. For now, though, he is going to try and be a race winner. He is going to try and make it a second qualifying heat win of the weekend. So far, it's been a P1 and a P2 for Baglin. For this one, though, the fight is likely to be on, so keep your eyes on that one as he tries to claim that position. Talking of claiming positions, we've still got this going on in the background. Again, is that again? Is that potentially...
this is
Nicola Frigg,
yeah.
again, you know, he's had a couple of laps out there where he's just clipped the curb, gone over the grass at turn number 5. Did that a moment ago. We've had the change now here. Anthony Baglin back into the front, looks to be getting a heat win in here potentially, but Magnac is not going to give it to him. Of course, Magnac has also had a qualifying heat win, as has Ili Christian. So top 3 all have had qualifying heat wins. Nobody, however, taking 2 so far. Sorry, Baglin would be making it 2 if he can get to the end, as this was the move for the overtake. You know,
Turn
clean
13.
as you like there for no Baglin, nothing too untoward, just nice little send down the inside.
It certainly was, emulating a little of what we saw at the end of that junior race just a few moments ago. On to lap number 10 of this race, and there's your points after that overtake. Here's Chrisen down the inside at the final turn. He gets that move done as well. Magnac back down to 3rd place. He's going to fight it back, though, under braking. Turn 2, not close enough for that attempt. But you can see there by the points now, Baglin now rejoins Anagnostiadis, both of them with 144 equal results they have had. And, God, could you imagine those two starting on the front row for the final? That would be quite the story this weekend. Blanco is the fastest driver out there, but is in 12th place as I still stay focused on this fight for 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely does. So we did have that reattempt by Benjamin Magnac at that first corner, but the corner isn't overly wide at turn number 1. Of course, these drivers, if it was a bit longer, a bit sweeping, maybe you could have seen Benjamin Magnac make a good go at it on the exit, but it was too tight for him to try and attempt it. Christian knows he's still there. This time he's going to try and replicate that, go slightly wider. Can he get the run then down that second long street that sets these drivers up for turn number 5? Absolutely not. They're varied once more. Christian jumps onto the white line. Again, they look to try and dance around the circuit. Magnac sets that one up. They go side by side, and Magnac takes it away from Christian. Here comes Schaufler. Schaufler read that one like a book. Christian loses out on not 1, but 2 positions, maybe even 3, because Antonio Coccianella now starts to get involved in that MP, and Schaufler now gets himself back inside of this top 3. But Noah Baglin has been the commander of this race, looks to take a second qualifying heat win as well. Again, these drivers are getting fiery. Who's that? That's Dean Hugendorn that's come from nowhere. Hugendorn has arrived into this fight. Baglin takes the checkered, Benjamin Magnac takes 2. Who's going to take 3rd and 4th? It's Schaufler that rounds out your top 3, and Hugendorn pips it at the very last moment, gets past Christian, whose race at the very last lap just seemed to unravel.
Indeed, and that is exactly what Baglin needed at the end of that race. A points scoring opportunity went his way, reacquires the points he needs to stay alongside Anagnostiadis. 144 points apiece for those two as they will head into their latter stages today. The fights will be on, and those drivers will have to wait and see who will take the overall points lead at the end of the day, but certainly looking like the favourites from the rest of the field. The biggest mover in that race, Reipold, will take it, a 10-place gain to finish in 17th from 27th out on track. Baglin takes the win then ahead of Benjamin Magnac. Nicholas Schaufler will take third at that very end. It was a very difficult third there. With him losing the back end on that dusty part of the track. Dean Hugendorn able to get his way through into 4th place on a 7th-place gain from Ili Christian, and Antonio Coccinella in 6th place. Lev Krutulov finishes that one in 7th from Rafael Ballard and Luke Kornda in 9th. William Marshall comes away with a top 10 finish. Victor Stalmack and Bruno Blanco, they round out the next 2 spots in 11th and 12th place from Jude Thirumalai Swami. In 13th, Egon Pedrotti from Francisco Roja. Mark Pilapenko from the biggest mover in that race. Kasper Reipold to finish in 17th place. Nikola Frigg, Melko Milel and Asher Ostin. Ilya Berezkin, Tomasz Chigaraski, Daniel Picorni, Adam Gavin, Yuri Levar, Svet Simonov and Mateus Gonzalez round out the 27 runners. There is your race winner, Noah Baglin. At the end of that qualifying heat, job is done. Here is your highlight. Took a couple of attempts to get started. This was the 3rd attempt, and well, for Chrisen, all on his own really on that outside line, as Krutulov was unable to match the pace at the very start, was swamped into the pack, which could have resulted in that result going down the field quite significantly. Relatively calm opening lap. Baglin up to 3rd. He was trying to close in for the race lead and successfully did manage to do so nearer the end of that race, with everyone else continuing the fights and keeping Dean Hugendorn at bay, struggling to push through. The championship leader getting his hands dirty in the middle of that race.
Yeah, Hugendorn at points had to try and shove his way through, which he did end up managing to achieve. Drivers in the back then said quite a lot to each other, big moves, and it was the move between Benjamin Magnac and Ili Christian that actually allowed Baglin to edge ever closer. Baglin then had to sit settled and quite calm as Hugendorn made those positions, and it was actually Schaufler that opened up opportunities for him. But Hugendorn, like others in the field, was not one to actually get through turn number 5 cleanly, had to cut the grass, as this was the change at turn number 1 between Christian and Baglin that saw him get into P2. Throughout the race, a lot going on in the background. Drivers again forcing each other wide. Ilya Berezkin being one of those drivers to pick up some positions, and Egon Pedrotti being one of those to absolutely show the rest, like Nikola Frigg, a bit of that grass. Frigg actually having to cut over the grass 2 laps in a row. But it was Baglin at turn number 13 that took that race lead, ended up in that top spot for the rest of things, and takes 2 qualifying heat wins to his name. The fight then continued to rage on that final lap between Benjamin Mack and Ili Christian, as Magnac in the end did manage to snatch it away, and then Schaufler used the best on the exit of turn number 5 to set himself up, get back into the fight, as Christian gave Schaufler a big boot and said have that, but it actually would go in the way of Dean Hugendorn in the end to get himself inside of the top 4. But it was all behind, of course, the name of Noah Baglin, who makes himself again a qualifying heat winner. This time, however, we focus back on our juniors, this time Groups B versus E.
Indeed, they will make their way onto the track. So here is your full starting lineup for this race as they go across the line. Julian Rivera and Miguel Manzano on row number 1. They'll have Julian Fresnelli and Zach Zhu on row 2. Will Green and race winner from earlier on, Nicolo Perico, will go from that row. They'll see Leonardo Gorski and Antoine Vinot on row 4. Mason Robertson and Tail Parfrain go from row 5. Other race winner from earlier on today, Deddy Babacek on row number 6 will join Augustine Filignoli with Michelle Orlando and Elton Hedfors on row number 7. Row 8 will see Milan Rossi and Sevelodo Sachi-Sodlowski.
Row number 9, we've got Matt V. Durganov and his first weekend with RFM alongside Oliver Spencer. Your 10th row, we've got Canada and Mexico in the form of Rocco Simone and Santiago Diaz de la Vega. And then from 11, Leon Chilidze of Georgia and Forza will be with Mateo Mason. Your 12th row houses Aurélien Lemaire and Yubo Wen. And from 13, Dia Islami will see Jonas Pundis. 14th row, we've got Poland and Portugal. It's Jangar Jelic, who, of course, let's not forget, has already deployed some new tyres this weekend. He's starting with Daniel Ferraria. Your 15th row, Neo Knapp with Felipe Sanchez. And we are missing a certain Roland Nagy for the rest of the weekend.
Someone sent me a text message, Nicole, and said one of us sounds like an owl.
Who?
Thank you.
What?
Right,
Hang on a minute.
For the racing, as they get ready to head round that final turn. Will we go racing or will it be a false start? No, we are racing towards turn 1. Great start for Rivera at the front of the field. Sweeps his way through. Frasnelli tries to go through as well, but he can only best into second place. Here's Green again. Green's had a lightning start. He's back to the front. There's Frasnelli. He was trying to get his move down the inside, but the driver who started on the second row of the grid in P3 is out at turn 1.
Such a shame for Frasnelli, of course, after falling down into P18. He rectified things this morning with a good race result and added to the points that he had already collected with that P2 yesterday, but now will have to settle for a DNF. Perico right there. Perico, let's not forget, was the first junior winner this morning, but now is under pressure, and is under pressure by one of the MPs who manages to now weave past, and Perico's going to lose out on not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, maybe even 5 positions out of that final corner. The whole pack looking to just take away the position from one of the strongest drivers for KR so far this weekend. Out in the front though, Green holds on to things. Babacek, what is it about Danny Babacek and this circuit? 9 places already.
Speed is what it is. He's found it and he's pushing his way through nicely here. Oh dear, one of the names going down there, Matteo Mason just dropping down the field. But loving the train that we are seeing here again. They seem to have simmered down through that bus stop chicane here. These are your front runners though. Danny Babacek here, looking at a points lead here by 20 points from the man who's right in front of him as it stands. Get this overtake done. He'll have even more points to break away with as he looks to the inside at turn 2. Just squeezes his way through. Danny Babacek leads the way here in this qualifying heat.
Yeah, Babacek there timing that one well. 10 places gained again for him to make it so far. Could be a hat-trick of qualifying heat wins if he can nurse that Tony Kart home. Babacek pulled that one off with the fastest lap in the early stage of this race. These drivers, of course, gifted a circuit with the tyre that actually doesn't scrub away too much of that rubber. Very, very different to what we had in Valencia, where the talk of tyres was the main theme of the weekend. Somebody's had a big one throughout. 6 and 7 can see that somebody's had a spill and round. That's one of the KRs. That's the number 59 of Daniel Ferraria now, who will add to our DNFs of Julian Frasnelli as well. Shortly at the front, though, they're not with your top 2 of Babacek and Green, or Mason Robertson and Theo Proudframe, but we have got Gorski, Rivera and Anton Venant as that trio now trying to fight out for P5.
Indeed. Still, this fight goes on. Antoine Venant, the fastest driver out there, currently in 7th place, pushing forward, and again, eyes watching on throughout the entirety of this as Big looks down the inside there. That's nicely done from Matvey Durganov on Michelle Orlando. That's her 11th place, and now the 6th place to gain in this fight. Here, though, up the sharper end, Rivera trying to hunt down Leo Gorski at this moment, not able to put the pressure on just yet as they whiz past our camera at the exit of turns 14 and back towards the next lap as they head on to lap number 5 now, halfway point of this race. Babacek's lead from Green remains at 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, Babacek looking really in control out there. He's not sacrificed anything. He's really not lost any time when making his way through the field. And actually, I would say Babacek has really got these race starts correct. Every time we've seen him take a qualifying heat win, it's been that first couple of corners that have set himself up really well. He's picked off those positions mostly within the first opening lap. And that's why you're seeing him now command things and make himself the benchmark for the rest of the drivers. 3 qualifying heat wins for him would make him the most successful so far out of your juniors, because of course earlier on we saw Pitsonia cut that streak short for Daniel Moron. Babacek, Green, Robertson. Robertson hunting down some points. Disqualification for a bad manoeuvre yesterday for Mason Robertson, the young Red Bull Junior driver, means that he is one of those that is thinking about the bigger picture. Communications going on in the background and moves going on in the background. This is a switch between the MP and the Energy. It's not in the business end of your order as Felipe Sanchez goes fastest. Sanchez, of course, didn't manage to set a qualifying lap in there, but now makes to look at positions and looks to go fastest as well.
Indeed. Just every time I see them go side by side through that second sector, I always wince a little bit, thinking that they're going to get squeezed out onto the grass. Here they're over. Oh, speaking of it, literally, as I say it, off the road there, and that is disaster striking for
Elton
the juniors.
Hedvers.
And Elton Hedvers there, not in the situation he wants to be in. Unfortunately, and that's how quickly it can go wrong.
Yeah, and for Hedvers as well, let's not forget, first qualifying heat win yesterday was a DNF. He's a driver that, like others, like Felipe Sanchez, will be thinking of the points. Matvey Derganov now goes fastest. Off the road is one of the Energies. That's in the background, is that maybe the likes of Sevlado Sachi-Soslovsky, who's made a team change this weekend. Couldn't quite work out the number, but what we do know is that these drivers are on the limit. They go off the grass through that fifth corner and then make it really hard work for them to set themselves up for that second sector, because they, of course, then have dirty tyres. Perico at the back of this train. He's looking at Venant, Rivera, Gorski and Teo Palfrain. A very different race actually for Perico in this one compared to his first qualifying heat of the morning, where he was in his own air, was unbothered by everybody else, and he took his first qualifying heat win of the weekend.
Yeah, he certainly did. This look down the inside, nicely done there. Perico on the charge past Antoine Venant, and getting up another place there, of course. Remember, Perico took a race win in that first race of the day for him. And he's wanting to capitalise again on this one. It's just not worked out for him here. So he holds on to 7th place. Yellow flags are out there. Driver not circulating anymore. Jonas Pundis, I believe, out of the race.
Yeah, not good stuff for Jonas then. That cuts his race short. Out in the front, Babacek and Green still separated by half a second. Green not really looking like he's going to have it to close in. We are on the very last moments of this race. Drivers, though, still giving it to each other. We've got this fight. Julian Rivera getting involved once more. Rivera, of course, first pole we've seen from him, as now Perico does look to light things up. Perico back into the fight once more. This is for the drivers inside of your top 5. Rivera, Gorski. Gorski is the leader of this one. We've got the KR, the Mercedes junior driver of Nicolo Perico, looking to try and take the position away. Is he going to try and do it through turn number 14? Absolutely not, because Gorski parks it, backs everybody up into each other. This battle then is going to get fiery. Last lap board has been given to these drivers, dizzyingly quick out of turn number 14, as quick as you like for this park. Gorski from Perico. Perico now being overtaken. That was a nice little move. Teo Palfrain, 2 birds, 1 stone there. Now slams that door closed. Perico has to just allow some positions. Now it goes wrong for drivers, goes wrong for Julian Rivera, whose contact is made between him and Anton Venant. They take each other through turn number 15. Santiago Diaz de la Vega involved in that one, in what was only a half race distance left to go, as one of the KRs looks to travel really slowly out there. But of course, Denny Babacek is the star of the show. Babacek, again, 10 places gained, a hat-trick of qualifying heat wins. That's how you do it. The TEPS driver, then another win to his name, finishes things off ahead of Will Green and Mason Robertson as the last inside of your top 3. Gorski and Teo Palfrain, of course, involved in all of that commotion we just watched unfold, but they get away from it unscathed and round out to your top 5.
Indeed, that's a very strong start to the weekend for Denny Babacek. 188 points now he has accumulated here in the intermediate classification. He leads Will Green's 156 and Perico's 152. There is your results on that one. Babacek from green. Mason Robertson with a really strong result there. I would say that's his best result of the season so far for the Red Bull Junior driver. Leo Gorski takes P4 ahead of the rest of the field. Palfrain takes P5 from Matvey Durganov. Perico 7th, and Spencer Shilidze with a 12th place gain is the biggest mover with P9 ahead of Zakzu. Augustine Felignoli from Michelle Orlando. Aurelien Lemaire 10 places again ahead of Matteo Mason, Miguel Manzano and Rocco Simoni. Elton Hedford, Soslovsky from Sanchez, Wenyabu from Rossi, Garzielik from Nap, Islami from Diaz de la Vega, who rounds out the 25 finishers, Rivera, Venon, Pundis from Ferreira, and Fresnelli, non-finishers in that race with that man there, Denny Babacek, taking the win. And this is how it all transpired at the very start of that race. Well, keep an eye on Babacek because he's on the 6th row of the grid. He's there in that lead group right at the very start. He's on the inside line, and he's just able to push his way forward. Disaster striking for Fresnelli at the very start of that one. This is how, just getting tangled there with Julian Rivera and pushing himself off the road, unfortunately, and into the barriers. His race was over at turn 1 on lap 1. The rest of the racing continued. It's a strong start for Green, strong start for Babacek, able to push their way forward while drivers were 4 wide in the background in the early phase. This was that lead change. Nicely done at turns 2. Straight down the inside on lap number 2 of the race, and from that point onwards, absolutely fine and clear. There was the Portuguese driver for KR Motorsport out of the race, unfortunately going no further. Then the rest of the racing continuing on. Dina Ismay under the pressure of the watchful eyes of Perico, was squeezing his way through the field to try and get back up to that lead group, which unfortunately saw Elton Hedford take a small trip to the gravel at the exit of turn 13. Which tumbled him down a few places as well.
Yeah, indeed. So drivers again forcing each other off of the road. That was one of their energies being made to go wide there. In the moments that we did still have Julian Rivera in the fight, it was Nicola Perico just behind him that lit up the fight between him and Anton Venant that actually, I would say, made that battle get quite aggressive. Moment after moment, Theo Palfrain would get involved in. This was the point that Perico and Leo Gorski almost came together through that first corner that cost Perico some time on the final lap. This, however, was where it would go wrong for Perico, Anton Venant and Julian Rivera. Perico would manage to get out of that one unscathed, but Anton Venant and Julian Rivera would come together, would take each other off down towards that barrier, the VDK and the Cali kart driver going no further, and you can see that it meant absolute drama for Anton Venant. Last junior race for this rotation complete. Babacek taking that one. Before we go to the next, we're going to take a short break.
Now, I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience. The force lock system allows you to move everything around to really create a bespoke seating experience and make it super comfy for exactly how you would want it as a driver. The seat padding is obviously of a very high quality material. It feels very comfy, very supportive on my lower back. Racing is all about chasing the last hundredth of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the champions of the future. Cleanup operation just underway still for that previous junior qualifying heat B versus E, but we are ready to switch over to the seniors. The last race before the lunch break, and then we go into the second half of the day, which will see then 10 races to decide who will be starting where for those Superheats tomorrow. And a driver in with a shot of that is Evan Purcell. He's had some tough results, but he's still up there at the sharp end and is still in with a good shot of trying to get his name up at that top end of the field for those Superheats. He will start again alongside Gabriel Canal for the beginning of this one. Can report some fresh tyres in this one. Great work from pre-grid officer Ross Upton, who's been sending me text messages galore today. I will apologise to him. I actually haven't looked at them over today. I have just now, and I can see he's been working very hard out there, and I can report some fresh tyres. We'll go over those tyres in a few moments' time. But for other drivers who are looking to see if they can try and gain the position on this one, I said, oh, blimey, those rain clouds are getting awful close. But again, they're on the other side of the circuit. They're not on the side of the circuit that will affect us. It's literally been there all day, has that rain. But for us here, it's saying we're absolutely fine for the moment. And, well, you can see that because we've got blue sky and sunshine in and around us, which is good to see. Driver I'm really looking forward to seeing who can do something in this one is, of course, James Anagnostiadis. We've just witnessed the likes of Noah Baglin out there. Very close to the points. There is James on your screen. And again, a win here puts him right back to the lead of those points.
Yeah, 2 qualifying heat wins as well as a P2 for Anagnostiadis so far. So both him and Baglin, like you said there, Anthony, tied with those results for KR. Of course, Evan will be looking for some good results within this heat. Has had a DNF, a P2, and then had a difficult end to his last qualifying heat of this morning. And talking of drivers that have been really strong as well, Luke Tal has had good results, has been consistently inside of your top 5. 2 P3s have been on the board for Tal. So watch how the MP driver tries to look through this one. This time he's not got his teammate of Henry Domain to try and help him out like what we saw earlier on this weekend and today. But he's still looking strong there, starting on that second row alongside Anagnostiadis. So far within your senior qualifying heat wins, winners have been Baglin, we've had Valerio Villapiana, we then had Anagnostiadis, Christian has taken one, Anagnostiadis took one at the end of yesterday. Peschel has been a winner in there as well, Manyak. So we've got, a lot of names that could push their way through the crowd. Maybe Purcell could look to take his first qualifying heat win of the day as well. We know he's got the pace because in group was on pole position.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see how he can turn that into a P1 potentially in this next race, as we are moments away from getting started. The recovery trailer back off the track now. It's taken a bit of time there, but a lot of drivers getting caught out in that previous race gone by. But back with the seniors here as the field is ready to get going racing. Gabriel Canal there gets pushed off the grid alongside Evan Purcell. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Evan Purcell and Gabriel Canal on that front row of the grid. Curious to see how this one will transpire. They will have Anagnostiadis and Luke Tal on that second row behind them. Davide Bataro and Teresa Babitskova go from row 3 with Vladimir Vanikov and Rafael Bassato on row 4 with Marco Garst and William Kalija on row 5. Kalija, of course, after that DNF earlier on, looking to see if he can try and push forward again in this one. Zach Drummond and Aaron Garcia will lock out the back end of that 6th row of the grid. Vander Kirchhoff and Filippo Sala will take the first half of the field on row 7.
Row number 8, we've got Klara Kowalczyk. Kowalczyk's first qualifying heat first qualifying heat of the day resulted in a really good promotion. She's starting alongside Endo Arata. From row number 9 is where you see the first of the tyre deployments, and that's on board Zadray Dudkovsky, who starts alongside Louis Nunez. Your 10th row, Angelina Simmons, good race results for her so far. P12 and a P11 yesterday means she can get herself up the order. She'll start alongside Tobias Stugeni. Row number 11, Matteo Gallo and Nikita Botts. Row number 12 is when more tyres are on board. It's Isaac Sayer, who went new earlier on. He's starting alongside Victor Gustafsson, who has now deployed some for CRG. Row number 13, Gustavo da Silva with Francois Cadal, and from your 14th and final row, we've got Greece's Nefeli Kosmopoulos with Germany's Julius Berthold for what will be your last qualifying heat of this rotation. We'll go into the break after this to then light things up and hunt down your pole sitters for those Superheats later on this afternoon.
Indeed, everyone ready to watch the start of this race as, like you say, the last one before that morning phase before we go into the lunch break as the marshals get themselves primed and ready to go. They've been quite busy this weekend so far. Very dramatic races we have seen in the juniors and the seniors over the course of this one, and someone limbering up and ready to go there. Love to see it. Field heads to the red line as they get themselves squared away. They pass the marshals with the yellow flags. We'll wait for the synchronization. Go on, Nicole, you're going to do this one. Is it yay or is it nay?
Can I not give it a score?
No.
Oh. Hang on, wait. Yeah, go on then.
There you go. I'll agree with that one. Right then, in towards that final section.
Oh, I love the hat.
Now that's Felix. Flying Felix, I will call him, because he's got that hat, because he's absolutely astonishing at everything, and he flies around the track. That's why he has it. There we go. I asked him. Right, here we go into the tramlines. Are we racing? Answer is yes. For the last race of the morning phase, strong start there for the field. Oh, it's nail-bitingly quick, but round and out of the race is the pilot who started near the front end of the field, Teresa Babitskova, out at turn 2. And we'll go no further, and there's more happenings at turn 3. Carts off left, right, and centre. Who's not come through there? Multiple carts there, right? So Teresa's one. Xavier Dudkovsky is one as well. Isaac Sayer, Gustavo da Silva, and Julius Berthold. They've all had a moment there, and that has caused absolute pandemonium. More dust getting kicked up, as there's plenty of dust now on the track going through turn 6 and 7, and the pilot who's in the lead of this race will see that as they head over the line. As it stands, it is Purcell who leads the way from Canal. Bassato, Anagnostiadis is there in P4 for the rest of the field, side by side into turn 1, but keep an eye on your race leader now. When he heads into turn 6 and 7, there is an almighty amount of dust on that inside line.
Well, Purcell is going to be a guinea pig for the rest of the field. Goes into 6 and 7 as we just watch this replay where Teresa Babakova is tagged out there. We have had Evan Purcell now run through that dust and the drivers behind going sideways as they clip over it as the rest of the field look to clean it up. Purcell does continue in his lead as we just watched on it. Some impact there for our drivers that see Zavre Dudkovsky, Isaac Sayer, De Silva and Julius Berthold go no further. The dust has thrown a spanner in the works then for Evan Purcell. He is lost out on that gap that he had given himself. He was, of course, a guinea pig for the rest of the field. Canal and James Anagnostiadis edge closer and closer. Turn number 1, big hot spot for drivers and big defensive postures for the likes of Zach Drummond, who's just given a bit of a kick up the back bumper there from Tal, Marco Gast and Matthias van der Kerkhoff, as this is shortly going to get very fiery here, Anthony. Purcell is going to do everything he can as again drivers just running dust all over the circuit there. This is the fiery fight, off up onto the air. Is that the DPK who just took some airline there for airtime there, and one of the MPs now parked. This race is going from bad to worse for a number of our drivers. As you can see, visible frustration for Luke Tal. It was going so well for him, but now it will be put to a halt as the driver that took that air time, I think it was Aaron Garcia.
Well, recap then, start of this race. An attempt for the race lead on lap 1 resulted in a driver out of the fight. Multiple investigation flags out for the field and dust getting kicked up and multiple retirements already. Certainly a very dramatic race on this one as the fight at the front starting to kick off. Evan Purcell under pressure from James Anagnostiadis, who is wanting to push forward and take that points lead back away from the rest of the field. Right now, he has got the points lead, even there in second place, but he wants to take even more points at the end of this one. We'll have to wait and see what he can do. Over the start-finish line, they will head. Purcell still leads the way from Anagnostiadis. Kalijah still there in 3rd. Drummond holds on to 4th from Canal Bassato. And Garcia hold on to 8th from Van der Kerkhoff. Kowalczyk rounds out the top 10.
Well, it could look like Evan Purcell could be a sacrifice again there through 6 and 7, because on that previous lap, somebody's run across the dust again, pulling it onto the track. Watch Purcell through 6 and 7. He's not going to know that it exists right there on the racing lines. Neither's James Anagnostiadis, who now goes down the inside, picks off the position, gets into the race lead, and now will be on the path for another qualifying heat win. But here's Kalijah seemingly has come from nowhere within this race, and Purcell now drops down not 1, not 2, 3, but 4 positions, because now Gabriel Canal is back into the fight. Rafael Bassato looks to try and get involved as well, as Purcell's just going to have to try and settle down. But Luke Tal is going to have to watch on from the sidelines and, of course, go no further there in that MP.
Indeed, that is such a shame there. But this fight still raging on. Drummond now leading it. Canal saying go forward. Drummond ignores it. Goes defensive into 3. Backs the pack up even more off the road. Now goes Garcia. Brings it back. No, it's not Garcia. Sorry, I leave my words. That's Rafael Bassato. Garcia gained from that one. He was through. 2 of the DPKs there. Very similar carts. And similar helmet designs as well. But gets through. So does the likes of Purcell, Van der Kerkhoff, all getting through as well. Off the road is that who's that? Is that
Louis Nunes?
Yeah, Louis Nunes out of the race and walking to safety. That is such a shame there. Everyone just saying, calm down, you got a big old gap, don't push it too hard. Oh dear, and speaking of calming down, Sala and Simmons off the road. Italy and Spain collide at turn 13.
Well, that signal you just saw from the CRG mechanic is a bit of a known mechanic signal to these drivers to say, chill out, relax a bit out there within this race. I think this is just a game of bring it home. We've lost a number. We've got Nunes is out, Sala out, Simmons out, Babichkova, Tal, Dudkovsky, Sayer, De Silva, Julius Berthold as well, as we've still got plenty of race distance left to go. Anagnostiadis holding on to this fight as Oiva Renterata just watches to see the entertainment unfold in front of us. This could be an edge of your seat moment very shortly. Kalijah, of course, fire will be in the belly of both of these front two. Both Australians there sat 1 and 2. Kalisha took a qualifying heat win earlier on, but then took a DNF earlier this morning. Now we'll be looking to try and pick off some positions and try and get himself back into the higher points standings. He's still sat there P3 for now, but Anagnostiadis is still the leader of things and is still the leader of this race, as this is a fight just shortly behind changes to go on. Everybody actually now looking to settle down, maybe looking to have learnt a thing or two from all of those names that we've just seen tumble and have a halt put to their race.
Indeed. Over the line they go. Still, the fights rage on, up and out the order here. Garcia is right on the rear bumper of Marco Gas. That's it, down in towards turn 2, and Garcia gets through. Nicely done. Gas now will be under pressure from Evan Purcell, who is trying to recover back in this race. None of them looking for a move down the inside there. Turn number 4. Checks over the shoulder again through 5 into 6 here. And no changes again. They all simmered down for this spot. And, well, Nicole, we're down to just 18 runners on here, which has benefited some drivers who started a little further back on the field. Nefeli Cosmopoulos is there in 18th place, now on a 9th-place gain.
Yeah, good stuff for Nefeli, but it's not as good as Francois Canal, who's the biggest mover with 10 places gained. All drivers inside of your top 3, they're non-chargers. 2 for Anagnostiadis, 8 for Kalisha, matched by Drummond, who's also on 8. This is starting to get fiery. This is Evan Purcell trying once more to get back up the order. It was good in qualifying, but it's not been too strong in the racing so far. Now we've got these drivers just holding on to that white line, parking it, trying to back each other up, trying to make it more difficult for the names behind. So Purcell looking on at Gast, Kowalczyk in this. Watch Kowalczyk. She's just had the Tony kart now go down the inside. That's Endo Arata that has just managed to find his way past. And now Rafael Bussetto sat there in that DPK, trying to get involved once more. Out in the front though, Drummond still leading ahead of Gabriel Canal. Best weekend so far we've seen from Canal in Champions of the Future. Strong stuff from him so far, but can he try and get inside of the top 3 for the second time this weekend? First qualifying heat yesterday did round out his day with a 3rd. Then we had a P5 as well. Anagnostiadis, though, is still the name to be, but he's not as fast as the driver behind his countryman of William Kalisha, who now goes purple in these late stage of this race. Of course, where the tyre is quite stable for these drivers. It's not an abrasive circuit. It's not a course surface. Drama out there. Turn 6 and 7. That's between Aaron Garcia then, who has been swept out towards the barrier, and the Koski as well.
Yeah, Marco Gas involved. Evan Purcell was in and around that area. It's Bussetto is the driver that's gone off, not Garcia. That was the same mistake I made earlier on, to be fair. But yeah, indeed, Gast off the road with Bussetto, the latest retirement in this race. Final lap board has been out to the drivers, and here at the front, Anagnostiadis and Kalisha breaking away from the rest of the field. They look absolutely fine at the front here, but crucially, Anagnostiadis is going to claim more points to his name here. Will take the lead once again of that intermediate classification with 194 points. 2 more corners to negotiate. The first one here at turn 13. The last one at turn 14. No drama whatsoever for the first half of the day. Anagnostiadis will win once again over the line ahead of Kalisha. Drummond will take a competitive 3rd ahead of Canal in 4th. Garcia holds on to 5th from Arata. Endo at the end does take P6 on a 10th-place gain. Finishes that one ahead of Evan Purcell, Davide Battaro, Tobias Jenny and Matthias van der Kerkhoff, who rounds out the top 10. But Nicole, again, I don't know what's happening here, but the racing is seeming very, very feisty today.
Well, I could probably tell you these drivers are just desperate to set themselves up for the rest of the day and for those Superheats. Many drivers have had up and down results so far this weekend, and I think it's probably been thrown into the fact that this is a new track for many. Qualifying, you've had many names out of position, and I would say that's why it's really fiery, especially in that first lap where drivers are trying to force their way through in the opening stages. Anagnostiadis from Kalisha, from Zach Drummond as your top 3 is Gabriel Canal, and Aaron Garcia round out your top 5. The rest of your top 10, Endo Arata, 10 places gained for him. Evan Purcell, Davide Bataro, Tobias Zajenyi and Matthias van der Kerkhoff. Then we only had 6 people to finish after van der Kerkhoff, and it was Vladimir Ivanikov, Klara Kowalczyk, Francois Cardal, Nikita Bott, Matteo Gallo and Nefeli Cosmopolis, showing us that was just a race of survival. Drivers to not survive it: Marco Gast, Rafael Bussato, Victor Gustafsson again suffers a DNF, Angelina Simmons, Filippo Sala, of course, out at turn number 13, Louis Nunez, Luke Tau, Teresa Babikova, Zavre Dudkovsky, Isaac Sayer, Gustavo da Silva and Julius Berthold not to complete those laps. But Anagnostiadis takes it then, makes it another qualifying heat win.
He certainly does, and I'm sure we'll be delighted with that. The Mercedes junior driver delivering here in Mülsen, Germany, the Arena E circuits, and right now the clean-up operation underway, and quite a lengthy clean-up operation will be underway for the marshals here. They've certainly earned their lunch break here at the circuits. Here is the highlights from that race. So the start very shaky at the back of the grid, but the front was set, ready to go. Very quick speeds at the start. Watch this, Babichkova on the outside makes contact there with Canal. A great start there off the line, but not a great exit out of turn 1 and 2. Then this incident here, big impact there right at the very end of it, and multiple cars off the road at the very start. We lost lots of drivers: Gast, Passato, Gustafsson, Simmons, Sala, Nunez, Tal, Babichkova, Dudkovsky, Sayer, Marquez and Berthold. That's an incredible list of names there to all retire from the race, and Luke Tau right at the very beginning of that one was really getting stuck in with it to later retire at that very corner, and there you can see the contact that was made, damage to the kart, and unfortunately the kart will go no further with a broken track rod.
Yes, such a shame for Luke Tau, and you can see that he was visibly not happy with that result, would have felt that it was not deserved. But Tau will have to pick things back up, pull himself back together and go further later on this afternoon. Still, these drivers having side-by-side moments. Still, James Anagnostiadis being the one to beat within his group, which, of course, for him was Group B. Him and Purcell went for it in the first couple of laps. Kalesia got invited into things. Kalesia made a bit of a last-moment dive there through turn number 9 to set himself up through that final sector to bolt off from Drummond and, of course, the ward of Gabriel Canal, who actually did stay inside of the top 5 in the end. Drummond parked it on the white line, was not allowing the ward any move to breathe, as we did have, of course, the DPK of Rafael Passato get quite involved. Simmons and Sala took each other off through turn number 13. They would go no further, as that's Aaron Garcia who picked off positions, and that was a nice little move there between him and Marco Gast down towards that first corner. Evan Purcell, lap after lap, had to try and pull things back together. Did manage to finish the race, so still in contention for some good results later on in the weekend, as this was the moment down towards sector number 2 where we did lose the Koski and the DPK of Gas and Passato.
Indeed, and at the end of the race like that, to have such an incident, very strange indeed. As over the line, Anagnostiadis claiming another win will add now to his points of 194. He will have going into the second half of the day. Well, that brings us to a conclusion of that first half of the racing today. Plenty more races to go, 10 in total to be found with groups D and F. And we'll start chatting to some of the drivers down in the pre-grid with Nicole Sutherland for those. But from myself and Nicole Sutherland, we will see you in roughly about 55 minutes' time. Do not go anywhere. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the Champions of the Future. It is round 3 here in Mülsen, Germany for the classes as we get ready to go into the second half of the day's qualifying heats. 18 races today. We've already done 8 races and 10 more to go. There's some simple maths for you. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the box. Nicole, you're on more my side. Scooch over it. No. Other way. There we go. Perfect. That's better.
Do you want a social distance?
There we go. That's better. Right. We are nearly ready to go. Looking forward to this next one. Juniors coming out next onto the circuit. But groups D and F. New tyres are starting to be deployed now. This is where it gets into the nitty-gritty start of the weekend because now you're going to see drivers who have maybe struggled a few races here and there to try and push through the field.
Yeah, I think those new tyres are actually going for drivers that find themselves in danger when looking towards those super heats. Of course, big grids mean that we will lose a number of those at the end of today. We will not see many drivers qualify into tomorrow. So some drivers that are a bit desperate are trying to throw everything at it. But actually, I wouldn't expect too many tyres to be deployed throughout today. I think they will be saved to tomorrow because, of course, this circuit is quite smooth. It's not overly abrasive. Good drives for many of your fields so far this weekend. Good moments from Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who I would say is actually having his best weekend in OK Junior so far to date. A newer driver into the world of direct drive karting. This has been his best qualifying result after time qualifying, and he has so far taken a qualifying heat win, has been up strong, also had a P3 today as well, so looking quick out there for Tony Kart.
Yeah, indeed, and I think the whole Tony Kart package looking quite quick this weekend. They've been right up at the sharp end, but of course you can't ignore the dominance from the world of the KR Motorsport team as well, and of course the Kart Republic chassis. But speaking of it, there's another OTK product on the front row of the grid. Lucas Palacio on that Esprit chassis for the Forza Racing team, ready to showcase what he can do. The Williams junior driver again, one of quite a few Williams junior drivers. There we go. How about a fight on the roof? Maybe not the best thing to.
Whoa! Oh no, he's just fallen down. Right, boys, let's leave it until we're on the track, all right?
Wow, okay. They're still fighting, I've heard.
Did you see him also chuck the water on him as he disappeared?
He clamped his head in a chair. What is going on this weekend? Right, anyway, back to the karting. These guys, yeah, again, strong results, but I'm going to be curious to see what the drivers at the back can do, because 3 drivers have deployed fresh tyres, as they can see. The Marshal's doing a good job there of trying to sort out some barriers that I think may have blown around in some breeze, because, well, so far we've been absolutely fine with the weather conditions. What will the second half of the weekend look like as we get ready to go racing? There is the back end of Dan Ashton. On the other side there is the beautiful fan clipboard of Martin Bean, who can't hear me right now because the cart's going past him. This is my perfect time to get it all out. Right, anyway, let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one. Emerson McAndrew-Uren starts it on pole position. Will be joined by Lucas Palacio on the front row of that grid. Guillermo Santo and Ascani Volley go from row 2. They will see Remy Soundcheck and Alexander Lazarus on row number 3. Giacomo Justo out in this race, obviously had that drama earlier on. He'll be starting on row number 4 alongside Achille Ray. Row 5 will see Alessandro Caraballo and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio on row number 5. Row 6 will see Albert Tam and Max Feld. They will see Jason Cosmopoulos and Tiberius Müller on row number 7 with Novello Morales and Maxim Noapel on row number 8.
Row number 9 sees Ji Halfway alongside Mattis Brajot, and from row number 10, Jeff Verbeek will be seeing Oyvind Veterata, who needs a good race after a DNF earlier on this weekend. Your 11th row for CRG, it's Bwana Gisese alongside Juan Garciase, and from row number 12, Lenny Makinen will look at Alessandro Chouchot. Your 13th row of things, we've got Portugal and Estonia in the form of Xavier Nazaro and Mark Lumitz, 2 of your youngest drivers in the OK Junior category. It's from your 14th row backwards that we start to see those new tyres be deployed. It's all new on the right-hand side for both Ava Lawrence and Nick Reed. And then from your 15th and final row, Henry Merring will start alongside Julia Angelard, Julia being the 3rd and final driver to deploy some fresh rubber for this junior qualifying heat. So groups D versus F going into this one is Nicandro Uren versus Palacio. Uren has been the faster of the two so far, but Palacio has been the more consistent with those race results, remaining inside of the top 6 so far this weekend.
Indeed, so drivers making their way to the red line now, hopefully nice and steady, to which they are here at the front. Nicandro and Palacio ready to start this race. Gotta say, it's been a very busy day so far of racing. Many moments that have happened out there, but smiles are still around. Well, for Dan Alleman, Zach Drummond looked a bit less so there in the background, but he's right into the win. Oh, there's Jarlath Say. He's got a smile on his face as well, and many, many more as well ready to go racing. Right, here we go. Round the final corner and into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer is yes. Lights out, fights on then towards turn 1. Keep an eye on the DPK. Bassato to the inside line, takes the lead away. Beautifully done. Just squeeze that nose down the inside. Superb start there after that retirement earlier on today. Palacio holds on to second. Nicandro Uren there in third. Palacio to the inside. Off the road goes Bassato. Rejoins but holds on to the lead. Smoke and dust in the background. It's back to business as usual here in Mülsen as the field negotiates their way round the first half of the lap.
Well, business end of your field still led by the DPK, so might have run slightly wide through turn number 5, might have looked to give the position away from Palacio to Palacio. But Palacio and Emerson Nicandro Uren now go side by side. Uren's going to lose out on 5 positions because of that. Changes so quickly around this circuit, which these drivers so fast quick out of that final corner that set themselves up down in towards turn number 1. So this pack now, it wasn't Palacio, it was actually Remy Samchek. Samchek is your driver in P2 with Justo there looking fiery. Let's not forget, Giacomo earlier on did not have a good end to his race. Him and one of the others took each other off down towards that chicane. He ended up in disaster. Now we'll be looking to pick some points up. Off the road, drivers going time and time again. This is crunch time for our drivers and crunch time for the likes of Ava Lawrence. Ava Lawrence already making up positions. 14 places gained. She's the leader of this big pack, which includes Sandro Carabulla of Venturata, Di Petratonio, Juana Gisese and Tiberius Muller as well. Out in the front though, still Bassato leading things. Half a second between him and Samchek. Samchek looking strong, but for how much longer? Because overtakes are happening thick and fast, and overtakes are happening between the 2 parallel teammates of Tam and Oskari Volley.
You have to remember, Ava Lawrence has deployed new tyres on her car on the left-hand side. That could be helping her fight through the field here as, like mentioning Lazarus there, very quick indeed, setting that purple lap as well. Drivers pushing through. This now at the front is Jason Cosmopoulos on an 8th place gain. This is a very good run in this as, well, off the road again we're seeing drivers going wide. That is Mark Lumitz who brings it back onto the track. Yellow flags out, kart facing the wrong way. Going no further is Zaria Lazaro, the Daniela Rossi machine pilot, out of this race. Venturata under investigation as the fighting at the front rages on. Samchek leads. There is Lazaro's kart dragged off unceremoniously from the race. Samchek leads then from Justo. It is Wally there in 3rd. This is a significant difference to the starting grid of this race. All the drivers who were fighting at the sharp end have now seemingly gone. There is Bassato, late on the brakes. That's why he's lost out on the lead. Bassato tumbling down the order. Changes for 2nd place. Oskari Volley through past Justo and up into 2nd place.
Well, we just watched that replay for Palacio, but Palacio now on the road, almost nowhere to be seen in the fight of things. Down in P16, off the road, Cosmopoulos absolutely wrong, all in the dust, pulls the DPK off with him. Cosmopoulos, that was looking like it could have been one of his best qualifying heats to date, but now we'll have to reset, restart things and settle down there at P15.
It was a valiant attempt, but just too late on the brakes there and ran out of road. There's no runoff there. You're straight onto the dusty part. Very shameful there. Right, racing continuing on. Big use of the curbs there. Loving the fighting here but this is all down in 9th place right now. Novella Morales, Basato and Garciase trying to fight their way back through the field here. There is the drivers further behind, just trying to regain any sort of positions here. A lot of big movers in this race. Xiaofei and Lenny Mäkinen stepping up through the field. Novella Morales there, 6 places gained. Juan Garciase, 11 places gained. All of these drivers trying to push forward into the fight. But here at the front end, Oskari Volley, who has taken the lead away from Remy Samcek, is trying now to break away.
Well, we've watched Oskari Volley command races and be at the front this year, but we've not seen him at the front so far this weekend. This is the first that he has led so far here in Mülsen in Germany, as that's a nice little change just behind between Ji Halfway and Lenny Mäkinen. Halfway aiming to extend things on that 10-place gain, as Mäkinen still looking at 15 positions gained. Juan Garciase starting to get involved as Ava Lawrence looks to slam the door close, looks to defend those positions that she had made up. But, of course, that 14-place gain that she had got has now dropped down to only 8 places. Oskari Volley in the front as drivers come together again. Is that maybe Jason Cosmopoulos once more? It's one of the CRGs and one of the victory lanes.
That's Bwana Gisese and Maxim Nurpel, unfortunately, that have come together. And I can see there Bwana Gisese is trying to get it restarted, but he's not allowed to do that. And his card is dragged off the circuit. That is a shame for those two. The latest retirements in this race. Very vocal there at the sharp end of the field. Hands going up for Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, trying to call forward there. Lucas Palacio, who himself is trying to defend these positions as he is himself trying to recover back in this race. At the front end, though, this is that lead fight. There is Bwana Gisese walking away now to a safe spot. His race over. And the CRG driver going no more in this race. I was talking about those race leaders for the time being. Yeah, it's closing in. It's actually quite a decent little fight that we're seeing here at the front. But crucially, what we've got to take away from this is the number of Paralins that are up there. Oskari Wari Paralin, he's one of them. Giacomo Giusto, Jackie's up there. He's Paralin. Albert Tam Paralin. Alexander Lara's Paralin as well. They're all fighting at that sharp end and giving the field here a good old show. Yeah, and of course he's not in this race, but Gypsy Girardello has also been really quick as well. Joellis looks really strong. So Paralin, I would say, have set things up nicely. Is off the road. That's elbows out there by Jason Cosmopoulos. Drivers just forcing each other wide time and time again. Oskari Volley, though, there's still the commander of this one, still setting the tone. He has still got hold of things. Remy Samcek, 9/10 now splits up him and Oskari Volley as the two Paralin teammates now still continue to do battle, but also try and fend off the Tony Kart just behind, who looks to pick up positions once more. Emerson McAndrew back inside of the top 5. Of course, went into this one on pole position. Now will dance on that slightly wider line to then send it down the inside. Great job done. Albert Tam, I don't think expected that one because there was no defence attempted. Tam now finds himself with the other teammate of Alexander Lazarus. Yes, indeed. Look at this almighty fight here in the background as well.
Whoa.
This is back with Ava Lawrence, who's going wheel to wheel, but they're off the road, tumbling down the order is the Paralin of Mathis Brajot. He's not in the right situation on this one as he regains control here. Rest of the field now starts to square things away here, but the fight at the front there still whizzing over the line. That fight we were watching is all the way down in the back section of the lap. The front runners here are going in towards turns 3 and turns 4. It shows how spread out this field is right now. Astronomical difference between the front and the back of the grid here, which just shows the mechanics of this circuit that can really open up the field. There, though, Oskari Volley in a great place. Someone who isn't in a great place there. Squeezed off the road and tumbling down as Juan Garciase, Morales, Feld, Truchot all get through as Truchot sets the fastest lap of the race on that penultimate lap. At the front of it, Oskari Volley is looking at a strong start to the second half of the day. Over the line, Oskari Volley takes the win. A very different story to tell at this part of the weekend ahead of Remy Samcek. Jackie Justo finishes that one in 3rd place ahead of Emerson McAndrew Uren. Then it is Albert Tam from Lazarus. Xiaofei finishes that one in 7th place ahead of Lenny Mäkinen. Both of them 10 and 15 places gained. Guillaume Bassato and Lucas Palacio round out the top 10 at the end of that one. Parallel Motorsport then a win from 4th. A great start to that second half. And only a few more races to go for the drivers to determine where they will finish. And for Ascari Volley there, that win jumps him up to 4th overall. Now with 149 points to his name. He will make his way back into Parc Ferme, and a lengthy clean-up operation underway here in Mülsen. Once again, multiple drivers out of that race. Well, only the 3 drivers at the very end. Bwana Gisese, Maxime Noapel and Xavier Lazaro, unfortunately, all finding themselves out of that race. There is your full results at the end of that race. Top 10 we've gone over. Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio finished that one in P11 from Moy Venturata, Navala Morales from Max Feld, Alessandro Truchot from Alessandro Caraballo, Achille Ray from Juan Garciase, Henry Muring gaining 10 places in that one. Again, another driver who deployed the fresh tyres. Or no, actually, no, he didn't deploy the fresh tyres. It was around 3 drivers who did, so still had a good run there. Jason Cosmopoulos, I was looking at his best result in that one. It was right up there at the sharp end. Unfortunately, that running wide moment dropping him to 20th place at the end of that one. Mark Lumitz ahead of Ava Lawrence. Tiberius Mueller from Mattis Brojo, Nick Reed, Jeff Verbeek and Julia Anglard round out the 27 finishers. But they're your race winner, Ascari Volley. A great run there to put that Paralympic kart on the #1 spot and to move himself up to 4th in the intermediate classifications at the end of that race. Here's your highlights from that race. And towards turn 1, check the start out for Guillaume Bassato on that DPK down the inside, just found the space and was able to take the lead away. That lead, though, however strong and controlled at the very start, did not last forever. He would be closed in by the rest of the field. This was that first attempt at that very start. Palacio trying to squeeze his way down the inside. That would put him backwards in the order. Samchek would be the next Forza Racing machine to try and close his way forward. There you can see the moves coming in thick and fast. Was Samchek actually trying to go for those moves at the very beginning of the race. And he would squeeze there. Emerson McAndrew a little bit wide there through the corner, but it's very narrow. There's no runoff, and as soon as you even attempt an overtake, you'll find one driver, unfortunately, going wide and off the road. Other moments that are happening, Albert Tams trying to squeeze his way through. Lazarus was there as well. Justo and Ascari Volley, in the end, was able to get up into the race lead at the expense, once again, from someone running wide. Mark Lumitz there, just losing out in the same for Bassato. Guillaume Bassato there, that was his moment. Late on the brakes through turn 13. Dropped him backwards and unfortunately would be under the pressure from the rest. There was Jason Cosmopoulos. His attempt at turn 13 resulted in both of them running wide. That was again Bassato struggling at that turn 13. Later continues to fight on and battling away, and there you could see him fighting a lot further down in the field than where he originally started. But there, Navala Morales trying to get involved in those early phases as well, with everyone just pushing forward. Very busy race here for the juniors. On to lap 6 of that race, and again, we saw drivers starting to squeeze their way up through the order in that later stage of the race. Gilles Frey was one of those drivers trying to recover back after a tough qualifying and actually gaining 10 places in that one. The same for Lenny Mäkinen, as then later we lost Bwana Gisese and Maxime Noapel from that race. Other moves coming in thick and fast, and drivers pushing their way through the field still. Once again, Achille Ray on the Barrichello liveried Birel Art Racing machine, delivering some strong results, as so did Emerson McAndrew Uren on his recovery drive back to get into 4th place. And then the later dramatics there for the likes of Mattis Brojo. Unfortunately, the Paralympic driver squeezed off the road, and then later Juan Garciase suffering a similar fate, not once, but twice in the space of 2 corners. Across the line, though, Ascari Volley would start the second half of the day strong. A qualifying heat win puts his name 4th in the points overall. A very strong start then for them as we'll head down to Parc Fermé for the first time today and over to Nicole Sutherland.
We will indeed then, Anthony. Oscari, good race there for you. First qualifying heat win of the day. Of course, we've seen the racing be quite busy for both the juniors and the seniors. For you, why do you think we're seeing so much go on? Why has there been so many incidents?
Well, it's quite a hard track for overtaking. There's a lot of different corners, really tight and really fast and long, so I think that's why.
And in the second sector, you've got to change direction really quickly. You've got to get the kart rotated. It's a fast part of the track. For you, how much have you had to really focus on that through testing, through qualifying and these heats?
Well, in the first it was kind of hard, but when it's just drive, then I will get it. But in the race it's kind of hard still.
Well, Oscari, great to catch up with you, and of course, qualifying heat win there for you. I'm sure we'll see you later on. That was our group of juniors. Next up, we'll go back to our OKs and back to Anthony in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Fermé. Yes, indeed, straight back to the senior category. Will be groups D and F heading out onto the circuit for the next race. 12 laps, of course, due to start at 14:40. Which is in 2 minutes' time. So that gives us plenty of time to chat a little bit about what's going to be happening in this one. Of course, Benjamin Magnac and Henry Domain on the front row of the grid for this one. Domain being very consistent with the results so far this weekend. Benjamin Magnac, again, in a strong position, but again, needing the good results at this part of the weekend to help push forward. The same could be said for Lev Krutulov. He's had the ups and downs over the course of today, but again, still in a strong position of this year's championship. Peschel as well, who has taken wins on that second row of the grid, has got a lot of work to do to get ready for the latter half of the day. Tyres have been deployed in this race. 4 drivers deploying those, the highest of them being on the 5th row of the grid. Ludovica Mazzola has deployed the tyres there. The close-up of Benjamin Magnac ready to head out onto the circuit. It's a lot of pressure to go through the drivers here, as this is a fast track. It is demanding. It is high speeds into turn 1. The very start of these races, very best of these drivers having to push forward, and there we go. At least there's a smile on his face, though, underneath that visor for Benjamin Magnac, ready to go racing here. This has been quite the dramatic day of racing so far. It's certainly going to mean the results look a bit askew. We've seen a fair few names that are at the sharp end usually tumble down a little bit. Some of the drivers who are lower down, higher up in this one. It's certainly making for an exciting day of racing as the engines fire up, as the field makes their way out. It's our race direction team ready to start the racing. Benjamin Magnac then on the front row of the grid. Pole position for him, starting alongside Henry Domain on that front row. Lev Krutulov and Jindra Peschel have gone for row 2. Well, they haven't gone for row 2. That is where they qualified. They're on that second row of the grid alongside Luke Korda and Zoe Frekal on row 3. Row 4, Jude Thurumalai Swame this time has got the inside line going into turn 1. We'll start alongside Archie Owen. Row 5 will be William Marshall and Ludovica Mazzola, who has deployed fresh tyres. Row 6 will see Victor Stalmag, Max Weiland, with Francisco Roja and Nathan Cappin on row 7.
Row number 8 sees Nicola Frigg alongside Manuel Miguez. And from row number 9, we've got the USA and Great Britain in the form of Asher Osteen for CRG and Seb Mins for Fusion. Row number 11, we see Juan Mateo Russo alongside Zemo Yang. Zemo Yang going new boots on side the right-hand side of the kart. 12th row sees Daniel Picorni with Eduardo Salomon. He's also one of those drivers to deploy some new rubber. Row number 13 sees Ilya Berezkin and Sebastian Verga. 14th row, 27 karts in total. Mateus Gonzalez then being the last driver, and the last driver to put on some new Maxxis tyres.
Indeed, and getting myself all comfortable in the commentary box now because it's been a long day. I've been on my feet all day. Watchful eyes. Watch it. What are you staring at me for?
No, you haven't.
I have been stood all day today. Compared to you, you say you've been getting your steps in, running up and down the paddock. I don't see it. You teleport down there. You don't walk. That's just a face of...
So annoying.
Just... right. Here we go then with the seniors ready to go for this one. And now, how many rotations do we have left? Well, we'll get A and C done after groups D and F, and then we are into the last rotation of the races. So 2 more races to go before we really get into the last races that we'll see for those drivers before they head out onto the track. This is, again, getting to that pinch point now, and like you say, the deployment of tyres here will be vital for many of them. I'm curious to see what Ludovic Mazzola can do. The biggest thing that he needs to do, first off, is get to the inside line at the start of this race. He does not want to be on that outside, get risk being squeezed off the road. It does definitely seem to be, if you're on the inside line, you're going forward. If you're on the outside line to any corner in any battle situation, you're going to find yourself on the grass. Synchronization, lovely. There we go. That's a solid 10 out of 10 for me on that one. Right, field primed and ready. Benjamin Magnac, Henry Domain at the front end of the field. Can Domain come away with a win on this one? He's had those second places all the way throughout. He's looking to change that up a bit in this one as they head to the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer: yes, we are away and racing. Good start then for Magnac. Domain sweeps to the inside. Watch the cuts on the outside. Krutulov is in the middle of a 3-wide sandwich there as they go 4 wide in the background, 5 wide on the exit of turn number 2. Incredible stuff as the field heads into 3 and 4 for the first time. Krutulov again on the inside line. It squeezes Peschel off the road, and that's what we talk about. You're on the outside, you're going to go off the road, and speaking of off the road, multiple carts that's happened to. The 268 is one of those. That's Eduardo Salamonde's been caught out, and there you can see one of the Fusion carts there also caught out. Daniel Picorni going no further.
Yeah, tough stuff for these drivers because of course, this is crunch time. We're in our late rotations of these qualifying heats. The Benjamin Magnac is trying to hunt down another qualifying heat win in, as is Jindřich Peschel. So far, though, Magnac on charge to do that. Henry Domain sat comfortable there in P2. That's been, so far this weekend, the number for Domain has had 2 P2s to his name. And then we've got Luke Cordner in that 3rd spot. Cordner yesterday didn't have the greatest of days, did have to settle for some back spots, but now is inside of your top 3 as that's a change in the background. We've got Oshdin, Mazzola, Wayland all going for it as Jude Thirumalai Swami as one of the names in the early stages of this one to have dropped down the order. We're going to have some warriors within this race trying to pick up some positions. Names like Seb Mins, who's on a 10-place gain already, as we've already had those drivers get caught out. Max Wayland for KR. Max then, of course, first lap is complete, so anybody to have a spill and off the circuits will not get to see that checkered flag. Magnac from Domain from Cordner. Cordner looking really strong here, Anthony. Not seen him inside of the top 3 this weekend, but he's looking now that he could be hunting his way past the MP of Domain. Wayland under investigation for maybe jumping that start out there, but it's not going to matter because he's not even going to finish the race.
And no, that is a shame. Krutulov now the fastest driver out there as, oh, look at this scrap going on now in the background. Whoa. Great little up and under there for Ludovico Mazzola. To try and squeeze his way through. But again, we're looking at these fights that are out on track, and they are right there at the further end of the field. So great stuff for them. Inside, though, that top 9, but not where they want to be. They want to be up in the top 5 right now. But every overtake that they make, they lose touch of the drivers like this. Here's Corner to the inside. This is for 2nd place. Domain went to turn in there, saw a flash of Ricky Flynn nose cone and thought, I'll back out of that one. But in doing so, this put Krutulov into the firing line, and he's gone down the inside. And Krutulov is through. Peschel squeezes his way through. The classic, as soon as you do it, I'll do it too, as Peschel set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap also.
Peschel just using that grip out in turn number 5 to give that one a go and pulls it away. Retirements out there then, that's the Fusion driver that will go no further. That's Nathan Kappen that makes it 2 DNF so far for Fusion within this heat. Magnac still in the front. There's 1.4 that he leads by, but not even 50% of race distances. This time we're going to have technical flags going out there for drivers. That's a 2-1-1 that will be forced to retire. Thomas Cikaraszki will add to the likes of Kappen, Wayland, Picorni and Eduardo Salamond. technical flag is waving to him, but he would not have seen that just yet. He's currently sat a bit further down in P18. Still these moves going on, Ludovico Mazzola being the fastest driver on the track and can be seen trying to hunt down his way past Seb Mins, who actually now finds a way to weave past Archie Owen.
Indeed, it was Owen under the pressure there from Mazzola, who did set that fastest lap of the race, and that pressure still very much on. Zarif Rakal still there, Stalmack and Thrumalai Swami all with a chance of trying to gain some positions here, right on the rear bumper as they negotiate their way round turns 14. Whizzing past the camera there on the start-finish straight to accelerate up to 130 kilometres an hour into the braking zone of 2. And still, Owen holds on to the advantage here. The question is how much longer as the pressure starts to build. Mazzola down the inside, gets the move done. And no drama there for the two drivers. They continue on their way in this race. Peschel's just set the fastest lap of the race here. Nicola's closing in as off the road and going no further. The 2:79 machine of Ilya Berezkin is out.
Yeah, looking not great for Ilya Berezkin when we're trying to cast our minds forward to those Superheats later on. Of course, tomorrow we will see those, but we will cut short our grids. We will not see many because, of course, we've had quite a few drivers enter as wildcards into this weekend, so it makes it more difficult for these drivers to qualify into that. Side by side again, drivers trying to go. This is for the fight further back. Ostin, Miguez being some of those drivers to try and get involved, as well as Rocker out there. Peschel again going fastest. Peschel looking on at Lev Krutulov, but the battle at the front, I would say, is going to quite quickly heat up. Not between Benjamin Magnac. Magnac is pretty much out there, clean and dry. 1.9 seconds he has to his name, and he'll be unbothered about this going on in the background. I'm quite interested to see what goes on between the other drivers, especially between Luke Cordner, Krutulov and Peschel now. Krutulov looking directly at the Ricky Flynn. Now he's not looking at the back of him anymore because Sen's moved down the inside. Turn number 1, picks off the position and says to Peschel, get involved as well, as I think somebody's lost a side pod out there. Just saw Peschel, Cordner and Krutulov whiz past that as again Peschel trying to make the overtake. Forces Cordner off the road. Cordner has to go the short way around. Doesn't put him off too much, but what it does do is says to Domain and William Marshall now, come and get involved.
Oh, well, yeah, 100%. As soon as you see those scraps start to take place, all the drivers behind want a piece of the action. And no lunges there again from Peschel. Just sits behind Cordner as they make their way through. Back over the start-finish straight again, though. Look at the toe here, right on that rear bumper. Switches to the outside. Here's Domain now. 2 company, 3 is a crowd. Now you've got 4 of them involved. Marshall to the inside's going to look for it. He does it. Peschel goes through as well. So 2 changes there. And Cordner and Domain both going backwards.
Yeah, Marshall just throwing the dummy there too. The MP of Henry Domain. So 4 kart battle still going for it. Peschel, of course, leader of things. Cordner, I would say, is quite settled there. Not great race results yesterday. Doesn't want to risk anything and cost himself more points this time. And talking of points, Benjamin Magnac, the race leader, the warrior of this race so far, is currently sat P2 in your qualifying standings with 180 points, but still sits behind James Adenostiadis, who we're yet to see so far this afternoon in these late rotations of qualifying heats. Krutulov has now been gifted some space. Krutulov, you know, out there by himself as we head through these later lapses. This is a change.
Marshall.
Again, Marshall picking things up. So is Domain. Cordner losing 2 positions. Maybe even looks to lose out on 3 tries to return the favour on Domain, who says, absolutely not. No, you don't. Here comes Sebastian Mins. Sebastian Mins down the inside. Great move by Mins, but maybe looks to lose out the position. Gains 1, but loses 1 because Ludovico Mazzola read that one like a book.
Indeed, and Mazzola now on a 4-place gain here, up into 6th place, but not for much longer. Seb Mins down the inside corner again, retaliates 2 for 1, but Mazzola's back into the fight again. Wheel-to-wheel action here over the start-finish line, 130 kilometres an hour. Here's Owen back into that fight as well. Corners out of the train, and with that, out of that fight, because through goes Raquel, through goes Stelmach, all for position. Great racing here now at this phase, but again, it's great racing all the way in 8th and 7th place. This is, again, fabulous stuff. They will gain points here, but not at the level that they want to be.
No, absolutely not, but drivers that have gained points and put themselves further up in the points order. Lev Krutulov has promoted himself throughout this race so far and is looking to maybe be finishing this one in a very strong P2, but not as strong as your current race leader, Benjamin Magnac, who will just look to nurse that Ward-branded Paralin home. 2 sectors left to go for Magnac to add to his tally of qualifying heat wins yesterday. Took a qualifying heat win in his first appearance. Then he had strong results earlier on today as well. So Magnac has been a name so far this weekend. Was of course P2 to Noah Baglin earlier on in his last qualifying heat, but now looks to put more points on the board, more wins to his tally. 2 more corners left for Magnac to go. It's been a great race. It's been a clean race for him. Job well done. Star of the show so far within this one. 1 more corner down the start-finish straight. We'll see the checkered Benjamin Magnac, again, heat winner, rounds things out. 2.1 seconds clear from Lev Krutulov. That is one of the biggest race wins we've seen so far this weekend, with Peschel rounding out a strong race result in P3, of course, with some great pace as well, and I'm sure the rest of the field would have taken note of that one. Marshall, again, really strong, up by 5 positions to be in P4, with Domain finishing that one in 5th. Magnac, though, really good stuff by him. Doesn't lose, doesn't gain, exactly what he would have wanted to do.
No, indeed. A lot of those drivers gaining, but a lot of them losing out in that race as well. But there you can see Seb Min's one of the biggest movers, him including Devon Waltz, 11 and 10 places gained apiece for those 2. But you can't take that one away from Benjamin Magnac. A good result. And a lot of drivers here having those good results, what they need after that lunch break. Clearly some words being had to the drivers after that beginning morning phase, and just think, come on, you've got to dig deep now. You're at the front of the grid. You've got to drive like you are at the front of that grid, and that's what we're seeing now. Benjamin Magnac taking the win ahead of Lev Krutulov and Jindra Peschel. Marshall taking 4th from Domain. Mazzella from Mins. Raquel from Owen. Devon Waltz finishing in P10 ahead of Stelmach. Kornda from Thirumalai Swami. Frigg from Miguez. Zima Yang from Roja. Then it is Osteen from Verga and Gonzalez, who rounds out the 20 finishes in that race. Retirements, Berezkin, Chikaraski, Kapin. Then you have Wyland from Bacorny and Salamonde out of the race. So clean-up operation underway. There is Benjamin Magnac, cool, calm, collected, and as mentioned there, Nicole, good starts to the end, or the beginning, of the second half of the phase. I'll get my words out there, don't worry, I've got them out.
Yeah, good stuff for Magnac then. Adds to his points, adds to his race wins, and I'm sure as well adds to his confidence. And this is how he pulled it off. Race start, of course, had that one in pole position. We had Henry Domain instantly sweep to the inside line ahead of Lev Krutulov and ahead of Peschel as well. I think it was the race start that actually set up Cordner quite well for that race. He just headed to that inside line, and it was your inside rows that had a good go, and actually the rest of the field held each other up on the exits of that first major braking zone and allowed the rest of the field to just start to run away. Midway through that first lap, of course, we had many drivers cut in the track. You're going to see that over and over again this weekend. As you saw in the background, the likes of Eduardo Salamond, Daniel Bacorny take each other off on the exit of the corner. Neither of those would finish off the race, and neither would Max Wayland, who we saw parked out at turn 6 and 7, and add to that clean-up operation. Big moments then through the final couple of corners, big sends as well into the hotspots of sector number 2. That was the change between Zarif Raquel, as this was when Henry Domain and Luke Cordner started to say hello to each other. Cordner, of course, did get inside of the top 3 for the first time this weekend, but would lose out in the end, would fall back down to way further down than where he started. It was a P12 overall. Peschel absolutely not shy in that 5th corner. We saw him send a big moment down on Henry Domain, as this is when the second fusion within the race decided to retire. Nathan Kappen pulled in and would not go any further, would add to quite a few retirements within that race. We saw more happenings going on for drivers. We saw more almost big spills through turns 13 and 14, where there's been a bit of a spot, I think, in the steward's office to be looked at. Many drivers forcing each other off the road.
Indeed, a lot of drivers here trying to push their way forward. There was another retirement, Ilya Berezkin out of the race. And as you mentioned, one of many. Krutulov trying to fight back in the field. Then it started the Peschel and Marshall fight here, both of them getting past their drivers, Domain being one of them, Corner being the other. There was Marshall squeezing past that one as well. And, well, this really started the turmoil there for the likes of Corner, who pushed his way backwards. It dropped out 7 places, dropped down to 12th place at the end of that race, all while fighting right up at that sharp end. It just shows how quickly it can go a little bit wrong for the drivers. This was Seb Mins trying to go through, and as I say, he was dropping backwards. Corner always tried to find his way back through, but unfortunately, like we say, 12th place. Over the line it would go. Maniac takes the win. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Juniors will be up next.
Let's start with the Play Seat Challenge. With a quick 10-second storage and setup, this seems like the perfect gateway into sim racing for gamers of all ages. There's only one way to know for sure though. I like the fact that we can adjust the steering wheel angle and move the pedals around, so actually I could get it the way I would like in terms of the steering position. The steering is really stable. I'm putting quite a bit of force through these fast corners, and likewise for the pedals as well. You keep thinking it's going to slide away from you, but actually I'm pressing the brake pedal pretty hard and it's not moving, so I'm quite impressed. I really do like driving Zambo. It's such a cool circuit. Given how roomy this chair feels, I am a bit surprised at how compact it can be. When the Play Seat Challenge arrived, I was a bit confused because the box was actually really small and compact, but it does genuinely fold that small. I think if you're new to sim racing and you wanted a first touch point with the game, this is probably a good option for you. And actually, because it's comfy, you could spend hours at it before you decide to commit more money to it. The Play Seat Challenge is super convenient and user-friendly and seems like the perfect way to start your sim racing journey.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to live coverage here of round 3 of the Champions of the Future. OK, Juniors will be the next out onto the circuit for qualifying Heat A versus C. New tyres once again have been deployed in this race, and it comes from the mid-pack for this one, and some drivers who have had those good results in the first races but now trying to push for even better ones in this. But Daniel Miron at the front of the field, well, at the beginning of this one, seemingly untouchable in the juniors, but then had that one race where a cheeky move down the inside, found himself finishing in P2.
Yeah, it was Antonio Bizzonia that managed to pull off that move at turn number 13, but it's not the end of the world for Daniel Miron. Of course, has had 2 qualifying heat wins, that pole position and the P2. So he's still one of the strongest juniors so far this weekend. Joins names like Denny Babicek, who's also been equally as strong. So keep an eye on Daniel Miron, but also keep an eye maybe on Stepan Mazepin. Mazepin has had qualifying heat win, but also has had a bit of drama out there. So it will be one to try and get to the front and stay at the front as well, as will Alexandra Point, who has not had the qualifying heat results so far he would have wanted, has been inside of the top 10, but now will be looking to push and stay inside of the top 3. Groups A versus C are up then. Juniors, we're about to go.
Indeed. Here's your starting lineup then for qualifying heat A versus C. Daniel Miron and Alexandra Point on row number 1. Sabalek Agay and Stepan Mazepin go from row 2. They'll see Antonio Pettonia and Giada Gibberdello on row 3. Bruno Greeling and Priyan Bruno on row number 4. They will see Alexander Legenki and Benjamin Westwood on row 5. First, the tyres will be seen on row 6, not in the form of Maxim Bobajov, but in the form of Olivier Erisini. The driver from Indonesia has deployed them on the left-hand side. Henrik Konstantin and Harry Williams go from row 7, with Lorenzo Zacchetto and Martin Bertolacini on row 8. Zacchetto with the fresh tyres.
Row number 9, fresh tyres for Mani Nuvolini. Marit Zvaric will be starting alongside. Your 10th row, we have Jona Pajol alongside Stan Ryczajski. And from row number 11, Samuel Hugon will be starting alongside Alex Malotta. Keep an eye out on Alex Malotta. Really good stuff earlier on today. 12th row, top 24, Federico Marabella with Christian Rost. And from row number 13, Charlotte Sayer and Kim Min-jae. 14th row, top 28, Christian Kobe with Austin Newstead. And from row number 15, Shekias Libor Vlasak will see Edin Kuzerovic. 16 rows in total. Liam Natuate will be your last driver, missing Tommaso D'Ambrosio again. We've not seen him so far this weekend, so hoping Tommaso is okay out there as we're about to go racing for groups A versus C. Martin Bean and Dan Ashton back up on the gantry. There's been a lot going on so far this weekend, many penalties, and I would say a bit of a change in the atmosphere, I would say, over the course of the past 5 or 6 qualifying heats as well. Would you say, Anthony?
I would agree with that one. You know, I was looking going into these first races today. Well, yesterday, I think, told a big story about how this weekend was going to be. Yesterday, you weren't watching that at home. We were here, though. 12 races, very busy. Lots of retirements, lots of incidents that have happened out there this morning. Was a very interesting, similar story to that as well, with drivers going off the road and all of this. But seemingly in the second half today, so far, it seems to be just getting better and better in terms of conditions out there. Our production team taking a leaf out of Sky Sports F1's book. In this one, as they get ready to go over the line, synchronization 3, 2, 1, 1.5, 3/4. Thank you. They're over the line at 10 out of 10. Again, they're getting better.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, if Anthony Jordan shortly gets really excited, it's because he's just had an espresso. So I think the racing's going to get exciting, but I think so are you.
It was needed. I had a big lunch, and then I realised maybe I had too much lunch. Right then, into the final corner, and a lot of sugar in it as well, that espresso. Lights are out. We are racing then towards turn 1. Good start then for the 2 drivers on the front row. It's the Fusion lockout of row 1. But who's going to get the whole shot in towards it? It's going to be the driver on the inside line, Daniel Miron, who takes it. Dust kicked up in the background. 1 or 2 cuts caught off. Both the Fusions were at the front are gone. And now it's being led by the other drivers here. Sabalek Agay pushing forward off the road. It's Tony Carton Award that have come off the road there. Multiple drivers have come off. Mazepin was one of them, but it was Martin Bertolacini and Jean Peugeot who collided together. But the biggest story here is that your front runners have gone.
This has all gone wrong for a number of the drivers who started at the front. The main being Daniel Miron. Daniel Miron is nowhere to be seen just yet, but starts to arrive once more 3 wide into the final corner, and Miron takes it back, so does tumble down, but instantly says Absolutely not. I'm going to get myself back into the fight. I'm going to take another qualifying heat win into the first corner. Drivers now big sends down the inside. 3 positions lost there for one of the Paralins. Joely Diridello being one of those names to try and get involved again. 3 karts wide. Drivers just giving each other the elbow and a bit of aggression as we go through these last remaining qualifying heats. Under investigation already are a number of drivers, of course, aggressive couple of moments to start off this race with Martin Bertolini, the driver that you saw get parked with Jono Pujol through turn number 5, being the driver to potentially be at fault of that. Whilst all of this has been unfolding though, Priam Bruno and Bruno Grayling have seemingly dropped away, run away from the rest of the field, P1 and P2 for the time being, as this starts to get quite busy in the background. Alex Point again having to defend, having to get his elbows out to the rest of the field as the 2-kart breakaway are second clear from Savali Kagay, Oliver Isini and Daniel Miron.
Yeah, certainly so, and you can see how these two now have started to really break away from those drivers, as you were calling it out, rightly so. There, Nicole. Someone who is holding on nicely to 5th place is Daniel Miron. So in his recovery drive back, he is alone in 5th place. However, the rest of the field backwards, well, take it as you see it. That's it there. That's the entire grid backwards there from 6th place. Alexander Genki. Yeah, it's part of that one. Mazepin's trying to recover back into this race after that torrid start. Alex Malot's having another good race here. Zanic is having another good race here. They're all trying to gain places. Newsted's having a good race. We've not said much about Austin Newsted this weekend. He's trying to push his way through the field. Punching through the dust there. Out of turn 13 comes the rest of the field as we go nearly. Look at this train here. Remember, this is 120 kilometers an hour these drivers are going right now.
Whoa.
And that close right round the outside. Surely not. It's not going to happen as she runs to the gravel there. Incredible drive there, right at the front, and indeed, Charlie there trying to get his hands very much dirty, but as soon as he's gained those places, he's off the road, he's going to lose them. Oh my goodness me.
Jarlath Sayer there going the long way around, then cuts over the grass, does actually manage to pick off positions through this lap, despite maybe being dealt a bit of a difficult hand. Didn't have the qualifying result he would have wanted. Yesterday, however, managed to pull the P8 out of the bag from somewhere, so don't count out Jarlath there. Now Sut, strong inside the top end. Alex Malotta, we also said keep an eye on him. 12 places gained so far, now breaking inside of the top 10. Priam Bruno out in the front, Grayling from Savile Kagay. They are your 3 that are quite calm and settled. We've then got Sini from Miron, Alexander Legenki, Zvaric, Giradello, Alexandra Point and Alex Malotta. For those drivers, it's quite calm and quite settled. They are not involved in everything that you've just seen unfold on your screen that's now inviting. It's things like that, notifications like that, that now sees Bruno Grayling under investigation. So Grayling, P2 for now, of course, was involved in an incident earlier on with one of the Paralins out there. I think it was Giacomo Giusto that Grayling said hello to, and they ended up off on the grass. Now in a spot of bother again, now could have that P2 ripped away from him. Only time will tell what the decision will be, but for the time being, he's still looking on at Priam Bruno.
Yeah, indeed. This fight here, though, raging on, and the drivers here continuing to push forward. Look at the position gained in this race here. A lot of the drivers at the sharp end have lost out massively in this one. Liam Nashawati as well as one of those drivers who's pushed through the field as their 19th place, now at a 12th place gain. Quite the drive it has been for many of them. For Nuvolini, Zucchetto and Olivier Sini in this race. Well, for Sini, this has worked out for him. Up 8 places and into P4. So he's utilising those tyres rather nicely here as they head over the field. Now you can see this fight is on. Sini is part of that battle, but to the inside, Daniel Miron has closed back in and says, I'll take that back. He tries to push forward back to the front.
Danny Moron has got a job to complete within this race. It is get back to the front, but with the pace that he's got, I would say he's not a million miles away. He's faster than all of the drivers ahead of him. Let's not forget, think about qualifying result that we saw from him yesterday. He was 4.5 tenths faster than anybody else in his group. Now looks to try and deploy some of that in the rest of the laps within this race. Laps still rage on, battles still rage on. Zvaric, Malotta, Point, Williams, all having a bit of a go of things, as we've also got this nice little fight on your screen as well that heats up, then cools down, then heats up once more. Miron now back into the top 3. We said it was only going to be a matter of time, and it's only going to be a matter of time until he gets hooked onto the back of Bruno Grayling and Priam Bruno. Doesn't Grayling know it? Head over the shoulder. He knows that he's being hunted down then. He knows that he's going to be the next spot of prey for Miron. Out of turn number 5, you can just see these drivers clip in that curb on the exit. Of course, that's one of the only curbs these drivers use. The curbs of these drivers do not benefit them through sectors 2 and 3. They actually think against it. Fast track for these drivers, long straights, 4 long straights in total to set themselves up. Now we go then, Daniel Miron edges closer and closer to the top 2. The fight's going to be on here for P2. Watch him look to set things up in towards that first major braking zone out of the final corner, side by side. We are going to have Grayling and Daniel Miron. Miron is going to pull the move out. Of course he is. Daniel Miron into P2.
Can he fit in that gap? Of course he can. Down the inside there at turn 2. There's a movie reference for you. What film is that from, Nicole?
No idea.
Snatch. There we go. Google it.
Never watched it.
Right. Great film. Here we go down that infield straight then. Miron on the charge here with that fastest lap of the race as well. Is going to try and close in this last few moments to see if he can get to Priam Bruno, but that might be easier said than done, as the last lap board will be out this time to this field. Look at this almighty train once again. This is 13th all the way down to 22nd out there. It's so competitive in that mid-pack, but the drivers are just tripping over each other again and again, trying to launch their way back to the front end of the field. Last lap board is out. Leaders are all well over the line already. This is round turn 13 at this moment. Nashwaty trying to push his way through. Ratajski there as well. Saya in that fight. And, well, quite the charge they are having. At the front of the field, though, well, nowhere near yet on this last lap. I mean, it's a valiant effort from Daniel Miron here. Priam Bruno, though, has done just enough to hold on to this race lead for the majority of it. And Priam Bruno is going to add some nice points to his name to jump him up to 3rd. And it's exactly what he needs as the championship points leader going into this round. Over the line they go. He will see the checker flag at the end of the race. But, oh dear, is that nose cone wobbling a bit at the front as I just saw it going over the line. We'll have to wait and see, but for now, Priam Bruno takes that win ahead of Daniel Miron. Savale Kage finishing in 3rd ahead of Olivier Licini, and Bruno Grayling will take P5 at the end of that race. They will make their way back to Parc Fermé, and your race winner from that one, a superb drive. Priam Bruno, 8th on the grid, able to squeeze his way through at the very start of that race. And, of course, drama striking for both Daniel Miron and Alexandre Points at the very beginning of that race. There's your biggest mover as well. And Austin Newstead taking that spot, 14 places gained. Squeezes his way through the field. A deserved win, though, for Priam Bruno across the line. The top 5 have gone over. Giada Di Brodello takes P6 ahead of Alexander Legenki. Marek Zadic from Alex Malota. Harry Williams will round out the top 10. The McLaren junior driver done a very good job there. Alexandre Point will not be happy with that result. 11th place after starting on the front row. Pitsonia there as well, come in from Newstead. As mentioned, one of 2 biggest movers. Newstead, 14 places to finish in 14th. Liam Nashawati, 14 places to finish in 17th. The 2 drivers in between that, Maxim Bobachov and Christian Alexander Erst. Samuel Hugon finishing 18th ahead of Charles Sayer. Libor Vlasak from Stan Ratajski. Lorenzo Zucchetto from Kim and Jay. Federico Mirabella from Stepan Mazepin. Again, tough race there for the Tony Kart driver. Manny Nuvolini deployed the fresh tyres. It didn't work for him, though. Kasedovic finishing in 27th. At Westwood and Kobe, Bertolacini and Jean Peugeot are the only retirements in that race. However, the highlights here, plenty of action to be shown in that race. The very start, well, the very start, right at the middle of the field, drama already striking. Kart going skywards there and coming back onto the road. It looked like possibly the 81 machine there, Alex Malota, who went skywards. Then drama striking for the two Fusions at the front, both of them running off the road there, and there you could see how Daniel Miron was able to just bring it back onto the track, but drama striking. Then, of course, you saw the dramatic moment for Stepan Mazepin as well. He had tumbled down the order, also the exit of turn number 1. It put Priam Renault to the front, brought Bruno Grieling for company as well. There was the unfortunate moment for Jean Peugeot and Martin Bertolacini. They were the only two retirements from that race, despite the dramatic turn of events over the course of those 10 laps. Rest of the fighting carried on then for the field. They were able to push their way to the front, and we saw those big gains through the field. Matic Zaric gaining 10 places. Alex Malota, despite that potential skywards moment, found himself gaining 13 places. Newstead with 14, as well as Liam Nashawati, all with 14 places gained. And that stemmed from these battles that ensued right in the middle of the field, and a lot of drivers there just getting squeezed onto the outside and then over the curb. Giles Sayre, one of those drivers, as he tried to gain multiple places through turns 1 and 2. Later found himself going a little bit backwards, unsettled there under braking. Olivier Sini trying to keep his nose clean, had to avoid any contact there through turn 1. Just brought the field back into play, and all the drivers who try to gain those places, seemingly some of them moving down the order quite considerably. At the very end of the race, action happening all the way down the field, but at the front, Priam Renault would take the win, the victory over the line to put himself up to 3rd in the points, but Daniel Miron finishing in 2nd with that recovery drive continues to be there with 188 points, joined now with Denny Babacek. Well, plenty of action to come up. We will see the next groups out very soon, but let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, second time in Parc Ferme this weekend, this time with Priam. Priam, good race there for you, first qualifying heat win of the weekend. But of course, Daniel Miron was chasing. Were you nervous at all that he was going to get to your bumper and pass?
Yeah, for me it's the good race. If I have the good start, after the start I'm P1. After I have the good race, it's the good lap. I don't have the mistake. After it's good.
And of course, you got into that race lead at the start. For you, the starts at that first corner, how does it unfold? What's it like when you approach that turn?
But at the start, the all guys push. I don't know, the all guys, the guys in behind don't brake. Why, I don't know. But it's go. After I have the good start, yeah, I pass P1.
Well, Priam, like we said, first qualifying heat win of the weekend for you. Great job. Next up, we'll go to our groups of seniors and go back up to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Seniors qualifying heat A versus C is the next one out on track. New tyres to report, a switch of sides as well to report. Christian going for that switch of sides again. We've seen that time in and time out over the course of the racing, and we are going to be racing very soon as the green light already flashing on the pre-grid. The engines fire up and the drivers making their way out onto the circuit. This is Senior OK qualifying heat A versus C. Back to 12 laps, 16-kilometre race distance ahead of the field. Let's fire you through that full starting lineup. Illy Christian and Michael McGoy on that front row of the grid. A switch of sides once again for Christian puts him on that outside line. Row 2, Nicholas Schaufler joins Dan Alleman. Now, Dan Alleman has got a brand new front right tyre, possibly due to damage on a previous set. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Noah Baglin and Valerio Villapiana joining on row 3. Villapiana with a win earlier on. Antonio Coccinello joins Bosco Arias on that 4th row. There we'll see Rafael Ballard and Jacob Kamenik on row 5. There we'll see Dean Hugendorn and Oliver Kinmark on row 6. Igor Pedrotti and Aston Sharp go from row 7, the middle half of the grid. They've got some work to do from there, but can it be done? Melka Milel joins Gilles Herman on row 8. Then we jump into the rest of the new tyres on this one. Adam Gamin of France starts alongside Peter Gorecki of Poland, but it is Gamin with the fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Row 10 sees Bruno Blanco and Mariana Lopez. Row 11, Zet Simonov, brand new tyres for the Bulgarian alongside Armin Kara-Osman. Row 12 sees Mark Pilopenko and Drew Waltz. Row 13, Yuri Levar, brand new set of tyres, left-hand side, alongside Michael Gorecki, with Kasper Reipold and Martina Rumlanova rounding out the 28-car field in this one. Plenty of action ahead of the field here, and for the entirety of the racing. This is the last race of this rotation, and then we go into the final rotation of heats. This is where we decide who starts on pole position for tomorrow's Superheats. Synchronization 10 out of 10 once again from the marshals. Thank you very much for that. As Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. Words happening between Christian and McGoy as they enter into the tram lines. They have switched sides, yes, Nicole, of the grid. You're welcome. Don't look at me like that.
I didn't look at you like anything.
You stern look at me. Lights are out, we're racing. Over the line they go, and it's a good start for Christian, who takes the lead, but round the outside, Alaman tries to carry the speed, doesn't make it work. McGoy back to second, down the inside. Here comes Schaufler, but stays in third place. Tries to push through, but it's not going to happen. Over the curb, lots of karts into the dust and into the blindness. They can't see anything. They're 3-4 wide into turn 6. Never going to work out. Is more dust going to come through? Answer just a little bit.
Keep an eye on Valerio Villapiano within this race. Really good stuff by him so far. Took a qualifying heat win earlier on, matched what his Tony Kart teammate Ovili Christian did yesterday. So drivers now looking to push their way through. Turn number 12 and 13 ticked off so quick out of that final corner. You can just see that footage of these drivers just whizzing past those mechanics on the grandstanders again in towards turn number 1. Drivers just pushing each other wide. We're definitely in that phase of races now where drivers look to set themselves up for those qualifying Superheats tomorrow. Christian from Schaufler, from Villapiana and Noah Baglin. Those are your top 4 as off the road drivers go. Round and backwards goes Michael McGoy. Michael McGoy, sorry, down to 13th. So McGoy was caught in that, loses a number of positions, but it's Yuri Levar that is out of this one. Rear is lost, cannot even attempt that restart, of course, as we've lost somebody else out there. This time it's through turn 6 and 7. That's Egon Pedrotti, I believe, that is finished within this race.
Yeah, the 305 machine, the ASD Monster K factory team driver going no further either. And well, again, very dramatic here in the seniors with those speeds being so high there. Over the start-finish line, another retirement out of the race. That is Dan Alleman. Oh, that is such a shame for Dan on that front second row of the grid with that brand new tyre. Off the road again goes one of the VDKs. It's Aston Sharp in the background. Oh, and into the barriers. That's a heavy hit there. The 313, Martina Rumlanova, has had significant contact there with the barrier. It looks like she is okay, but that is a tough race there, and straight over the road and right in front. What is happening here in this race? That's Michael McGoy all over the road. I can't quite go, how on earth did that car get there for Martina Rumlanova? That is on the inside of the final turn. Wow, that must have been a heavy hit then if she's gone off the road there at turn 3.
Yeah, complete direction change for Martina there as, again, drivers, you're seeing the change, you're seeing the development in the mindsets of these drivers where it's now muscles out for these drivers and drivers looking to slow each other up as well. Coccianello, Bullard, Sharp, Kinmark, McGoy, Gilles Herman trying to push their way through. Herman is one of the protagonists in this battle. Him and his Tony Kart teammate there of Gavin Adam trying to get involved. Herman's going to lose a couple of positions because of that side-by-side too wide in towards that second sector. These drivers will go all over the road. You know, everywhere in this circuit you've just had dust, cover this track now because of incidents for Martina Romlanova, Alaman, Iga Petrotti, Yuri Levar as well. You're seeing a change, you're seeing a complete switch in the drivers' mindsets, as now you're also seeing some mechanical drama out there. That's one of the rear protectors, looks to be damaged on board somebody at the back. Oh, drivers dropping a wheel now. Schaufler gets it wrong, gifts position to Hugendorn. Schaufler there, rear of the kart, drops off the circuit, doesn't manage to get into the turn well enough to carry that speed, and just gives that position away to Dean Hugendorn. Is out in the front. Christian is clear, 1.6 seconds as Baglin down the inside, gets into P2, splits up the two Tony karts. We've now got the Tony karts from the KR, the other Tony kart, and then the factory Paralin of Hugendorn, your championship leader, who's being invited into this fight. It's a trio for that P2.
It certainly is indeed. Baglin now with that move has brought Hugendorn into that fight as well. Keep a close eye on this one as they enter again into that second sector. Well, Christian's lead 2.1 seconds. Here comes Virpiana back down the inside of Baglin, and that is a good move there. Baglin will not be happy because Hugendorn squeezes his way through now. Hugendorn wheel to wheel, gets past Baglin. Baglin's now got to deal with Bosco Arias. Arias or Schaufler as well. Schaufler there down the inside. Baglin goes through, three wide into it. Here comes the MP of Coscianella. He tries to get involved as well, whizzing past the camera. 3 karts wide at 130 kph. Hugendorn to the inside, gets the whole shot.
Well, Hugendorn looked like he had the best of Baglin there, but Baglin again back to the front, showing us why he was a winner out in Valencia. Bosco Arias up by 4 positions to be looking directly at the KR, who have fallen away from Valeria Villapiana. So Villapiana parked that kart, parked the Tony kart on the white line, fed Baglin into Hugendorn. That's when it unfolded, and that's why you're seeing this battle nowhere near now. The 2 Tony karts at the front. Christian's lead continues to extend. It's now 2.2 seconds that he's got clear in the front. Big movers then include the likes of Kasper Reipold. Reipold up by 10, but it's Mark Pilipenko that's your biggest promoter. 11 places for him, as again Baglin looks to be under some pressure, this time by the Spaniard, the Ricky Flynn driver of Bosco Arias. Where is Arias going to try and attempt to make the move go and stick? Turn number 5 thinks against it. He's not quite close enough, but could pull something on the exit of the corner to allow it to be set up down towards the 6 and 7. Again, he's not close enough because he's vulnerable. He's vulnerable to Dean Hugendorn, who now picks up position again and again. Will look directly at Noah Baglin just ahead of him. Baglin's got a couple of kart lengths to him because that overtake cost him and Bosco some time. Still plenty of time in this race for things to go well for Hugendorn.
It certainly could do. Still, and this would be very important, in fact vital, I would say, for the current championship leader, who at this moment is having to contend with the likes of James Anagnostiadis, who's having a very strong weekend here in the senior category. So that is quite the question they have to answer at the end of today. Who will be the leader of those points? At this moment, it's going the way of James Anagnostiadis, but Hugendorn is doing everything he can here to try and close that gap up. Still fighting going on in and around the bottom end of the field here. Peter Gorecki getting involved, Reipold getting involved. We've just seen Kamenek, Herman and Kara Osman all get past Adam Gabin. Despite those fresh tyres on board, is having a bit of a tough race out there. Is that one of the Haupt Racing machines trying to push forward? That's the 303, I believe. It is Armin Kari Osman, the driver of the Haupt team, trying to get involved. Here at the front, Schaufler battling with Cocchianella. This is for 6th and 7th place. No change between the 2 drivers as they continue on their fight. 6th and 7th place. Hugendorn, though, is the fastest driver. Out on track, he is closing in on Baglin.
Yeah, absolutely is. So Hugendorn could still manage to pull something together within the rest of this race. Could be a good end to the race for Hugendorn if he can try and get inside of the top 3, because he would mean that he would climb those qualifying heats points. Other drivers that have done that so far within this race, Christian, with a potential race win, would be looking to set himself up nicely, would now be looking at a P6 in those standings. But of course, we have to see the rest of the groups and see how they unfold later on. But within this race, that gap has absolutely been held well by Ili Christian. He has been a warrior for this one, as has Valerio Villapiana, who's still under a bit of a threat there by Noah Baglin again within this race. They have said hello to each other a couple of times, but Villapiana will be trying to sweep his way to that checkered flag to hold on to a P2. Not as good as his race result from earlier on, where he took that qualifying heat win, but it's been a good day so far for the Tony Kart Factory team. Couple more corners left for Christian to go until he sees that last lap aboard. Turns 13 and 14 complete. No battle, I would say, for that race lead, but a battle potentially for P2, because Baglin is now within some distance. Turn number 1, Baglin will approach things, will try and close up on the brakes. Last lap is this one for these drivers. Christian clean. The gap that he has got himself is being eaten into by Villapiana and Baglin, but with only 2 more sectors left to go, unless he makes a massive mistake out there, I'd say he's holding on to things. Baglin still trying to push, still trying to get past Villapiana, but I would say this race is going to die. The clock is ticking. He's running out of time.
It certainly is, and we heard from other drivers here saying that, you know, not many places to get an overtake done. And speaking of dramas out there as well, we've had another breakdown in this lap. A VDK off the road, the 261 going no further. That, unfortunately, is Oliver Kinmark, I believe. And we'll see what happens. Checker flag is out. Christen takes it. Good points there. Christen jumps up to 5th on the road. Baglin taking 2nd. Now sees the decision. Anagnostiadis leads the way in the points.
Yeah, of course, we will see Anagnostiadis later. He will be in that last race, but we'll be watching on to try and hope for that Superheats pole later on. But what we do know is that Christian is still going to be strong. He's still going to be one of the front runners. Confirms himself again as a name to watch heading through this weekend here in Mülsen. Christian finishes it then P1 with great race results ahead of Noah Baglin and Valerio Villapiana, making it 2 Tony Karts inside of your top 3. Baglin there sandwiched in between those 2. Huggendorn, good race, 6 positions gained by him to be P4. Bosco Arias as well, another consistent result for him, rounds out his qualifying heat in P5. We then have the rest of the drivers inside of the top 10, so we include Antonio Coccinella, Nicholas Schaufler, Oliver Kinmark, Aston Sharp and Michael McGoy, who does fall down the order by 9 positions. We've then got Mark Pilipenko, Jakub Kiminek, Gilles Herman, Casper Reipold, Mariano Lopez as the last drivers inside of the top 15, with Aminkara Osman, Peter Gurecki, Drew Waltz, Bruno Blanco, Svet Simonov and Michael Gurecki taking you to your last finishers within that race.
Indeed, and the retirements, it was Rafael Ballard was that last retirement at the very end of the race. Elka Milel, Martina Romlanova, Dan Alaman, Egon Pedrotti and Yuri Levar, all retirements from that one. Ili Christian there, pole position overall this weekend. Another win on the boards. These are the highlights from that race. And well, at the very start there, drivers out of the tram lines. That might result in some penalties at this one, but we'll have to wait and see the full results at the end of that one. Rest of the field able to push forward. Not too dramatic at the very start of this one. Alaman right round the outside there from attempting a lead change on lap 1, turn 1 to retiring the kart. It must be completely disheartening for a driver, and there you can see all the dust kicking up on the circuit. Watching it from this angle here, the drivers behind absolutely blinded going into that straight, and all of them keeping their foot absolutely nailed to the ground. And then we saw the more drivers. Yuri Levar out of the race. He collided with Egon Pedrotti. Egon Pedrotti got a boot up the backside there as he was very slow out of the corner. He was later retirement as well. I think rear axle damage saw him out of the race. There was Alaman retiring from the race as well. And I mean, so many emotions going around here for the field. There was one of those moments there for the field. There, Martina Romlanova, and I can see her lines coming through. I think that was from turn 3. I think she cleared the barrier there and underneath, and that would have been absolutely incredible. Glad to see that she was okay, but obviously very shaken from that moment and very dramatic indeed. There, Schaufler under pressure from Hugendorn. Those had a good scrap over the course of that race. And then we saw Baglin trying to fight his way back through the field here. Would still recover, but to third place overall because, certainly getting the nose down the inside. Valeria Villapiana taking that position back. It brought Hugendorn, Schaufler, Bosco Arias into play. Then we saw Coccianella close in as well with this big lunge out of that final turn, try to sneak in 2 places, and I think managed to do so, but started then a 3-wide battle over the line with Hugendorn on the inside. He was able to take those 2 places back, and for Hugendorn able to recover back to 5th place nearer the end of that race. Still, though, that fight went on to the very end. A lot of the drivers who deployed the tyres didn't have the results they would have wanted, as over the line would go the likes of Ili Christian at the end of that race, or Adrian Gadon taking the win on that one. A superb drive and a great way to end the racing there for Christian as well. Plenty of action to come up then for the field. We go into the final rotation. Before that, we will take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of Champions of the Future Round 3 in Mülsen, Germany. The sun is shining, the birds are chirping, and myself, Nicole Sutherland, and Anthony Jordan in the box, ready to take you through the last rotation of qualifying heats. This is it now for Groups D and E. Their last chance to put points on the board, ready to decide who will start where for the Superheats tomorrow. Tyres have been deployed. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for this race. Emerson McAndrew Uren goes from pole position, be joined by Miguel Manzano on that front row of the grid. Guillaume Bassato on row 2 has deployed a fresh set on the left-hand side alongside Zach Zhu. Remy Samchek and Nicolo Perico go from row number 3. There we'll see Giacomo Justo and Antoine Venant on row number 4. Venant has deployed new tyres on the left-hand side. Row 5, Alessandro Caraballo joins Theo Palfrain. New tyres for Caraballo. Row 6, Albert Tam and Augustine Felignoli, new tyres for Tam. Row 7, Jason Cosmopoulos and Elton Hedfords, both of them have deployed new tyres on the left-hand side, with the first half of the field being Novella Morales and Sevillon Savlovsky. Savlovsky has deployed the fresh tyres on the left-hand side.
No new boots on board the 9th row, which includes G. Halfway and Oliver Spencer, but new tyres on the left for Jeff Verbeek, who's starting from row number 10 alongside Santiago Diaz de la Vega. New tyre on board Juana Gisese on that left-hand side, but nothing for Matteo Gallo. They start from that 11th row. New tyres on the left for both drivers on your 12th row, which includes Lenny Makinen and Yubo Wen. From row number 13, we've got some new tyres for Xavier Lazaro after a DNF earlier on in his last qualifying heats. Jonas Pundis will be the driver who starts alongside him. From your 14th row, Ava Lawrence will be with Daniel Ferraria. New tyres for Daniel. And from your 15th and final row, some new tyres for Henry Mooring, but no new boots deployed for Felipe Sanchez on that 30th spot of your grid. Qualifying heats so far then, the leader of things is Daniel Moron, with Denny Babicek and Priyan Bruno being the drivers inside of the top 3. Perico currently sat P5. We have, of course, got Perico inside of this grid. He is your only driver inside of the top 5 that is in this qualifying heat that you see on your screens for groups D versus E. After, of course, a very short turnaround time for groups D. We saw them only out at 20 past 2 earlier on. So they've had to go back to the tent, regroup, make any kart adjustments as quick as they can, and then get back out on the track, get back in the zone to try and pick away some positions.
Indeed, and there you can see many of the members of the media getting their photos in. Everyone ready to watch some of the racing here. But this is going to be a tough one here for the drivers. Last chance to put the points on the board. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer, yes. Towards turn 1. Good start for Macandria, and this time covers off the attack, but it's late on the brakes for Gimbasato. Those fresh tyres, maybe too fresh, is up and nearly round. Pandemonium in the background, Nicole. We've lost half the grid, and that's a big mess there at the back of the field. This is surely going to take some time to clear up. And there's more happenings here off the road there. Right, let's take you through that. To Manzano from the front row. We lost Manzano, Zak-Su. We've lost slow procedures out in this race. Felignoli, we've lost Elton Hedfords. We've lost Osachi Savlovsky, Jiasway, Oliver Spencer. We then lost Matteo Mason, Lenny Makinen, Xavier Lazaro, and I think Daniel Ferreira as well out of the race. But slow boards are out, and that has neutralised the grid.
Well, Zak-Su and Manzano have both just done a great job to get those karts fired back into life. I think it was maybe one of the Fusions who also did a really good job to get things going as well. So 3 of those drivers that we saw have some spills will manage to get to the back of the grid under this slow procedure. So many drivers to be involved in that, but it's helped a number of drivers within the early stages. Felipe Sanchez being given 18 positions over just half a lap. Macandrew Uren, Sam Czech and Justo are your top 3, as your names who will not be able to join the rest of the race do include Augustine Filioli, Elton Hedver, Sevolodo Sachi-Sosovsky, G. Halfway, Matteo Mason, Lenny Makinen, Xavier Lazaro and Daniel Ferraria, and this is what actually happened.
Wow. I mean, there was 3 incidents at the same time that happened there, and I mean, just so much happened at the same time. It's really hard to really pinpoint where it all began in all of that. I mean, you had Gimbasato went a bit deep under braking, but that wasn't really the kick-start of it. I think maybe it was the 3-4 wide at the back, and they all just drove off the circuit. They literally just all drove off the circuit there, and then with drivers trying to come back, I mean, unable to avoid any incidents. You could see how there's a lot of damage to 1 or 2 karts there.
Bent axle for Fignoli there.
Yeah, I think was bent out of recognition, and you can see why it had happened. Yeah, skywards there, and my goodness, not what you want to see at the very start of it. And then later, while that was happening, Manzano, later in the lap, runs wide, rejoins after making contact with Ava Lawrence and has heavy damage to his kart, and then he's out of the race as well. But I think, as you were mentioning, he's got back going again. He's got it started. There is the retirement of the number 33. It's Wenyabu out of the race. I think he may have actually had the busted axle there in that one. Still under slow procedure then in this race. Still neutralised as many of the carts getting put into a safe position. Great work again from the marshalling team. I've got to say they have earned their stripes at the end of today. Quite the busy run they have had, and the drivers here seemingly, thankfully, I think all okay, but well, I think a bit disappointed that's their last race of the day, which might result in them maybe not even making it into the Superheats tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, we've had so many entrants into this weekend for your juniors, 93 drivers in total. We can only put in so many into those Superheats, so many drivers will not even qualify. There will be no points for them tomorrow. Race control have been just as busy as our marshalling team out there because so many incidents have been going on. So our team in race control have been reported to. We've got Joanna Falcao, head of race control, assisted by Sam Fisher and David Manchester in there, busy as you'd like,
well,
I'd say.
This is under their request. They always say, can you actually film us during or after a race and not before a race? Because we're not doing anything. It makes it look like we'd never do anything. So that is for you guys. We do appreciate your hard work in the back office there. Climate controlled as well, so we're lucky them. Right, here we go for these drivers. So I think we're under static flags now, if I'm right in saying. I can see static flags out there, which means we're going for a race restart on this lap. Still, Makandou Iranu leads the way on this one, but, well, I think for every single driver who is still in this race, after that start, they're very lucky to still be in this race. A lot of drivers gained places there, and a lot of them trying to push forward in this one. So who was biggest gainer so far? You've obviously said it. Sanchez, 18. Lawrence has gained 14. Pundis has gained 15 out there, and Jefferbeck gaining 11 place out there, and Muring as well, also gaining 13. So plenty of movers through the field here as we get ready to go for a single file start then for this one, as we will enter onto lap number 4 and 5 of this race. Out of the final corner, green flag is waving, high speeds and big braking zones into turn 1 there for the field, all of them hugging at that inside line, everyone getting through turn 1 cleanly. Emerson Makandou leads away. Samchek goes defensive from Justo. A lot of smoke coming out the engines now as they've been slow. They've oiled up just that little bit as they clear it out now and try to push forward there. You can see the likes of Alessandro Caraballo trying to push forward as well, but he's just lost out there too. Guillaume Bassato, who's put that DPK back down the inside. Ava Lawrence there off the road, just rejoins, squeezed out in that middle of the pack. Giuseppe there. Sanchez also getting involved.
This is the highest start we've seen Bassato in moments so far this year, as that was a nice send down the inside for Perico. Perico now past Caraballo for that P5. Emerson Makandou, of course, we could see him when we were under that slow procedure, keeping the tyre nice and warm as under the braking there. We've just got Perico under some pressure there by Caraballo, Tam and Anton Venant. Of course, Makandou had a job to do throughout that procedure, keep those tyres nice and warm, and so far it's helped him, goes fastest, stays in the front, but potentially for how much longer? Samchek looking racy out there in P2. Samchek could be forced to make a move very quickly because he's under some pressure as well by the drivers behind. Justo right there. Bassato makes it a 4-cart train into the final couple of corners. No lunge just yet, but maybe an attempt for Bassato. Bassato down the inside, 10 of the 13, picks off the position. First time this weekend inside the top 3.
Indeed, and this is very strong push to this restart, but there we go. Just back down the inside. Reed takes that one away. So Jackie doing a good job here, but under pressure again, and Sato straight down the inside.
Oh, Perico.
Thank you very much, says Nicolo Perico. You two were squabbling for that one place. I'll take both of them. Now here comes the VDK. Antoine Venant trying to push through as well. Tries to, and dust it up in the background. That is Bassato off the road, rejoins, but has lost all the time now. And that has forced these drivers to go through that dust into that next section as well. this field still very much spread out, but Jeff Beck there, I think, after all those places he gained, has just lost out nearly all of them.
Yeah, for many of these drivers, they'll be starting to panic because we are thinking the long game now. We're thinking about tomorrow's Superheats. Emerson McAndrew-Uren will not be panicking because after really consistent results, being inside of the top 5 mixed with a P21 as well, he is setting himself up, but within this race, he's still got to think about it. Samchek, for the first time this weekend, leads a race. As we would expect, though, Emerson McAndrew-Uren would say, absolutely, no, you don't. This is mine for the taking. Perico says, ciao. Perico absolutely catches up to the 2 ahead. He could maybe be a contender for the rest of this one. Has already taken a qualifying heat win so far this weekend. Strong stuff by the Mercedes junior driver. Turn number 13, Samchek, looks to close the door, but it's going to cost him some time. It's going to cost him pace. Down the inside, the Italian takes it away.
He does indeed. Here's Antoine Vinard as well. Vinard to the inside, wheel to wheel again, and just squeezes through up into 3rd place. And Samchek tried to hold that one. Jackie Jusso's closing in as well. It's all closing in at this run 10. No one giving any room to breathe right here in this final stages. Samchek back down the inside, forces Vinard into the clutches of Giacomo Justo, and he cannot get that move complete. He stays behind for this moment, but time very quickly running out. Perico trying to close down on McAndrew-Uren, has done a good job here. Samchek is under that bother from the drivers behind. Here we go, on to the final lap now of this race. McAndrew-Uren goes defensive. Perico on the rear bumper. Perico right here, though, would take the lead of the intermediate classification only by 1 point. So it's Perico who leads the points. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, though, is going to try and fight to hold on to this victory. Perico, though, with that fastest lap of the race, is utilising the pace that he has got around this lap to try and take those spots away. But again, stays behind into the entrance of sector number 2. Here they go then, out of the final few turns, down the 176-metre back straight towards turn 13. Big lunge opportunity here, but no attempt from Perico. But he will into the final turn. They make contact, and nearly both of them off the road. Emerson McAndrew-Uren will take the race victory across the line. Perico will throw his hands up in the air and say, what was that? Well, Emerson McAndrew-Uren will stay calm and collected on that one, but wow, that was as close as you'd like to be around that final turn. But Emerson McAndrew-Uren has done exactly what he needed to do. Perico, though, with that 2nd place, has got the intermediate classification lead at the end of that, by 1 point from Emerson McAndrew-Uren there. Felipe Sanchez was your biggest mover, a staggering 23 places gained for the Brazilian, for the Energy Course team, to finish in P7 overall. McAndrew-Uren then takes P1 ahead of Perico. Samchek 3rd from Vinard. Justo in 5th from Bassato. Sanchez, as mentioned, 23 places gained. Finishes in 7th place from Albert Tam and Alessandro Caraballo, rounding up the top 9. Boana Giuseppe gaining 11 places, finishes in P10. Jonas Pundis from Santiago de la Vega. Jason Cosmopoulos is under investigation, but does finish that race in P13 ahead of Ava Lawrence and Oliver Spencer. Zach Zhu from Tio Palfrain. Miguel Manzano from Henry Muring finishes that one in 19th place. Novello Morales from Jeff Beck in 20th and 21st. The retirements, Wenyabu, Augustine Felignoli, Elton Hedford, Seveloda Sachi-Savlovsky, Xiao Fui, Matteo Mason, Lenny Makinen, Xavier Lazaro, and Daniel Ferreira out of the race. A hefty cleanup operation will be underway, and well, here's how it all transpired. This race start resulting in a slow procedure. Again, really difficult to spot how this all transpired. So many karts going into it there. You can see the first moment, Guillaume Bassato very late on the brakes, but I don't think that had anything to do with that major incident. Then I think it was just multiple karts into one section, and you could see there the heavy damage to the KR motorsport machine, that Xiao Fui. he was up in the air, and then that kick-started a chain reaction just behind it. It pushed cars into each other, and yeah, I think so. Maybe Giafre and Novella Morales, I don't want to point the finger at those two drivers, of course, because it's really difficult to tell how that really transpired. Then later, we saw off the road there, unfortunately, the driver who started on the front row of the grid, Miguel Manzano. Great qualifying. Unfortunately, the qualifying heats have not been his to play with. We got restarted. Green flag went out on lap 4 and 5, and good, strong, controlled start for Emerson Mekandou-Uren. Was able to hold on to that lead for the remainder of it. Yes, had a bit of a fight on his hands with Perico, but was able to take those positions back near the end of that one. Samchek there holding on to that moment. Guillaume Bassato was fighting back, got back up into 3rd place. Later lost out on it, was communicated to their heat push forward, throws the dummy, squeezes it down the inside at the expense there of Parallel Motorsports' Giacomo Justo, and squeezed him backwards into the field. Perico then started to get involved. He would get up in that order, exactly what he needed, as Bassato then was squeezed off the road. And wouldn't be too happy with that one as he tried to recover back into the fight. And that would have been with, I believe, Alessandro Caravallo fighting at that point of the race. Then we saw Samchek's attempts at the race lead. This was his attempt number 1 into turns 3 and 4. Later, turns 5, 6, 7, and 8, it would be the change back. This would bring Perico straight into that fight, and he would close in, and they would continue their push to the very end. The cheeky move down the inside there in towards turn 14, the final turn, and able to close the gap up. Later, Venon getting involved as well with Samchek. He would take the spots back, and then we would see the gap close in. Mekandou-Uren and Perico line astern. This attempt into turns 14. That was such a risky moment there for the two drivers, and Perico clearly upset with that, but Emerson Mekandou-Uren would take the win over the line. With that, though, Perico would lead the intermediate classifications then at the end of the juniors groups D and E. As we head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, thank you then, Anthony. We're here with Emerson. Really good stuff by you so far this weekend. You've just made it a 2nd qualifying heat win, but it was a race to the line. You and Nicolo, those final couple of moments, what happened?
Yeah, it was a good race, good pace and everything. Yeah, on the last lap, just had to defend and try and keep my position, really.
And of course, this circuit is maybe quite different to the two we've seen before, Le Congra and Valencia, and quite different from any circuit many of you drivers have actually been on. What do you think of the track itself? How does it race, Em?
I think it's a really good track, really fun to drive. For racing though, it's quite a lot of chaos. Obviously, it's quite tight and everything, but yeah, I think it's really good fun.
Well, Emerson, good to chat to you. Of course, another qualifying heat win, and you've just taken almost the lead of things, setting yourself up nicely for tomorrow. We're just going to switch you over with Nicolo Perico then. Nicolo, of course, really good moments. Ciao, Nicolo. Ciao. Good stuff for you so far. Last lap between you and Emerson. You made an attempt, possibly. Can you tell us about the racing?
No, yeah, it was cool. Yeah, the racing was just fun. Yeah, let's say that the first corner in the first lap was a bit like dangerous, also for everyone, because like I think 7 cars go out from the track. So yeah, pretty happy. Maybe last move at the last corner was a bit like more or less was on the limit, and yeah, nothing to say. Happy. We managed to arrive P2 in all the case, and yeah, let's see tomorrow.
And Nico, for you as well, there's been a lot going on for drivers, many drivers having DNFs, lots of crashes going on. Why do you think that is happening around this track?
Well, I don't know, but like I just know that when we arrive at the start, at the first corner, we arrive really fast, so it's always easy to get the bumper or to crash. So yeah, but still it's so fun this track. Also the second sector. So yeah, let's keep it up.
Well, Nico, great job so far. Thank you very much. And we're going to head to a short break before the rest of our qualifying heats.
Let's start with the Play Seat Challenge. With a quick 10-second storage and setup, this seems like the perfect gateway into sim racing for gamers of all ages. There's only one way to know for sure though. I like the fact that we can adjust the steering wheel angle and move the pedals around, so actually I could get it the way I would like in terms of the steering position. The steering is really stable. I'm putting quite a bit of force through these fast corners, and likewise for the pedals as well. You keep thinking it's going to slide away from you, but actually I'm pressing the brake pedal pretty hard and it's not moving, so I'm quite impressed. I really do like driving Zandvoort. It's such a cool circuit. Given how roomy this chair feels, I am a bit surprised at how compact it can be. When the Play Seat Challenge arrived, I was a bit confused because the box was actually really small and compact, but it does genuinely fold that small. I think if you're new to sim racing and you wanted a first touch point with the game, this is probably a good option for you. And actually, because it's comfy, you could spend hours at it before you decide to commit more money to it. The Play Seat Challenge is super convenient and user-friendly and seems like the perfect way to start your sim racing journey.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the live coverage here for round 3 of the Champions of the Future here at the Mülsen Arena E kart circuit. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box, ready to take you through the last few remaining races of the qualifying heats phase. Lots to talk about in this one, including a switch of sides. Benjamin Magnac has elected to switch to the inside, but it is a Ward Racing 1 and 2 for the field in this one, and can tell you that your front two have not deployed tyres in this one. Easier to tell you who hasn't deployed tyres in this race, as the entirety of the grid, other than a couple of drivers, have put fresh tyres on, which means then, going into this race, we could see quite the switch around of the field. And we will take you through a full lineup of that one. Quite a lengthy cleanup operation has been underway from the last of that race. And there you can see Gabriel Canal ready on that front row of the grid and ready to see what he can achieve. And like mentioned, no fresh tyres for him whatsoever.
He's loving it.
Well done there, Nicole Sutherland.
That was quite good for me.
Yes, it was all right. So there we go. I'll give you that one. Well done. Dan Ashton there, Deputy Race Director, getting himself ready, taking a swig of water. There we go. All right, Dan. Good to see you. He's watching the racing on this one. Right, but for the field here, Lev Krutilov and Luke Tal are on that second row of the grid. Both brand new tyres left-hand side. The same for row 3, the same for row 4, the same for 6, the same for 7, the same for 8, same for 9, same for 10. It's literally the entire grid has got brand new tyres on here. Bar a handful. Right, let's take you through that full starting lineup then. It is Benjamin Maniac and Gabriel Canal on the front row of the grid, but they have switched sides of the grid. Luke Tal and Lev Krutilov, both fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Luke Corner and Teresa Babachkova, row 3. They have both got fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Row 4 sees you, Thirumalai Swame and Rafael Bassato. Thirumalai Swame has gone for a brand new front right, brand new rear left on this one. Rafael Bassato both on the left-hand side. Row 5, no tyres for them. William Marshall and William Kalesia with their old original tyres. Row 6, we'll see Victor Stalmack and Aaron Garcia, both tyres on the left-hand side, with row 7 being Francisco Roja and Filippo Sala, both tyres on the left-hand side.
Row number 8, different type of setup for Nicola Frigg. With his tyres, he's gone one new on the front, one on the back. He's starting alongside Endo Arata. New tyres for the rest of the drivers. Row number 9, it's Asher Oshtein alongside Louis Nunez. And the same again for row number 10, which includes Thomas Chikarashki and Tobias Genyi. From row number 11, missing is Juan Mateo Russo. He should be starting alongside Nikita Bott. From row number 12, then we've got Daniel Picorni. He's gone new on board that left-hand side, but tyres for Victor Gustafsson have already been deployed today. 13th row, Ilya Berezkin alongside Francois Cadal. New tyres on board that left-hand side for Francois. Same story for Julius Berthold, who's the last driver on your grid, starting alongside Mateus Gonzalez on that 14th and final row. Of course, field at your front. Benjamin Maniac is your pole sitter, has elected to switch sides of your grid. The only driver this weekend so far, other than Ili Christian, to have decided to do that. Maybe it's the case that Maniac has watched what Christian achieved in his last qualifying heat and has thought, I'll have a good go as well. We'll have to shortly find out. But what we do know is that Benjamin Maniac has had 2 qualifying heat wins and will be trying to hunt down for a third.
Indeed. So let's see how this will go then for the seniors. The last time we see groups D and E out on the track today. Next, of course, will be groups A and F and then B and C that will round out our day of racing for their last chances to see what points they can put on the board. All drivers, bargain Bassato, Juan Mateo Rousseau out on circuit. And again, for the seniors here, a really good chance of seeing those points go on the board. For Maniac, this is a good spot for him. He's 3rd in the points, of course, remember, with 108 to his name. Could take that lead away from the likes of Anagnosiadis and Baglin, depending on how their results in their races later on today could be. Synchronization 10 out of 10 again. Absolutely superb here. Not missed a beat out there, have the marshals. Right into that final sector once more. Tension building then, as Perico said, very fast into big braking zone equals interesting moments. Into the tram lines, lights are out, we are racing. Strong start for Maniac, covers off the attack from Canal, loads him though into the braking zone, and big moment there. And drivers all over the place, and there Aaron Garcia has had moments. There is unfortunately more moments. The KR driver in a victory lane going off the road. Let's try and figure out who's the drivers that have all had moments there. So Luke Corner, I think, had a moment. William Kalesia had a moment. Aaron Garcia did. Nicola Frigg is off the road, and I think it's Louis Nunez, the driver, that have collided together there. Crucially at the front, though, it's still the 2 Wards leading the way, but it's Maniac and Canal trying to break away from the rest of the field.
Well, Garcia did get that DPK back into life and will manage to finish. The rest of this one will try and chase up to the rest of the pack. that is led by Gabriel Canal and Benjamin Magnac, the two Ward teammates. Down the inside, Filippo Sala sends the move. That's the switch between him and DPK of Rafael Bassato. Krutulov given some clean errors. That's William Kalijo. William Kalijo goes from bad to worse today. He's had such an up and down this weekend. If it's not a top 3, it's a DNF for the Australian, as now this is your fight for the top spot, which includes Teresa Babichkova. Change for that race lead, change for P2. Babichkova is going to try and attempt to move down the inside, and she does just that. Takes the position away from the Ford. It's Magnac from the Ward. It's Magnac out in the front from Babichkova. Gabriel Canal as Krutulov starts to edge closer, and the rest of the field that have had DNF so far will do nothing but just watch on at how this one unfolds. Of course, for Babichkova, fresher tyre, massive move down the inside. Terry absolutely arrives, says, watch this, it's not just my younger brother that can send moves like that, it's me too. Is now, for the first time this weekend, on her return to Champions of the Future, a race leader.
Indeed, but only a pause of 9 weeks from a karting paddock, as she's been racing in other ventures round the world. But this fight, though, has kicked off a chain reaction further down. Krutulov, Sala, Tal, Bassato, Thirumalai Swami, all fighting for position here, but keep an eye on Gustafsson and Berezkin, as well as all those other drivers trying to push forward off the road. Is that disaster is that Magnac off the road? No, it's the 212, I think, that's gone off the road. It's William Marshall off the road and deep into the gravel trap there at turn 13.
So Babikova then, a DNF earlier on for her will mean fresher rubber is benefiting her within this race. So out in the front, Babichkova from Canal. There's Lev Krutulov. Krutulov there just runs the curb on the exit of turn number 5 to edge closer to Benjamin Magnac, who looks to maybe miss out as drama out there. Massive incident for one of the DPKs. Not happy about that, but he is all right. We can tell that because he's frustrated. Aaron Garcia had some drama for DPK. Maybe is that Francois Cadal?
That's Rafael Bassato. And I think a wheel and a side pod came off there into the corner. Very unusual indeed. But he's the latest retirement from this race, and that might be him out of the weekend. Lev Krutulov down the inside of Magnac, squeezes through at turn number 1, brings Tal for company as well. All these drivers are running new tyres and are utilising them here. But the Ward Racing down the inside, Magnac is on his original set. Tal gets back through as well. Krutulov gains 1, loses 2. Here's Sala as well. He's going to try and squeeze his nose down the inside of Tal. He does get through. And again, love the racing, love the action. They won't be liking the timing screens when they see the gaps opening up.
Well, for both Sala and Luke Tao, think about what their last qualifying heat brought to them. It brought them DNFs. We had, at this point of the corner, at the circuit, Sala lose things with Angelina Simmons. We then had Luke Tao lose it down towards 6 and 7. So both of those drivers needing some positions, but both going to lose out to Lev Krutulov, the Ukrainian, once more. Lev back down the inside. Tao, though, is going to try and pick position away, side by side. Him and Krutulov are going to have it. Wars, again, they're just chopping and changing over each other's nose cones. Tao's going to try and have a look again, though, down towards 6 and 7. Krutulov pulls out of the corner. Good pace by him, controls it. Sala's now going to put the nose. They almost go side by side, but Sala doesn't manage to have the confidence or the pace to send the move, has to settle for P6.
Indeed, and some risky fighting going on here. But that sharp end. Victor Gustafsson now is on a 17th place gain. He's closing in on that fight that we were just talking about there. So Gustafsson, who deployed his fresh tyres earlier on, then later retired in that race in an incident, now seemingly is coming alive. But is it too little too late for Gustafsson? It's his last race, and he had a tough qualifying. He's not had the results. Is he not going to make those Superheats tomorrow?
Yeah, you know, the question does absolutely raise for Gustafsson. He's had DNF after DNF. He's come into this weekend. He did not have that pace in qualifying. That was his Achilles heel, and that's why it's made it such difficult work. You know, when you're starting further back throughout these qualifying heats, you've got so much more traffic to try and weave your way around. That's why you see drivers, typically qualify at the back, and then it becomes so difficult because so many incidents unfold, especially at a track like this where the drivers are saying, it's so technical, it's so narrow, you go for these moves, you get forced wide, you end up off on the grass. That's what you've seen for Victor Gustafsson this weekend. So, the wards at the start of this race worked together. Gabriel Canal and Benjamin Magnac. Now they maybe could look to work together once more to chase up to Babachkova out in the front. 8/10 she has given herself to lead this one with a 5-place gain so far. Really good stuff for Terry. Yesterday had a P7 and I think it was a P9 as well. So has walked into this weekend with some strong pace. Now though, she's got the 2 wards behind her. Got more laps left to go for these two sat in parallels to try and chase up. As Babachkova, despite being the race leader, is under a spot of bother. It's being looked at under investigation for maybe causing a collision.
She's been fraught with dramas over the course of the day, and a very tough one for her to see that one as she crosses the line. When she finally feels like she's got a break and she's at the front, she sees that notification come up. She won't be too happy with that one. The only thing she can come away with is trying to open up a 5-second gap, and right now that would currently put her down to 7th place as Gustafsson is only 4 seconds further down the road.
For Terry, it's not the end of the world. She's not in a championship fight.
No.
She wasn't with us in Valencia or La Conca. It's a bit of a wild card appearance for her, so it's probably not going to be the end of things. This is the fight further back. These are still your drivers that are really thinking ahead to trying to get into those qualifying heats that find themselves absolutely on the cut-off points-wise. Endo Arata, Nikita Bott and Victor Stalmack are the drivers you just see all those switches between as more drivers are still being put under pressure. Jude Thirumarai Swami is your newest driver to be put under investigation.
Yeah, it certainly is. Nearing the end of this race. And gotta say, the 2 wards doing a pretty decent job there of closing in, despite the fact that they are on used tyres. They have not got fresher tyres on for this race. There's the look to the inside there maybe for Benjamin Magnac. Can't quite do anything about that one. Stays behind Gabriel Canal, but they are pushing each other along here now. And they are really closing in that gap to Tereza Babachkova. Can we see a bump draft slipstream manoeuvre here for these two in towards turn number 1? Not this time around. They stay behind, but they close the gap even more as it comes down to less than 3/10.
Babachkova now is in the position where she's going to need to try and park that cart for the last 2 laps of this race. She's got 2 wards behind her working together. War, maybe not though, because out of turn number 5, Canal gets it wrong, runs wide, gifts some more to Magnac there. Here comes Lev Krutulov. We know one thing about Krutulov. When a door opens, he'll absolutely walk through it. Second sector is approached. They've now fallen back away from Babachkova. It was down to 2/10. Now it's back up to 7. Last lap board will be seen by Babachkova in a moment's time, as that's the change between the teammates. Magnac down the inside, as is Krutulov. Krutulov now back inside of the top 3. Babachkova, 7/10, make it actually 1.2 seconds. She's clean, she's dry out there, she's on the course to take a first qualifying heat win of the weekend.
Here we're indeed on track, maybe not on paper with her under investigation. She would still look to drop to 7th place if she was to get anything here. But it's all kicking off now for 2nd place. Magnac is holding off Krutulov. Here comes Krutulov to the inside, not close enough. Into 6 and 7. Canal under pressure from Tal. Big hit of the curb there for Magnac, is really feeling the pressure here from the drivers behind, but has now started to break away. Tereza Babachkova then at the front of the field is looking at her first win on track, but is under investigation. Over the line she goes. She takes the win. Magnac from Krutulov. Tal, Sala, Canal in the end drops to 6th. Gustafsson in the end finishes that one in 7th place. Thirumalai Swami 8th from Chikarashki. Stajenny who rounds out the top 10. But your race winner on circuit, Tereza Babachkova, in her first on-track win of the weekend for the Teps Racing team, from a win from P6. The deployment of those fresh tyres coming in to aid there. of the driver from Czechia. Well, a good run there. Hector Gustafsson, I can imagine. That'll put a smile on his face to gain those 17 places. Chigarashki and Zajenny, both 10 places gained. Berezkin with 12, Kadal with 10 as well. So big movers through the fields and many retirements. And there is a very broken front end to the Ricky Flynn machine. There, Luke Kornda out of the race, and a very tough weekend for him. And Arata finishes that one in 11th place, and Victor Starmak, Ilya Berezkin from Nikita Bot, Ash Osteen from Francois Cadal, Francisco Roja finishing the rest of the spots from Aaron Garcia, rounding out the top 18. Picorni from Berthold Gonzalez round out the 21 finishes in that race. Another lengthy cleanup operation for the Marshals out there. Basato, we lost him from the race. Marshall, Kornda, Kalija, Frigg and Nunez all out of the race. And there is Terry Bochkova walking away from the kart. I can imagine, well, probably not too happy after seeing the investigation board coming out. Here are your highlights from that race. And well, very busy at the word go, straight into the barriers. Heavy damage from many. Kornda out of the race. Aaron Garcia trying to get that restarted. I believe did manage to do so, but again, finding himself all the way down in 18th place at the very end of that one. The Battle of the Wards raged on. Magnac and Canal then had to deal with Teresa Babitskova, who would find herself going through. That is what I can imagine put her under investigation. Robust there in towards turn one, just to squeeze through into the lead. Marshall fast off the road there at turn 13, buried into the gravel trap, and there, wow, yes it was. That was a complete failure of the rear axle there for Basato, and I think that's why his side pod came off, was the fact that it was such a violent reaction to that rear wheel coming off. More overtakes happened thick and fast. Then we saw Krutulov and Tal start battling away. Filippo Sala tried to get involved as they were nearly in with a chance of closing in on the two Wards up ahead. Magnac was able to hold off the attack. Gabriel Canal was swamped by the pack at the end of that race, dropped down to 6th place at the very end of it. But you could just see here the shake of the head there for Filippo Sala, just unhappy with how the day's gone. And for a lot of drivers, I feel, was in a very similar story. A lot of dust kicked up there onto the road. An absolute dust ball there for the field, trying to regain any sort of traction out there on circuit. There was the change. Magnac on Canal. Krutulov able to get through in that final moment into the final turn. Tal trying to get it through past Krutulov, couldn't quite do it. Babitskova taking the win on track, but under investigation. Will she keep it? That is the question. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, we're down here then with none other than Benjamin Magnac. Benjamin, you're setting yourself up really well looking towards our Superheats tomorrow. But for you, the battle then between teammate Gabriel Canal, how did you manage that one? Because it gets a bit nervous, right? You don't want to end up in trouble.
Yeah, to be fair, we both put used tyres, so we didn't put fresh tyre on, and we thought it'd be a bit of a struggle, but towards the end we were really fast. We were catching up on Teresa, so I think speed was really good, and he made a few mistakes on one lap, so I said I'll have to send it now or I'll get sent. So I sent it, and just a little bit of defensive moves in the last lap, and yeah, really good.
And of course, this circuit, we've been saying it on the commentary, the tyre is not really chewed through like it would be at Valencia. Do you think, going to those Superheats, saving that tyre is going to benefit you that much? Because, the difference then didn't look too extreme.
I mean, I'm not sure, but, we'll find out tomorrow morning, and we'll see.
We'll see indeed. Thank you very much then, Benjamin. That is Benjamin Magnac, one of the drivers that's setting themselves up maybe for some strong Superheat results. We'll go back up then to Anthony Jordan for the next group of juniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland in Parc Fermé. Yes, indeed, juniors coming up now for their last races of the day. Groups A versus F will be the next ones out there. We'll see Daniel Miron and Lucas Palacio in their last race together in this one. Should be quite an interesting fight. These two have certainly had their races quite busy over the course of the day, and again, tyres will be the talk of the town in this one. Not for the entirety of the grid, only for a fair few, but still a good number of them who have deployed them, and I can report they have all deployed them on the left-hand side. There's no fanciness in the field for this one, so we'll let you know who that is as and when the drivers make their way out onto the track, and everyone getting themselves ready to go. There is your pole sitter for this one, Daniel Miron, ready to go at the front of the field. Pressure is on now. Last race of the day for these drivers. Last chance to put the points on the board. A very tense moment for many a driver in this race, and I've got to say, the action really building up there towards turn one. That grandstand filling out quite nicely because everyone wants a piece of the action with what could happen there as drivers break from 120 kilometers an hour for turn one. There, Lucas Palacio of the USA, Forza Racing driver, delivering some strong results here, but looking for one more strong one here in this race as a try and capitalise where the starting position for tomorrow could be. But the pressure certainly is on for the field. One driver who's looking to gain the places in this one is Bruno Grieling, the driver of the 122 machine on the fourth row of the grid, has deployed fresh tyres in this race, so could be a driver to keep a close eye on. There is Savile Kagay in the 105 machine, ready to go for the Victory Lane karting team. And as you can see, the sun is still shining here. It's breaking through the clouds, but still conditions looking absolutely superb. However, there is a cloud that's looming off in the distance that isn't looking too thrilling in my eyes, but we'll wait and see. There, the Paolo Noscari had a race win earlier on. Could he do the same here? I think it's very much possible, as Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. How was your jog out there, Nicole?
Long.
Long?
It's quite a long walk from here to Park Fermain, but it's fine.
Yeah?
Fine. Not the longest that we see. I think
we've had this conversation many times. Sarno, Rodby, Christianstad, where you go up the stairs.
Rodby, I mean, Christianstad's not far. It's just the stairs.
Yeah, well, stairs are worse. You've got to climb it up. What's worse, a running machine or the stepometer or whatever it's called?
You can tell you don't go to the gym. You mean the Stairmaster.
The Stairmaster, there it is. I mean, come on, Nicole. Give me a moment. I ain't got time to go to the gym. I'm always at a kart track. Right.
Excuses.
It's not an excuse, it's facts. Right, so we are nearly going for the racing. Here as the juniors get themselves get going. The engines fire up. Right, so let's take you through the full starting lineup here. For the last race of the day for qualifying heats and groups A versus F in the juniors. Daniel Miron started on pole position, joined by Lucas Palacio. Savile Kagay and Oscari Volley go from row 2 with Antonio Pitonia and Alexander Lazarus on row 3. Bruno Grieling has deployed fresh tyres. He goes from row number 4. He'll start alongside Achille Ray. Alexander Lagenki will join Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Row 6, we'll see Maxim Bobrajov and Max Feld. Feld deploying his new tyres in this last race for him. Henrik Konstantin and Tiberius Müller will go from row 7, also fresh tyres for him.
Row number 8, we have Lorenzo Zucchetto alongside Maxim Noapel. No new tyres for those two drivers. Row number 9 is where you see new again, not for Manu Nuvolini, but for Mathis Brajot on that left-hand side. Row number 10, we've got no new tyres for Jono Pujol and Oiver Vetterata. And then we've got new on the left-hand side for both Samuel Hugon and Juan Garciase on row number 11. Your 12th row, left-hand side, new tyre, Federico Mirabella alongside Alessandro Chouchot. 13th row sees Jarlath Sayer with Mark Lumitz, who's got new boots, again, theme, left-hand side. 14th row, Christian Kobe, same tyre setup as everybody else. He starts alongside Nick Reed. And from row number 15, new for Libor Vlasak. He's starting alongside Julia Angelard, who deployed her newer tyres earlier on today. Last runner within this one then is Liam Nachuate, who starts P31 for groups A versus F on their last appearance. Yeah, you're pointing to your screen to the cloud.
Yeah, it's just one that's piquing my interest. And it definitely looks like there is precipitation falling from that cloud as well. I might be wrong, to which usually I am. But yeah, no, it's just off to the left-hand side there. There is a few spots heading towards us, and you can see how that right side's cleared up, and now it's starting to loop around us a bit more now. I've just got a feeling we may just get a sprinkle at a random spot during the last few races. We'll have to wait and see. That's a lot of debris on the circuit there that's been brought on by a fair few of the drivers, but Marshall have tried to do their best job there to try and clear that, and actually you can see all the drivers going single file around that. They're all trying to avoid it before the start of this race. Right, now they'll get themselves formed up into 2x2 rolling start formation. Fusion and Forza on that front row of the grid. Two very similar liveried machines to British teams, two satellite teams here on the front row of the grid, ready to see the starts of the race. Still one on the Kart Republic, one on the Esprit OTK machine. Are we racing then? The first time in groups A and F, as the pace is slow as they enter into the tram lines. Will we be going racing? Answer, yes. Lights are out, fight is on. Good stuff, the inside line. A strong start for Miron as they break into it. The Paralympics make contact damage to one of them. It forces one of the Barrichello Birrell karts off the road, and a Kart Republic, 3 karts off the road at turn 1. We will relay the information of who those drivers are. There's 62 off the road there. That's Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio. He's the KR off the road. The Birrell, I think, Achille Ray, and I think Ascari Volley was the Paralympic. So that is your previous race winner there, falling off the road, and that's not what they want in their last race of the day. Look at the breakaway that we've got already at the front end. The rest of the field there, all trying to keep up.
Well, so far, Daniel Miron has escaped Palacio, Kage, and the other drivers in the field, especially the name of Antonio Pizzonier, who was your biggest contender when going head-to-head with Miron in their last qualifying heat, where he snatched that win away right at the final moment. For now, though, Kage looks to back up the rest of the pack, but it's not going to be enough to fend off Palacio. Palacio down the inside and says, come with me as well, to Antonio Pizzonier, who makes up the position through turn at number 5. In the background, though, all looks to kick off for the likes of Bobrishov, Alexander Lazarus. Feld is involved. Feld has just dropped down to P14. He was in P11 just a moment ago, as Pujol is one of the names within this race who needs a good one. Had a DNF earlier on, as Antonio is under investigation now for a starting procedure infringement, but it's not going to bother him because he is parked there at turn number 1.
Indeed. So Miron leads the way then, clear by 9/10 of a second as Feld is under investigation for a start infringement. Palacio holding onto it off the road. Disaster striking there. That is such a shame for Nick Reed, the German driver, out of the race.
Yeah, not good stuff for Nick then, has not had the luck he would have expected. Wanted to probably be a home hero, being a wild card. Would have wanted to impress, but so far he's got to settle for another DNF. Out in the front, though, Miron still shows the rest of the field how it's done. Palacio and Pizzonia still 2 and 3. Kage, Legenki, Grayling, Kumpen from Bobrishov. Bobrishov there making the move stick on teammates. Bobrishov now switches with Henry Constant Kumpen, who loses out potentially to Alexander Lazarus there out of the final corner as well. Has Lazarus managed to make the move go? No, not just yet. Has to sit behind the duo of Ricky Flynns.
Indeed. Long train starting to form now here as the field goes on to lap number 4 of 10, nearing that halfway point of the race, and Daniel Miron showing wise at the front of the field here. He's extending that gap to nearly over a second and setting the fastest laps of the race as well. Intermediate classification then, as the race has simmered down just for a brief spell. Daniel Miron does lead the intermediate classification, 238 points, a significant point advantage from Perico and Makandri Urin after their races earlier on, but this is exactly what we're expecting to see from Miron after those superb race results earlier on. He's not really been out of the top 2, I would say.
No, he hasn't dropped outside of the top 2 right from qualifying. We knew that he was going to be a contender.
No.
Is that Mark Lumitz again? Lumitz there will not go any further for Kalikart. We've lost one of the fusions as well. Was it maybe Vlibor Vlasak who is parked with Lumitz, the Estonian, so the driver from Czechia and the driver of Estonia out of this one and potentially out of the weekend as well. Bobrishov goes fastest, big sends down the inside. This is Grayling being overtaken now by Alexander Legenki. Legenki getting to work and actually says to the fastest driver of Bobrishov, get involved as well. There is Bobrishov through that second sector, looking hungry to try and make an overtake. As of course, in this stage of the weekend, the clock is a factor for these drivers. The clock is ticking. Oh, Bobrishov off the road. Bobrishov tried to get hooked onto the back of Grayling there. It goes absolutely wrong as you like through that final sector of the road. Dirty tyres then for him on the entrance towards that first corner. He's still on things. He's still in the fight for the top 10, but he's just cost himself 3 positions.
I've got to say, speaking to quite a few mechanics in the lunch break and just saying, you know, what do you think to the racing out there? I'd be like, well, you know, it's a bit feisty, it's a bit boisterous, but the one thing I wish they'd stop doing is going on the dusty parks. It means I've got to take it to the jet wash area and clean it immediately. So, you know, that dust does stick to the karts like glue, and this a prime example of it, all by himself there, just lost a wheel off the curb and straight into the gravel.
Yeah, of course, these drivers absolutely on the limit. Bobrishov gets a bit of airtime there with the...
I know that hurts as well, because I went racing out at Circuit 27 last weekend in their corporate karts, and I may have done that once or twice in their corporate karts. It hurt my backside.
Well, I think it's going to probably hurt in one of these a bit more as well, because these drivers are catching some absolute speeds. Now then, speed is going to be the crucial moment for Bruno Grayling. Grayling trying to get past, trying to shove his way through Alexander Legenki, as losing positions there. Alexander Lazarus, something's gone wrong there for Lazarus there in that parallel. Drops pace significantly there, loses some positions as drivers are still glued together. We've got, again, the 2 RFM drivers together, Kumpen and Bobrishov, looking at Grayling, looking at Kagay, looking at Alexander Legenki as well. Those drivers are nowhere near the front pack, as that was a nice little switch for Bruno Grayling on Savile Kagay, as there is an issue out there for Lazarus. I think technical gremlins have been the cause of what will be a DNF.
Yeah, indeed, Alexander Lazarus there just being told to get to safety in the nearest marshal post, to which he now does. But yeah, not what you want to see at all. There's your intermediate classification points. Daniel Miron, as mentioned earlier on, 238, dominating those points right now. Such a strong weekend he has had. Despite everything that's happened and the ups and downs, the turmoils, there has been 1 or 2 drivers that have snuck through it all and still come away with some really decent results.
Yeah, absolutely has been. I think for many of these drivers, you know, this has been a busy weekend. You've seen lots of drivers crash, have DNFs. For some, it's just been the case of stay consistent, go slightly under the radar, don't really take anything too high risk, too high reward. Now we're maybe going to have a risk put in by the ward down the inside. Last moment moves. Phil Palacio decides to change out that P2 for a P3, not by choice, but by force, because Bizonia, good little send down the inside.
Yes, indeed. I keep looking out that window, Nicole, that cloud getting ever closer. If it's going to hit, I reckon it's going to be either in the last race or the penultimate race of the day. This, though, still the drivers pushing right now, and everyone just trying to find that last bit of time they can. Palacio right on the ragged edge of adhesion here, trying to step through the field. Last lap board will be coming out this time to the field. Daniel Miron will be the first driver to see that as they round the final turn. He sees that last lap board. Pittoni and Palacio still very close behind. Alexander Legenki holds on to P4 from Bruno Grayling. Then it is Kumpen from Kagay, Bobrishov, Nuvolini and Peugeot who round out the top 10. Lots of movers through this field, but it's Christian Kobe who's the biggest mover. He's on a 13th-place gain, is the Irishman, and is delivering a strong result in this one, which is the last race for them. For many of these drivers, possibly their last race of the weekend. Into the final couple of sectors then. Daniel Miron, who's certainly looking to put it on pole position for the final later on the weekend in those Superheats. We'll have to wait and see as into the final sector. It's wheel-to-wheel for P2, but the checker flag is out for Daniel Miron. Over the line, secures what will be a pole position for the Superheats tomorrow, as Miron will go on to see if he can claim a pole position for the finals. Pitsonia takes second, Palacio third, Legenki from Greeling, Kumpen from Kagei, Bobrajov from Nuvolini, and Pujol, who round out the top 10 at the end of the last qualifying heat. Groups A and F. They will simmer it down now and cruise back to Parc Ferme as once again the cleanup operation gets underway here at the Mülsen Arena E circuit. And a lot of work to be done here for the field, but a lot of work to be done there. The confirmation of Christian Kobe's achievements in that race. Started 27th, finished 15th. An incredible gain there to step through the field to finish in 12 places gained. Well, for the field here, work nearly done for the day, but it is certainly done for groups A and F. There's your full results. Top 10 we've gone over. Mathis Brajot ahead of Maxime Noapel. Federico Mirabella ahead of Alessandro Truchot and Christian Kobe. Charles Sayer, Max Feld and Juan Garciase round out the top 18. Oive Venturata ahead of Tiberius Müller. Sami Hugon, Liam Nashuati, Lorenzo Zucchetto and Julia Anglard round out the top 24. The retirements, Lazarus, Vlasak, Lumitz, Reed, Wally, Ray, Andy Peter Antonio, as I hear cheers out there from many people. Daniel Miron, the results are in, and the Fusion driver, I think, has secured himself a pole position for Superheat A tomorrow. Job well done for that young man there, who I'm sure will be chatting with in a few moments' time. For the rest of the field, as it stands, Emerson McCandrew-Urin is still looking at a potential pole position for Superheat B, but there is one more junior groups to go in the form of groups B and C. Here's your highlights from that race. Drivers again, heavy braking down in towards turns 1 and 2. The contact made, and Ascari Volley off the road. Achille Ray and Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio at the start of that race with the 3 karts off the road. The rest of the field continued onwards. Breakaway started to form for the front runners, so they continued to fight on at the very end. Other drivers finding themselves being caught out once again by that dusty part of the road. Drivers who did gain, though, at that stage of the race. Mirabella gaining 10 places, Truchot gaining 10 places, Christian Kobe gaining 12, Jarlav Ser gaining 9 places, the same as Jean Peugeot, Manu Nuvolini gaining 8 places. Lots of movers through the field. Liam Nashuati also at 9 places gained. So a lot of the drivers in that last remaining spots there trying to close in as, there was the very dramatic moment there for the 2 drivers off the road into the likes of turns 11 and 12. Mark Lumitz and Libor Vlasak colliding there, and those karts waiting to be collected at the end of that race. This moment here for Bobrajov running wide out of turn 13. So easily done, just drops a wheel on that exit curb. It drags you off the circuit, and there you can see he was caught on the dusty part, and that of course means his kart heading to the jet wash at the end of the day. Rest of the fighting that did go on, we did see the scraps through the field, everyone gaining those places. Bruno Greeling part of that fight. We saw him have dramas earlier on today, but fighting back in this one. The last retirement of the race, Alexander Lazarus on lap number 7, retiring, I think mechanical in nature, with the last 2 overtakes happening. This, Antonio Pitsonia, the great move down the inside to take that P2 away. But there over the line, Daniel Miron would find his way through to the front and would find his way to the lead of the intermediate classification with 238 points to his name. Well, let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, Daniel Moron has done it again for the second time this weekend, confirmed a pole position. Daniel, really good stuff for you. Superheat, we're looking at a pole, but tomorrow's where it counts, right?
Yeah, obviously tomorrow's when it counts, just the final day. And yeah, so far good, and yeah, looking forward for tomorrow.
And for you as the fastest driver, I've actually heard quite a few drivers around, speak about you. Everybody is quite aware of your pace. Are you thinking about the pace of anybody specifically? Is there anyone at all that is in your mind, or are you quite confident you're the one to beat?
Well, I'm confident of myself, obviously trying to improve myself every session, but yeah, just mainly focus on myself.
Well, Daniel, that focus has brought you pole for that Superheats tomorrow. Great job out there. More pole positions to be confirmed for other groups, but before we do that, we're going to take a short break.
Last few races of the day about to get underway here onto the circuit with groups A and F for the seniors out next. The last three races of the day for those seniors. This is the penultimate race for them with only one more junior race to go in the form of groups B and C, and that'll be the same for the seniors with groups B and C after this one. Lots of tyres again deployed in this one, a lot of them coming from the front rows, a lot of slick tyres going out there, including a switch of sides. Once again here for Christian has put Domain on the inside line towards turn one. There is your pole sitter for this one. Brand new set of tyres, left-hand side, the same for everyone on the top four rows of the grid for this one as they get themselves ready to go in this fight. Of course, we have got the next senior race to go for these drivers, but at the moment it is Benjamin Magnac who does lead the way in those points with 224 for Christian in this one. He is currently 7th in those points with 166. He is joint with Valerio Villapiana, but again, those drivers, some of them have raced, some of them about to race, some of them will be racing at the end of the day. Engines fire up then. Drivers make their way out onto the track as the wind picks up, the clouds looming over the circuit. Could we see a spot of rain in the next few races? We have to hold our breath and to wait and see. Here is your seniors, A and F. It's Illy Christian, pole position, joined by Henry Domain. Schaufler and Peschel go from row 2, Baglin and Tarif Rekal on row 3. All of these drivers, brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Antonio Coccinella and Archie Owen go from row number 4. Both new tyres for them on row 5. Rafael Ballard, brand new set of tyres. Ludovico Mazzola, no fresh tyres for him there on that 5th row. Row 16, Hugendorn and Max Weiland do have the fresh tyres on that left-hand side, with row 7 being Egon Pedrotti and Nathan Kappen, only Kappen with the fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Row 8, Melka Melel and Manuel Maguez on that row, no tyres for them. Adam Gavin and Sebastian Mins on row 9, only the fresh tyres for Mins as Gavin used his earlier on. Row 10, Devon Waltz and Bruno Blanco, both tyres for them on the left-hand side, with Timonov and Zimo Yang on row 11. Mark Pilapenko and Eduardo Salamanda go from row 12. Pilapenko with the fresh tyres left-hand side. Row 13, Yuri Levar and Sebastian Verga. Verga with the fresh tyres. Kasper Reipold, fresh tyres as well, left-hand side. So lots of fresh tyres out there on the circuit. A lot of drivers looking to see what they can achieve in this one. Not sure how lucky we are going to be with that cloud. It is getting closer, but I think it'll be okay. Nicole Southern tried to jump scare me into the commentary box by making a hand gesture. It wasn't the hand gesture.
No, you turned around and
face.
tried to jump at you and it didn't work.
No, it didn't. Cold steel I'm made of. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Do you know what makes me jump? Fuel prices. Right, anyway, here we go.
Yeah, fair enough.
Thank you. Right then, here we go into that final corner. Chrisen and Domain on that front row of the grid, a switch of sides, and everyone in the front, well, nearly everyone in the front 6 rows, all brand new tyres as well on the left-hand side as we enter into the tramlines then for their last race of the day. It's A and F. We are racing towards turn 1. Strong start there for the Tony Karts, pushing forward. Chrisen and Peschel break through into first and second. Bit of dust in the background, but everyone's through turn 1 cleanly. Long run into the braking zone here down at turn 3. Look at the up and under there for Schaufler, 2 for 1. Runs a little wide on the exit. Speaking of running wide, 2 cuts rejoining in the background there, right in the middle of the pack. But continue on in this race. Then they get into the pinch point. Not everyone's going to get through that one. A lot of dust getting kicked up once more as they shuffle the order in. It's still Chrisen who leads the way at the front of the field, but the action's on for Peschel. I think he's just lost out there on that position. Let's wait and see. Yes, indeed, it is the KR machine that's got through. It's Archie Owen on a 6th place game.
This is the highest start we've seen Archie Owen so far this weekend. He's had multiple DNFs, had I think a P6 at best so far, but now finds himself inside of the top 3. He's not going to be gifted it though, because Henry Domain has had a thing about that P2 so far this weekend. Jumps over the curb, allows Peschel to hold on to things as well. Is Peschel going to look to set things up? Not just yet. Hasn't got the legs to make the overtake through 6 and 7 as somebody's backwards there through turn number 5. That is Gavin Adam, now the Tony Karts, to be the first driver to not go any further within this last Group A versus F qualifying heat. Dying stages of this weekend, but not of the race. Domain now down the inside. Archie Owen loses out on not 1 but 2 positions because Peschel sends it through as well.
Yes, indeed. Fighting at the front is raging on, and we still see those battles going. Peschel being swamped by the pack here now. It's Domain through. Archie Owen squeezes through as well. But as quickly as that happens, more of the MPs are here. Antonio Coccinella getting involved now as they go wheel to wheel. Schaufler on the outside does go wheel to wheel there with Coccinella and has to relinquish that spot, loses out. There is the 316 going no further. That's Mark Pilapenko's Forza Racing machine. Driver from the USA goes no further in his last race of the day.
Well, so with the lead there, Ili Christian has got currently qualifying heat standings. He sat 3rd so far. What, Peschel massively trying to close in on Archie Owen, but it was a bit too much. It was a push too hard because he opens up the door for Nicholas Schaufler. Now has to deal with the other MP inside the business end of your fight. Hugundorn trying to get involved, as is Noah Baglin. They are just having to watch on how Peschel now deals with Coccinella. Coccinella actually really strong, but not as strong as Peschel through the entrance of turn number 5. Peschel, the Tony kart, takes it back.
Indeed. Nice little move down the inside there. Retakes that one away. Manuel Waguez, though, setting the fastest lap of the race, has just managed to squeeze his way past Rafael Ballard. That is for 13th place. And now steps up the field quite nicely in this last race of the day. Action still showcasing this one for the drivers at the front. It's a calm race for Chrisen here. 2-second advantage he's got for the rest of the field. Great start. Domain's fine as well. Owen, though, is under the most pressure. He's got the big trainer kart swarming right behind him.
Baglin has got something to lose within this race here, Anthony, as that's a nice move down the inside for one of the fusions. Forces the Ricky Flynn to lose another position, so Mint looking to put in some work after that qualifying earlier on in the weekend that didn't go his way. Going back to the Baglin story, so far he sat P3 within these qualifying heats. Actually make that P2 because the position that he's just looking to gain himself has added to his points. But he could promote himself a little bit further up. Of course, we've got those other seniors left to go in their last race of the day. So it's not over for Baglin just yet within this race or within your qualifying heats standings, especially when compared to James Anagnostiadis, his teammate, who is still yet to race for his final race of the day. Owen still on your screen trying to hold off Nicholas Schaufler. They're sat in the DPK, both of those drivers on that equal KR machinery, one for the factory and one for the satellite team. You've then got the Tony kart from the NP, then from the drivers behind of Dean Hugundorn and Noah Baglin. So those two drivers have now edged up closer to your fight for P6 and 7 as Baglin now pops in a purple lap.
Smattering of investigation flags coming out in this one. A lot of the drivers will be heading to the stewards at the end of their last race today, and that could mean that them making it through into tomorrow, or maybe not. So quite a difficult situation for them to be in. Loving the run there through into turn 1. Big sends all the way. Dean Hugundorn on the charge, through past Coccinella. Here's Baglin as well. Baglin wheel to wheel, tries to squeeze the MP kart. And the MP kart says no to that and holds firm as Coccinella holds on to P7 right now. As you were saying earlier on there, Nicole, Baglin's got something to lose out here. You're absolutely correct in saying, because he's there second in the point, 218 behind Magnac still. Magnac has raced already. Of course, we will see the likes of James Anagnostiadis out
Picks off
in the
position
less
there.
straights, but yeah, that's a nice position. But the fight is still very much on, and a heavy hit into the wall there for the Paralin. The 269 machine in the racing line. Oh, and that's so close into that final sector. And that's Zarif Rekal and Coccinella. Heavy hit into the wall.
Well, it was the rubber also pulled away from the rim there for the driver. That was a massive, massive impact into the wall. Driver instantly jumps up. However, of course, adrenaline for these drivers would have been thrown into things, but really hoping both Coccinella and Zarif Rekal are okay out there, because that could have ended in drama. Both up on their feet, hoping both of those are okay out turn number 14. But, you know, that's such a quick corner out there, Anthony. I think at some point this weekend we were expecting that. And look how close it is to the racing line. These drivers are so fast out of that final corner. You know, they run all over that rumble strip.
That is
and
the racing line.
Yeah, of course. You know, to not be clipping that cart, these drivers are doing a good job. Yellow flags are out round that last sector for these drivers. But the racing continues in the sharp end of your field as Peschel now looks to put some work in. Owen almost caught out on that one, but Owen holds on to things. Hugundorn now down the inside, gets past Peschel there. Peschel having to settle down in P6. Points-wise, Noah Baglin now P2 still. 220 to his name, however, it was 218 a moment ago. Christian, no matter what, cannot do better than what he's got. This was that moment then to ascend down the inside. That was for Baglin. So that was Baglin on the lead. So
the inside.
they go side by side.
Nice,
Zarif Rekal just clips the front. watch back bumper dislodges. We've then got the tyres actually come off of the rim there. It's just down on the inside of the axle there, but huge impact backwards there for Raquel, straight into the wall, straight into that barrier.
But it's that next group that comes through and how close they get to that kart, and that was such a heavy hit into the wall.
Elbow.
Yeah, Paddy, I think is okay, but that next moment there when those karts are coming through, very, very risky indeed for them to go as fast as they were going. Oh, look at this now, smoke kicking up for the MPs. There's karts all over the place once again. It's such you turn your eye away from this grid for one moment and it all breaks loose here. That kart's been cleared now from that final turn. Great work from the marshals. This here is still Hugendorn and Owen. Hugendorn there up to 4th place is still doing his part. He's actually not had a bad weekend despite the tough qualifying. He's 8th in the points so far.
Yeah, so good stuff for Dean. Has gone slightly under the radar at some moments, but also at some points drawn quite a lot of attention to himself. Within this race though, has had more of a settled one. 7 places gained, but is sat there in quite a comfortable P4 for your penultimate lap of things. Christian though out in the front, hasn't lost or gained, neither has Henry Domain, neither has Nicholas Schaufler. Christian, if he does manage to get that kart to the line, to that checkered, he can't do any more than a P3 at best in your qualifying heat standings. But of course, we've got to reiterate, we've got that one final senior group left to go later on, with one of the big hitters included, James Anagnostiadis.
Indeed, and that could change things around massively in that next race. Christian here has done a superb job throughout this race, delivered strong results throughout the course of the last 2 days, is going to position himself at the moment 3rd overall in the intermediate classification with this result. He's looking at a Leicester flag as he rounds the final turn. Christian will end his day with a P1 over the line. Christian takes it. The driver who put it on pole position in time qualifying may not be seeing a pole position for the Superheats, but has still done an incredible job at the end of the day. Domain will take P2 ahead of Schaufler. Hugendorn 4th with a 7th place gain from Peschel. Baglin takes 6th from Archie Owen and Miguez. And I can confirm my predictions of that rain cloud, I hate to say it, was bang on the money into the last 2 races. The rain now starting to fall here at the circuit. That could make things quite interesting going into the last 2 races. And how heavy is that rain? Well, from that camera view, not too significant, but might make this next race very interesting, as they're relatively large dollops of rain that is falling. We'll have to keep a close eye on how that progresses over the next few races, because, yeah, indeed, we've still got groups B and C for junior and senior to go. There is Christian, though. Great day for him. Maybe not be the pole position he was hoping for, but still an incredible drive nonetheless. At the end of the day, he might still find himself on a front row for tomorrow's Superheats. We'll have to wait and see what happens in that last race of the day for groups B and C, as cleanup operation now underway at the end of that race. There's your full results on your screen. We've got Christian from Domain, Schaufler from Hugendorn, Peschel from Baglin, Owen from Miguez, Rafael Ballard from Devon Waltz, who gained 10 places in that race to finish in P10 ahead of Egon Petotti. Nathan Capin in 12th from Eduardo Salomon, who gained 11 places to finish in 13th. Casper Reipold gaining 13 to finish in P14. Ahead of Bruno Blanco, Yuri Lavar, Max Allen from Sebastian Mins, Malcolm Hillel from Ludovica Mazzola, Svet Simonov from Sebastian Verga, who rounds out the top 22. Koscianella, Raquel, Yang, Filipenko and Adam out of the race. Here is your highlights from that race. High speeds into heavy braking zones at turn 1, and relatively calm actually for the seniors at turn 1 this time around. Bit of dust getting kicked up, but no harm, no foul for the rest of the field. It would be later on in the race where we would see the dramas. Schaufler getting a relatively decent start there right at the beginning, and again 1 or 2 karts running off the road onto the tarmac. I think Raphael Ballard, one of those drivers at the very start there. Was unfortunately the first retirement. Adam Gavin out of the race and would unfortunately end his day with a bit of dramatics. Then Peschel was getting swamped a little bit by the field. Archie Owen getting through and fighting to the front. Domain, Schaufler, Hugendorn were there. Baglin was closing in also. Quite the trial of adhesion for these drivers here as they all managed to squeeze their way through. Later we did see the dramatic moments at that final turn, but not before we saw some great moves to the inside there from Peschel. Then the drama striking for others, and amazing work from the field there not to just get caught out with those position changes. There was Seb Mins on the charge through the field, relatively decent run. Then Hugendorn as well. Dean Hugendorn had a very good run in that race. 7 places gained, puts him now inside the top 8 in the intermediate classification, but as mentioned, still a race to go. This moment here, that's still, as we watch it, such a heavy hit into the barrier there for Zerif Rekal. Contact there with the likes of Antonio Coccinella into that wall at the final turn and back onto the racing line. Quite the extensive amount of damage, and that might be a completely new kart needed there for Zerif Rekal if that machine can make it into tomorrow's racing, of course. Rest of the fighting went on for the remainder of that race. Again, drivers getting squeezed off the road. Archie Owen fighting for his life out there, but over the line would be Lee Christian to push it over the line. He would take the win, and with that, 3rd in the intermediate classification. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, we're down here with Ili Christian. Ili, you set yourself up really well going into tomorrow. Of course, poles looking like it's not likely, but for you, you know, since qualifying, you've really done a good job, right?
Yeah, this week has been really good. Qualifying was great. Then in the heats, I had one incident in the first heat and I finished 8th, and this morning wasn't the best when I got 5th, but it's definitely good to have 3 heat wins.
And of course, out there leading in your own air, the last lap where these weather conditions have slightly started to change. Any surface feel, you know, change for you at all? Could you feel anything different?
Towards the end of the race, started to be a bit slippery, but the track is quite grippy and the car's going really well.
Well, like we said, Ili, you've set yourself up really well going into Superheats tomorrow. Great job out there. And we're just going to swap you over with Noah Baglin then. Baglin, of course, has equally done a great job so far today and could be looking at maybe a pole going into tomorrow. Noah, you've done a great job so far this weekend. For you, though, moments haven't been straightforward. That race specifically, can you tell us a bit about it?
I mean, it wasn't great all the week, being P2 and P1, that one wasn't great, but I mean, they always let the start out when it shouldn't be a start, so probably the steward's fault on that, but I'm not really going to talk about it. But yeah, I think I was P5 then, or P6, but it wasn't great. But the P1s and P2s, we had strong pace, so yeah.
Well, strong pace indeed, Noah. Thank you very much. Of course, we've got 2 more qualifying heats left to go to confirm the other pole sitters, and Agnostiadis being one of those to be in contention for our seniors. But what we can confirm for now is that it is raining. Anthony, back to you.
Well, still raining out there from my position. Well, the sun's shining once again, so I think it's only a very light amount. I don't think it's going to affect us at all. So just a little bit of a scare there for the drivers to think what they want to go for, but definitely slick tyres still. No drama out there with the sun shining and the temperature in that. Yeah, no worries whatsoever for the field, but you can see that cloud in the background, how it just skimmed the circuit here. But we are ready to go racing then. Penultimate race of the day, the last race of the day for groups B and C for the juniors. So they will make their way onto the track very soon. Lots to report in terms of tyres. And the driver who is at the front of the field here is looking to try and break away with a brand new set on the left-hand side of his kart. Engines fire up then. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Here's your starting lineup for groups B and C. Julian Rivera on pole position. Brand new tyres, left-hand side. Alexandre Point on the front row alongside him. Julian Frasnelli and Stefan Mazbin go from row number 2. They will see Will Green and Gianni Giardello on row 3. Leo Gorski and Priam Bruneau, they go from row 4. Gorski has got the new tyres on the left-hand side. Row 5 will see Robertson and Westwood. Benjamin Westwood, brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Denny Babacek, can he take another win from the 6th row of the grid? He'll start alongside Olivier Aricini. No tyres for them, as Michelle Orlando and Harry Williams will go from row 7. New tyres for Orlando. Milan Rossi and Martin Bertolacini go from row number 8. Rossi has got those new tyres on board. Matvey Durganov and Matic Zalic go from row number 9. All new tyres on row 10. Rocco Simone joins Stan Radeski on that row. Both of them tyres left-hand side. Row 11 sees Leon Shilidze and Alex Malota, only Shilidze with the tyres on the left-hand side. Row 12, Aurelien Lemaire and Christian Alexander-Rust on row 12, both tyres for them. Dina Islami and Kim Min-jae, both tyres for them left-hand side. Jan Gardzialek and Austin Newstead go from row 14, but it's only Newstead with the new tyres, with Neo Knapp and Eden Kaserovic on row 15, both tyres for them. No row 16 here, Roland Nagy and Tommaso D'Ambrosio not racing at the moment. There we go. Thank you very much to that energy course mechanic there. Caught me off guard a little bit. OK, Junior, qualifying heat B versus C. All well and good. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box, can tell me a lot about the weather situation. I think it's fine. No drama. It's just a brief sprinkle.
Yeah, it's not wet for the drivers. Mechanics are out there, you know, preparing the wet carts. They are all parked around Parc Fermé, but nobody obviously deploying those. Of course, for these drivers, it's not going to put them off. They're all on the hunt for those all-important points to try and set themselves up for a pole position going into tomorrow. Miron has already confirmed the first. Not sure how many of the drivers within this one are really going to be able to contend for that, because of course MSM Macandrew Uren has also set himself up very well, but it's only 2 points that splits up him and Perico.
Indeed, so obviously Perico coming away with something earlier on because he was ahead of Macandrew Uren, so yeah, something may have happened there. Right into the final turns. This is what it's all about then. Last chance for groups B and C in the juniors. Sun still shining after a brief sprinkle of rain on the circuit. Are we ready to go racing as we enter into the tram lines? Answer, yes, we are racing towards turn 1. Rivera 3 wide in the middle of the pack there. Mazepin on the inside is going to get squeezed. One cut going very much the wrong direction at high speed there into the safe spot. We'll try and work out who that was, and I think that's the 56 or the 55 that's gone off there. Olivier Aricini, I believe that is, out of the race. As always, dust kicking up at the exit there of turns 4 and 5 as they head in towards 6, 7, 8 and 9 for the first time. There, the field pushing forward, but to everyone in a good spot. Green trying to get involved in that lead fight has got Fresnelli for company at the front of that one as they fight second and third, but crucially it is a good getaway for Julian Rivera. Those fresh tyres helping him out, Nicole, breaking away massively at the front of the field.
Neither Green or Frasnelli sit inside of the top 8 just yet. Actually, Will Green does. He sat P4 and now he sits on the road, P2 ahead of Frasnelli. So good move there for Will Green, and Frasnelli looks maybe slightly panicked because points and says push forward. Qualifying heat standings have changed once more. It's Miron from Babacek. Emerson Macandrew Uren down to P3 is off the road on the track. Is that Point there? Alex Point gets it wrong again at turn number 5 and ends up sat just ahead of Mason Robertson, who had one of his best race results so far this year with a P3 earlier on for Red Bull. Just around Robertson, though, he's got the name of Denny Babacek involved. Babacek, there you can see on the screen, is going to look down the inside, but he's not going to make it stick because Robertson's going to send the move on Alex there. Alexandra Point loses out on 3 positions as Babacek uses the work put in by Mason Robinson and ticks off 2 positions. Now we sat P6.
Stefan Maspin right on the inside line there, trying to take the curve of the inside of turn 1. It didn't work out for him. He stays behind at a very high speed there as they continue on in this fight. Looks again down the inside. Contact made off the road. Goes the Fusion machine. Alexandre Point, his race is going from bad to worse here. They are muscling him down the field as it continues to fight on there. Off the road goes the Hagman Racing machine. It tries to get back on. Out of the race is Austin Newstead. He deployed the new tyres in this one, but that's his racing done and dusted for the day.
Yeah, Newstead's day then goes from bad to worse because he's not had the race results that he would have expected since qualifying. Out in the front, Julian Rivera leads the race for the 2nd time this weekend, as you can really even hear the drivers out of the commentary box window here. Antonino pushing in towards that first corner, trying to maximise everything out of that major braking zone. Julian Frasnelli now under pressure once more, under pressure and being overtaken. Gorski inside of the top 3. Leonardo Gorski then, new team for him this weekend, brand new to the MP camp, and so far it looks really good for him. This is some of the best racing we've seen from Gorski now inside the business end of your field. Julian Rivera has been caught for this race lead, was trying to be the king of this race and take another qualifying heat win this weekend, but he's going to be under pressure now by Green, who sits P3 in your qualifying heat standings, 22 points behind Babacek and 38 points behind Daniel Miron.
Indeed, and will we see the lunge into turn 1 this time? No, we don't. Just stays behind for the time being, but Green certainly will be eyeing something up. And you have to remember, Green is on used tyres here, but still has that outright pace to the inside of turn 3. Gets the lead away. Leo Gorski is here now, and he would like to certainly have a go, but Rivera just holds on to 2nd place. Denny Babacek, we've not said much about him in this race, but he's there in P6, sets the fastest lap. He's been race winner all in and out of this one over the course of today, and is trying to take that points lead away from Daniel Miron. It can still be done as Rasnelli sends it down the inside, goes wheel to wheel, squeezes 2 places, steps up to 2nd place, brings in a potential points leader and a pole sitter for the Superheats tomorrow. Denny Babacek in the background closing in as they continue to chop and change here. He's joined the pack, and Denny Babacek will be loving this now.
Babacek then, he's been the star of the show so far in the qualifying heats. We've seen from him now down the inside, gets past Julian Rivera, as Rivera's now overtaken by Joely Girardello as well. So Girardello there in that parallel has got past the Calicarts. Will Green has been allowed to release from the rest of the pack. It's some German real estate that he's got himself. It's 1.8 seconds and lights things up through that 2nd sector to extend things ever more. Gorski inside of the top 2. This is the first time we've seen that from Leonardo, and points-wise has now got himself into P7 in the standings. Just behind, though, they've got that shadow, they've got that big name of Denny Babacek still right there inside of the top 4. You've got the Paralin and the Calicart still going for it. So for Julian Rivera, despite losing out on these positions, despite losing out since being in the race lead, it's really not put him off too much. He doesn't look rattled out there. He doesn't look shaken. He still knows that this race is all to play for, and I think he can be proud of the results so far this weekend. That's now the switch between Babacek and Frasnelli. Babacek into the top 3 will now look at the MP of Gorski. Didn't cost himself any time with that switch of position. It's now only a moment's time until he goes for P2 as well.
Indeed, the points he's gaining here, he's now on to 229. He's only 9 points behind Daniel Miron, with still 2 places to gain in this race. And mathematically, just trying to work it out, it's not possible, but he could certainly have a good go at it. But he's definitely looking at a pole position start here. For Superheat B, to the inside, looks for it, gets it, finds it, thunk about it, thought about it, got it.
You said that yesterday.
I did.
Thanks, Anthony.
Thunking is the action of thinking before you think.
Oh, right, okay.
You're
Do you
welcome.
think ever?
No.
Didn't think so.
I was going to say a line there, but I thought I probably won't say that. Right, Malone is going to pick up a warning flag. Unfortunately, that will be joined with a 5-second time penalty. Babacek now with 232 points out there is cementing that pole position for Superheat 2.
Absolutely. So 6 points split up Miron from Babacek. It's not going to make a difference for Babacek because he's still looking at a pole position. So far, he would be starting alongside Emerson, McAndrew, Uren. Those drivers actually knowing each other very well, have raced each other when they were minis, have raced each other throughout this year as well. Not in the same team, despite looking like it. Of course, we'll reiterate Babacek racing for family team of Teps. Out in the front, we've still got Green as we head through the last couple of moments of this last junior qualifying heat that looks to set up Will Green for a P3 going through your qualifying heats. As Gorski, again, actually showing some improvement so far this weekend and showing the rest of the field that, you know, that MP Motorsport team has worked to do some magic for him so far.
Yeah, indeed. Just slips it with a position change there. There is still the Giradello, Robertson, Zaric and Durganov battle fighting away. This is back to Frasnelli, Gorski, Rivera and Westwood. Looks like they've just changed in the background. Westwood getting through into 5th place now. Defensive there for Leo Gorski on Frasnelli. Frasnelli is wise to it though, doesn't do anything about it as, oh dear. Stefan Mazepin under investigation for a potential start procedure infringement. Rest of the racing going on. Final lap board is out to the field. Green's lead, 2.7 seconds from Denny Babacek. Green's done all he can. He's going to settle for a front row start alongside Daniel Miron. Over the line, Green will take the victory, but it's Denny Babacek who will take 2nd place, and with that, will take pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. A great run for the drivers at the end. It was a photo finish for Gorski and Frasnelli across the line. Thousands between them for 3rd place. Westwood will finish P5 from Julian Rivera, out of Giradello. Durganov 8th from Zaric. Robertson will round out the top 10, but a win from P5 for Will Green. Solid result there. Biggest mover is Denny Babacek, 9 places gained, and with that race result, Denny Babacek secures a pole position start for Superheat 2 tomorrow. And that will be an exciting one to watch, trust me, because Denny Babacek's been starting these races on the 6th row of the grid. Now with the clean air in front, that will be an exciting one. There's your top results. Top 10 we've gone over. Michelle Orlando finishing in 11th place out of Priam Bruno. Stan Rachowski from Martin Bertoluccini. Stefan Mazepin under investigation in that race, but finishes 15th place ahead of Milan Rossi in 16th place. Alexandre Point from Alex Malota. Leon Shilidze from Kim and Jay. Rocco Simone from Harry Williams. Christian Alexander Rust from Jan Gazielik. Aurelian Lemaire from Idin Kaserovic. Dina Izami from Neonap, finishing in 28th place. Newstead and Sini, the 2 retirements from that race. There is Will Green. Job done for him. And that is a superb result for the end of the racing. Here is your highlights. Keep an eye on Sini, the start of this one, the KR Motorsport driver. Well, he's in that fight. There he is, rotated, and then has very high speed reversing out of that race. It takes him out of it, but still a very dramatic run for him there at the start of that race. Rest of the field getting through without real drama. 1 or 2 kicks of dust at the very beginning. Green pushing through at that stage. Was there a yellow flag there at turn 1? I just saw a hint of it waving. Was it cleared, or was that a bit dramatic for him? Then Alexandre Point here. A tough day for him. Great qualifying for the driver from Luxembourg, but just in the races has had those ups and downs out there. Mason Robertson again in his, I would say, his best performance so far of the season in the Champions of the Future, finding his way through. There was another moment there for Alexandre Point, just being muscled out of the way, and I'm sure he will not be too happy with that one. Leonardo Gorski with the good runs, of course. Those fresh tyres will have benefited him somewhat at the end of that one, as Green would sweep his way into the race lead. Later on then, that fight would ensue for second place as Fresnelli would get there. That would bring in Denny Babacek, who would be very thankful for that fight to happen, because then he could slowly squeeze his way through the field, to which he did do. And then with the last 2 laps remaining, got up into second place and would take the second place points, securing pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. A very deserved result for the driver, who had put this overall on the 6th row of the grid over the course of the racing. It's delivered nicely, and so is that man there, Will Green, from that 3rd row of the grid. Does secure a front row start alongside Daniel Miron. Let's head down to Parc Ferme for the penultimate time today, and to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, with Will Green, who's just taken his first win in qualifying heats so far this weekend, right where it counts. Will, good stuff for you this weekend. I think consistency has been maybe a key word for you, would you say?
Yeah, yesterday was a bit difficult with the speed. I probably wasn't the quickest. Then today we've improved a bit and I've had good speed, so to be able to win the heat, yeah, it's helped a lot.
But of course, tomorrow is where it counts. You've set yourself up nicely. We're not looking at a pole, but we're looking at a 2nd row start. For you, that's pretty much good enough looking at that, right?
Yeah, I know it's decent. Continuing qualifying wasn't great. We still got a decent result out of it. So I've got good speed, so just see how tomorrow goes and do the best we can.
Absolutely, and what we're going to do now is just swap you over with Denny Babacek. Denny, of course, has taken consistent race results, but also some really impressive qualifying heat wins. Denny, for you today, I think fast would be an understatement. You know, you've really climbed the order, 10 positions gained multiple times to take qualifying heat wins. For you, pace has come from where?
Well, I mean, we love a hack, you know, so we didn't really mind starting that far back, and then we just do our best, and we was very fast today.
And of course, you're starting on pole position for that 2nd Superheat tomorrow. For you, starting from pole, the race leaders we actually see get caught up to quite quickly sometimes. Are you thinking about that at all, or do you reckon you've got it in hand?
I don't really care, if I'm being honest, if they catch me, because, well, then we just race, you know, I don't really mind.
Well, like you said, we love a hack, right?
Love a hack.
Denny, thank you very much. That is Denny Babacek, who will be starting on pole position in Superheat B for your OK Juniors tomorrow. One more qualifying heat left to go. Drivers are ready. Anthony Jordan is in the commentary box, and he'll be ready as well.
I love your optimism there of me being ready in the commentary box, Nicole. But good news is that I am, because we've got one more race to go. Qualifying heat B versus C. The last race of the day for the seniors, about to head out. And the fight is on. The driver who starts this one on the 2nd row of the grid. Could the Australian James Adignosiadis take pole position for the Superheats? This race will decide it, as a lot of tyres have been deployed. However, one driver will be starting this from the pit lane. Gilles Herman from that graphic, who was due to start on the 8th row of the grid, the Belgian, with some dramas, will be starting it from pit lane. Here's the grid then, though, for the last race of the day. Evan Purcell, pole position for him. No tyres deployed here. Michael McGoy has got the fresh tyres on the left-hand side. And the rest of the field is as follows. All brand new tyres on the left-hand side. Anik Nostianis and Dan Alaman on row 2 with the left-hand side. Davide Bataro and Valerio Villapiana, row 3 with new tyres as well. Vladimir Vanikov and Bosco Arias, new tyres on row 4 with Marco Gars and Jakub Kamenek on row number 5, new tyres for them. Zach Drummond and Oliver Kinmark on row 6, new tyres for them. On row 7, it's Van der Kerkhoff and Aston Sharp, new tyres for them. Row 8, Clara Kowalczyk, no tyres for her. Gilles Terman does have tyres, but will not start on the 8th row of the grid. He'll start from the pit lane, as mentioned. Row 9, Tara Dukowski starts the line. Peter Gorecki. Gorecki has got the tyres. Dukowski doesn't. Row 10, all fresh tyres for these two. Simmons and Lopez from the top 10 rows. Matteo Gallo, fresh tyres left-hand side. Armin Calio Osman, no tyres on board. Isaac Sayer has deployed them, alongside Drew Waltz, who has also deployed them. Row 13 is interesting, both with new tyres. However, Gustavo da Silva has elected to put them on the right-hand side of the kart, compared to Gorecki's left-hand side. Nefeli Cosmopoulos and Martina Rumlanova both tyres for them. Left-hand side, there is Gilles Herman. It was started, but he will start at the back of the field as they get ready to go in this race. And, well, all eyes will be on this grid now. Sun shining. The rain has gone. It's a lovely... Are we summer yet, or are we still spring? I think we're still spring at the moment, aren't we? Here. Air temperature is peaked at 19 degrees today. It's not too cold. It's not too warm out there. You've got a perplexed look on your face there, Nicole Sutherland. What's that for?
I think it's just the way I naturally look.
Confused. There we go.
You know, someone said that to me once, actually.
Did they? Yeah.
Said I always look confused.
There you go.
It's because I am.
Right then. Here we go then. Into that final turn. Last race of the day. This is an important one for Anagnostiadis on the inside of row 1. Into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're racing towards turn 1. Good stuff. The inside row. Purcell is through. Heavy on the brakes there. 3-4 wide. It's a bit jostly, but everyone almost gets through. 1 or 2 cars into the dusty stuff on the exit, but it's a good getaway. Crucially at the front, Anagnostiadis takes the lead. Exactly where he wanted to be.
Yeah, look at your race leader. Oh, big dust flicked up in the background there. Drivers just cutting over that turn number 5 again, time after time. You're going to see that again tomorrow, and you're going to see that at turn 7 and 8. Isaac Sayer there just being the name to cut over the grass as well. Turns 13 and 14 almost ticked off by none other than James Anagnostiadis, the driver that's looking to set himself up for a pole position going into tomorrow's Superheats. The qualifying heats points update. Anagnostiadis does take that pole so far with 20 points to his name ahead of Benjamin Magnac.
Indeed, this is superb for him, and there it is, confirmation of it on your screens at home. The 2:44 ahead of Magnac's 2:24. Quite the points advantage. Here's Drummond to the inside. He's looking on the inside of Vladimir Vanikov. Gets that position done. We'll try to hunt down Bataro down the inside. Here comes Michael McGoy trying to get the moves done, but has to relinquish that attempt and now falls into the clutches of his teammate of Marco Gast, who's trying to get involved in that top fight. Remember, all those drivers, fresh tyres. The only driver who hasn't is Evan Purcell, who's still holding on to second place.
Momentum is on board. Anagnostiadis 9/10. He's now given himself, as that's the switch there between Davide Bataro and Evan Purcell. So Purcell losing out now to that position, but it's not the end of the world. Drummond, however, will look to try and get past the Forza as well. So Purcell now under a shadow of Fusion. Now looks to go down the inside. Is Drummond going to have it? Absolutely does. Uses the curb to get his way past. Now gets into the top 3. Drummond, points-wise, does sit inside of your top 8, just behind Kritilov and Valerio Villapiana there in those points. Other names that are looking to promote themselves further up, we've got Vladimir Ivanikov now fighting away. Ivanikov, turn number 13, gets the move done. Purcell now looks to fall down the order again here, Anthony. He's just looking to gravel. Start finish straight. It's shown some muscle there. McGoy just shows Purcell maybe who's boss, but Purcell says no, you don't. Holds on to things down towards turn number 1, sets himself up to be the leader of this pack. It's McGoy from Gast. Alleman inside of this one. Dan Alleman had a DNF earlier on, looking to try and have a good go. Oh, mistake there for some of the drivers, kicking up that dust straight into the faces as the names behind. Oh, Valerio Villapiana almost went wrong for him.
It was Marco Gast, who I can imagine after that probably just went in his helmet as he coughed out a load of dust from his helmet. But he rejoins on it, and that is quite the lap they have seen there. I've got to say, that moment on the start-finish straight there that we saw, wheel-to-wheel stuff from Purcell, keeping his nose down the inside at 130 kph there. Incredible control over the course of that lap. But this here, still raging on. And these drivers in the sunset here, trying to close in on the likes of Davide Bataro, who was, probably not going to be well received by James Anagnostiadis, who is in the lead, but the gap has come down to 0.7 of a second.
Well, here comes Angelina Simmons. Simmons then DNF for her earlier on with Filippo Sala, but had good races. Before that, had a P12, had a P11, has been on the climb throughout your qualifying heats. Now sits P12, just behind Mateusz van der Kerkhoff and Bosco Arias. Other names that are looking to try and stay strong. Valeria Villapiana's now holding on to P6 in your qualifying heat standings, looking ahead towards tomorrow. Talking of points then, James Anagnostiadis and Benjamin Magnac are your current 2 pole sitters for those Superheats. Baglin would start alongside Anagnostiadis, Christian would start alongside Magnac, but then Villapiana joining James and Drummond joining Magnac in those groups. Those are your points on your screen, with Anagnostiadis being ahead of anybody else in the field by a minimum of 20 points or off the road. Big sense for drivers. Just drivers, again, these are the points in the day where you're just going to see muscles deployed, trying to fight for those qualifications into tomorrow, because of course this many drivers being entered into the weekend, you're going to see a number not even be seen in those Superheats.
No, indeed. To the inside here, Alaman on Gast. This is for 6th place. Gets through, brings McGoy back into the fight. Villapiana just behind as well as they go heavy into the braking zone at turn 3 once again. I'm seeing green flags out there. It's because there's yellow flags just before that. Out of the race, I think, is Jacob Kamenik. Will go no further for the Lanari Racing team. There he is, out of this race.
Number of drivers to be put under investigation within this one, 4 in total. That's a
that's how it's happened.
Big kick in the back bumper there for how that one unfolded.
Complete victim in that, I'm afraid, and couldn't see the number of the perpetrator of that incident, but very dramatic. Here's the 2 teammates going wheel to wheel. Gast and McGoy. Villapiana capitalising on that one though, splits the 2 Koskis apart and takes that spot away. Anagnostiadis and Bataro, the battle update. It's down to 0.5 of a second. Drummond holds from these 2 here, Ivanikov and Purcell. As they go line astern, as Oliver Kidmark sets the fastest lap of the race. He'll be lighting that one. 48.488. That's not gone too well. Off the road once more as drivers trying to clear the debris off the tyres once again.
Problem out there. Dan Alleman, I'd say his day is about to go from bad to worse. Warning flag has been given to him. He was under investigation a moment ago as well. So Alleman, DNF, has had difficult battles out there, now looks to fall even further down the field from where he's currently sat in P6. This is the battle between Purcell and Vladimir Ivanikov. This is for the fight for P4, the major fight going out on the track. Purcell knows that he's got to try and pick this position away. Head goes over the shoulder to try and gauge where the gap is between himself and Alleman. But, you know, to Alleman and Purcell, Alleman's not really in contention for this now, with, of course, that signal going out to him a moment ago. Ivanikov has bolted off ever so slightly. Maybe that's been caused by a bit of distraction there for Purcell, Anthony?
Possibly.
Oh, here we go.
For him. This is the fight for the lead. As I was mentioning, that gap came down to 0.5. It's down to 0.2 here. Anagnostiadis. I mean, if I'm James on this one, I let Bataro go. You know, doesn't need to fight for those points. He's got a good advantage here now. He can lose 4 points or whatever it is for first and second. He can be happy with it. The last thing he wants to do is start a battle with Bataro, bring Drummond into play, then bring Ivanikov into play, then Purcell into play, and so forth and so onwards, where he then could lose out on a considerable amount of points. Obviously for him, this is his decision and everything. If he wants to fight this to the very end, I don't blame him. He's a driver nonetheless, and a driver wants to do one thing and one thing only, and that is win a race. Yeah, absolutely. So Davide Bataro's had a bit of an up and down day so far, so he's going to be trying to pick this position away. Drummond will be watching this one, trying to pray that Anagnostiadis and Bataro will battle with each other, will cost each other time that can then be gifted to him. But for now, we've
We've got no defensive decisions from Anagnostiadis. He's not decided to hug that white line. I think he's pretty confident here with his pace, and maybe confident in the abilities of Bataro as well, that Bataro's not going to go for it here, that he's just going to sit settled in second and guarantee some good points for himself. I would say there's maybe some trust being thrown into the works for these two drivers that now enter on to the last lap of the last qualifying heat of the day.
Indeed, with the gap holding at 0.3 of a second, Bataro did close in, but hasn't made an attempt on Anagnostiadis' lead here. He is wanting to take this to the bitter end, and James Anagnostiadis has done that, delivered the strong results after a relatively decent qualifying. Wasn't a front runner in time qualifying, but certainly did put in the effort. It's where it's come down to the qualifying heats. The circuit here has been kind to Anagnostiadis, and for him now, he needs to just focus on taking this machine to the bitter end of the weekend. The busy day set for tomorrow with the Superheats and finals. James Anagnostiadis in the senior category is looking to take pole position for that Superheat tomorrow. Anagnostiadis wins from Bataro. Drummond will take third. From at the end, Michael McGoy over the line in P4. Via Piana from Ivanikov. Evan Purcell is tumbling down the order with Alaman. I think their race has come to a conclusion here. Purcell and Alaman, yeah, they're out of the race here. They've lost out on massive points there at the very end. There is James Anagnostiadis, though. Great result. Angelina Simmons, biggest mover in that race, started 19th, finished 9, a gain of 10 at the end of that one. And that brings a conclusion to the racing action here today. No more races for you, only the highlights and the interview to go, with Anagnostiadis taking the win ahead of Bataro, Drummond from McGoy, Via Piana from Ivanikov, Arias from Gas, Simmons from Van der Kerkhoff rounds out the top 10. 11th place downwards sees Clara Kowalczyk and Oliver Kinmark, Gilles Herman from Mariana Lopez, Aston Sharp from Xavier Dukoski, Kare Osman from Martina Romlanova, and I think her best result of the weekend so far, despite that dramatic moment earlier on today. Crosses the line with a 10th place gain in 18th place. Gustavo da Silva ahead of Matteo Gallo. Drew Roltz from Peter Gorecki. Isaac Sayer from Nefeli Cosmopoulos, 24th. From Michael Gorecki, 25th place. The retirements, Evan Purcell, Dan Alaman, and Jacob Kamenek out of the race. But there, James Anagnostiadis, thumbs up. Very controlled emotions on his face there after finding out he's got pole position overall for tomorrow. That's good. Championship points in the bag for him as well. As here's your highlights. Relatively calm. A few drivers having a bit of a spill and bringing all that gravel onto the circuit. I've got to say, it's going to be quite the cleanup operation at the end of the day, I'm sure, for the marshals to get that track cleared up ready for tomorrow. So much debris onto the circuit, and been quite the busy day. This is Bataro getting his moves done past Evan Purcell. Later, Drummond would get his attempt down the inside at turn 6 and 7. Nicely done there, and no drama. That is how it would stay. They would close in on Anagnostiadis, but not close enough for the attempt. Later then, Purcell being swamped by the pack just that little bit here. This moment here, heart in mouth for Purcell. 130 kilometers an hour on the inside line in the middle of that Koski fight. And I tell you what, that was a dicey moment to say the least. Then the fighting continued on. We saw Valerio Villapiana closing at that point as their gas took a big gasp of air as he went over the gravel. A lot of dust kicked up right to the face of the drivers behind. Alaman there as well with his chance to push forward. Unfortunately, Purcell and Alaman retiring at the end of that race. Not sure how that happened between the two of them right at the very end, but they're racing going no further. There you can see how just the lack of grip there through that chicane off the racing line. So much dust and debris there. There was a very unfortunate moment. Not sure of the driver who collided there, but it was Jacob Kamenek that was in the gravel. Quite a significant hit there off the circuit. Alaman down the inside of Gast. He would push his way forward. Then Michael Bagoy, Valerio Piana, they would all get their pound of flesh to squeeze their way through. As the checker flag would come out, we'd head to James Anagnosiadis across the line, securing pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow in the seniors. Let's head down to Parc Fermé for the last time today and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Anthony, you just called it done and dusted for the racing action. And we've got James Anagnosiadis as the last confirmed pole sitter for your Superheats tomorrow. James, Superheat A for you will be the one that you start from pole. Today you've set things up perfectly. Really good track for yourself, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, since we done the test here, we've been really strong compared with Valencia. And yeah, just got the qualifying on point this weekend, start up the front, which made it a lot easier than Valencia. And yeah, we've just had really good speed in the heats, and we'll see how the Super Heat goes tomorrow.
We will indeed, James. Thank you very much. Always great to catch up. Of course, we've had 12 qualifying heats yesterday, 18 today. Then tomorrow we'll go into your 4 Super Heats before those 2 all-important finals. Anthony Jordan for the final time this weekend. Back up to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Indeed, that does bring us to the end of the racing action today after the 18 races here for the champions of the future. But don't despair. Tomorrow is a brand new day where we will see those Superheats and the all-important finals. They'll be kick-starting a little bit later on in the day. But we will see, of course, at 9:50, the first of those Superheats with the OK Juniors and then the seniors to Superheat 2 later on in the day, kick-starting at 10:30, and then the finals starting at 12:45, firstly with the juniors and then the seniors. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, a big thank you to everyone watching from around the world. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning for finals day.